Chapter 221 Red-Haired Shanks vs. Red-Haired Shanks. Sabo, get ready for battle. As the warship continued to approach the Red-Haired Shanks pirate group, the Red-Haired Shanks pirate ship also attacked. Standing in the forefront is the four emperors, the Red-Haired Shanks, one of the top powerhouses in the entire sea. Is he the Red-Haired Shanks? The moment the Red-Haired appeared, Sabo saw him at a glance. Looking at the majestic man standing on the pirate ship, Sabo's eyes also have a trace of solemnity, so powerful and domineering. The body of the four emperors, the Red-Haired Shanks. Sabo's figure changed instantly. He turned into Red-Haired Shanks. Is this the ability that kid has? As long as you see it at a glance, you can completely replicate his appearance and ability. Sabo's 19 transformation at this moment can also be said to attract everyone's attention. They looked at Sabo in amazement at this spell warrior who had the ability to copy others. Just let me meet you can copy some of my skills. What if Sabo did replicate his abilities? Will his Red-Haired Shanks be afraid of this? Boom boom. An aura of an emperor who reigns over the world erupted instantly. This is a powerful momentum sweeping the whole world. Known as the most domineering man, this man has amazing courage. Then let me see your strength. After feeling the outburst of the four emperors, the Red-Haired Shanks, Sabo, who was transformed into the body of Red-Haired Shanks, also erupted from his body with a domineering arrogance that was no weaker than that of Red-Haired Shanks. It also belongs to the aura of the overlord who reigns over the world and swept away everything. Boom boom boom, even if it was 100 meters away. However, the two powerful domineering forces collided with each other. Boom boom boom. The powerful overlords collided with each other and competed with each other. The domineering tyrant collided in the air, and the collision space even shivered for a while. Is this the man who claims to be the strongest tyrant? Feeling the powerful power in his body, Sabo's mouth rose slightly with a smug smile. I'm as domineering as I am, and I can completely copy other people's abilities at a glance. This kid can be said to be extremely terrifying. It was also the Red-Haired Shanks who felt this amazing domineering look. His face can also be said to be full of dignified expression, which can be said to be a strong enemy, a powerful enemy that forced him to go all out. The body of the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Sabo's figure changed again and he became the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. Let me create a battlefield that belongs to you and me. Sabo's body jumped down from the Navy ship. Ice Age. When Sabo's toes just touched the seaside, countless cold air erupted instantly, and the entire sea was instantly frozen. The power of the frozen fruit of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters. This kid really copied the ability of the top-level combat power of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Looking at the frozen sea at this moment, everyone's faces can be said to be full of solemnity. You must know that the Navy headquarters is the gathering place for the real top experts. Ha ha ha. Even in the face of this situation, his Red-Haired Shanks didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he opened his mouth and laughed. Let me experience my own strength. Red-Haired Shanks quickly jumped off his pirate ship and he came to this completely frozen ice surface. The body of the four emperors, the Red-Haired Shanks. Sabo's figure changed again. He transformed into the four emperors Red-Haired Shanks. This time he would use the Red-Haired Shanks ability to fight against the Red-Haired Shanks. Whoosh! He quickly pulled out the long sword from his waist and the powerful sword energy exploded instantly. Boom 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 bump. The long sword in the Red-Haired Shanks hand collided with the long sword in Sabo's hand. Whether it is armed with 370 chi or tyrannical arrogance, even the swordsmanship is exactly the same. Bang 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 bang. This ability is completely cheating. Saw the two Red-Haired Shanks fighting on the ice surface. After seeing how the two of them were evenly matched at this time, the faces of the members of the Red-Haired Shanks pirates could be said to be full of anger, and they didn't know how to describe this anger. The strength that he has cultivated for decades to obtain is instantly copied by people at a glance. What a frustrating thing this is. Is this the power of a spell warrior? To know that the spell warrior has such power, who can resist it? Everyone looked helplessly at the battle on the ice. The two Red-Haired Shanks were fighting there. The combat power of the four emperor level powerhouses can be said to be a piece to witness. Chapter 222 Local Transformation Ability Fusion. Little devil, is this the ability your spell warrior possesses? In this way, you and I can only be tied. Quickly waving the long sword in his hand, the Red-Haired Shanks looked at Sabo in front of him with a smile. He didn't believe that the ability of the Talisman Warrior was so simple. If he copied others and fought against others, he would only be able to give others a tie. Then I'll show you the true power of my spell warrior. At this moment, Sabo turned back into his own body. Then let me see the real power you have. Red-Haired Shanks is also ready to go all out on alert. You are the first to see me in this form, and my colleague is also the first to let me fight you in this form. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Sabo had a slight slight smile on his face. Partial transformation. Admiral Aokiji of the Right-Hand Naval Headquarters. Partial transformation. Left-handed Vice Admiral Garp. At this moment Sabo's hands changed. His right hand turned into the right hand of Admiral Aokiji of the Navy Headquarters, while his left hand changed into Garp's left hand. The armed color is domineering. The left hand is covered with a powerful armament color domineering. The power of frozen fruit. On the right hand is covered with a powerful frozen fruit. The power of partial transformation allows your body to display different abilities. After Garp on the Navy warship saw Sabo's changes at this time, he also instantly noticed the power of Sabo's ability. Let the part of his body change into a different powerhouse so that his transformed body has the ability that the powerhouse has. In this way, Sabo can have the power of different powers to attack in combination. I'm thinking a little bit. After seeing Sabo's changes at this time, the red-haired Shanks also had a hint of a smile on his face. Although it looks a bit strange, there is no doubt that I am the strongest form. The left and right hands are different, and the size of the hands doesn't match the body. It looks very weird, but no one would question the power of this power. The legs are localized. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters. Sabo's legs also changed, and he turned into the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters. In this way, Sabo already has the abilities of Admiral Kizaru, Admiral Aoki, and Vice Admiral Garp of the Admiralty. The speed of light. A burst of light erupted above his legs. Sabo has the speed of light of the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy Headquarters. Iron Fist. The Iron Fist, covered with a powerful weapon and domineering, quickly bombarded the red-haired Shanks. Boom. Facing the Iron Fist red-haired Shanks who came to him at this moment, he quickly raised the long sword in his hand. Bang. Kizaru's speed was complemented by Garp's domineering armament. This combination can be said to be extremely powerful. Boom boom boom. Even the red-haired Shanks, who was the four emperors, quickly took a few steps backwards. Is this the fist of that guy Garp plus the speed of Kizaru? The red-haired Shanks, who was knocked back by this force, took a few steps back. At this time, his face can also be said to be full of solemn expression. This combination of power can be said to be incomparably powerful. Frozen capsule. Admiral Aokiji's frozen fruit power exploded instantly. Countless chills instantly enveloped the red-haired Shanks' body. Boom. The red-haired Shanks was instantly frozen. Bump. But at the moment when it was frozen, the ice cube that was freezing red-haired Shanks burst instantly. Boom. An astonishing arrogance burst out from the red-haired Shanks' body. This is the domineering arrogance possessed by a domineering man who is known as the strongest tyrant. Head. Four emperors. Red-haired Shanks. Sabo's head also changed at this moment. He transformed into red-haired Shanks. Boom. The same domineering burst from Sabo's body. The same will. The same ability. This ability is too much. Did you make a mistake? You can still do this. Where is this spell warrior? Everyone who saw the scene had a helpless look in their hearts. Good jouse. It's too much for you to copy one person's ability. You can still use it in combination like this. As Sabo's reputation grew, the power of the spell warrior was unsealed by Yi. Sabo's power can also be said to be getting stronger and stronger. At this time, he still needs a partial transformation to have the power dust of the powerhouse he copied. Maybe one day when Sabo completely unlocks the power of the spell warrior, he will be able to use the power of the powerhouses he copied freely and use his body to switch the powers of those powerhouses freely. At that time, he was the most terrifying of him. Chapter 223. The Power of the Four Emperors. Boom boom boom. The domineering arrogance of the red-haired Shanks collided with each other, and the powerful tyrannical arrogance swept everything. Little devil, let me fight your strongest state. The red-haired Shanks was full of amazing fighting will, and the powerful momentum swept everything. This belonged to his red-haired Shanks' fighting will, the fighting will of a real strong man, as expected of the four emperors. Then I'll show you the power composed of four emperor-level powerhouses. The body of the beast Kaido dragon. The power of the soul of the four emperors. Lieutenant Admiral Garp is armed with domineering looks. Marshal Buddha's warring states. A powerful aura erupted from Sabo's body. At this moment, a 100-meter dragon appeared in front of everyone, but the shape of this dragon is extremely strange. Behind him hangs the golden light belonging to the Buddha. Shenlong's body is 100 meters long. The whole body is full of powerful armament and domineering, and beside him were the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus floating on the left and right sides. This is where 370 belongs to Sabo's real fear of power. Integrate the power of those who are strong. The body of the dragon of the beast Kaido, the golden light of the Buddha of the marshal of the warring states period, the domineering armed color of Garp, and the fruit of the soul and soul of Anti. This looked at the majestic dragon in front of him. Look at everything around the dragon. Everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts, how can we fight this? Thundercloud Zeus, Sun Prometheus. Sabo, who transformed into the body of a dragon, opened a huge dragon mouth and let out a roar. Master, Thundercloud Zeus and Sun sun Prometheus' body grows rapidly. Countless thunder and flames entangled around them. This is a power comparable to the power of a nature-type devil fruit. Thundercloud Zeus power of thunder. Sun Pro JD Matthias fire power. These powers of thunder and fire filled the sky. This is the power of Anti-Soul soul fruit. Looking at the thundercloud Zeus and the sun Prometheus above the sky, the powerful thunder power and flame power they possessed, these people can be said to have instantly known what power Sabo used. The body of the dragon of the four emperors and beasts Kaido, the golden light of the Buddha in the warring states period of the Buddha, and the fruit of the soul and soul of the four emperor ants. As for the powerful armed color domineering wrapped in the body of the dragon, it goes without saying that this belongs to the naval hero Monkey D. Garp's arrogance. The strength of four emperor level powerhouses. After feeling the power that Sabo possesses at this time, the red-haired Shanks' face can also be said to be filled with a solemn expression. Red-haired Shanks, come and experience my horror now. Sabo, who possesses the power of these four powerhouses, is a Sabo who belongs to their top power. At this time, his strength can be said to be extremely terrifying. Boom boom boom. Dragon's tail quickly swayed Sabo's figure and instantly appeared in front of the red-haired Shanks. Armed domineering cover. The powerful armament domineering covered his long sword, facing the dragon that was 100 meters in size and swiftly roared towards him. The red-haired Shanks quickly displayed the long sword in his hand. Boom. The powerful sword chi slashed down and quickly slashed towards Sabo. Touch. Sabo raised his huge dragon claw and he directly squeezed it with one claw in the face of the sword chi slashed by the four emperors. Crack. The huge sword energy exploded. Bang. The huge body quickly rammed towards the red-haired Shanks on the ice surface. Red-haired Shanks raised the long sword in his hand to block his heart, but at this time Sabo was able to stop him. The body of red-haired Shanks flew backwards in an instant. Ow! Sabo roared in the sky, and the powerful voice of the dragon spread throughout the sea. Captain looked at the red-haired Shanks who was knocked out by Sabo's blow. Beckman and the others couldn't help rushing out immediately. Let me challenge you, the red-haired Shanks pirates, by myself today. Sabata roamed above the 9 heavens, and his powerful arrogance exploded instantly. Cough. The red-haired Shanks, who flew out and slid dozens of meters above the ice surface, slowly stood up with blood spitting out from the corner of his mouth and holding a long sword. As expected, he is a talisman warrior. But kid, it's so tender that you want to beat me. The long sword in his hand is covered with a powerful armed domineering, and an astonishing domineering eruption erupts all over his body. This is his red-haired Shanks, a powerful four emperor who stood out from among hundreds of millions of pirates. A powerful aura swept over everything. Then let me see your strength. Sabo soars above the 9 heavens, and the power of the four emperors is condensed into one. At this time, he can be said to be incomparably powerful. Chapter 224. The dying struggle of the red-haired pirates gathered the mighty power of four emperors. At this time, Sabo's strength has already surpassed the four emperors. The powerful body of Kaido, the undead beast, the armament of the naval hero Garp is domineering. The golden light of the Buddha of the warring states period of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. The soul fruit of the four emperor ants. The power formed by these four top powerhouses can be said to be extremely terrifying. They almost represent the top combat power in the world. Little devil, I will show you the power of my four emperors. With the powerful power instilled on the long sword in his hand, the red-haired Shanks can be said to be completely annoyed. He is one of the top combat powers in the world of the dignified four emperors. When humming, a powerful armament covered the long sword. As one of the famous swords, it even trembled due to the installation of power. Because the powerful armed domineering is too powerful, even a famous sword is a bit unbearable. Little devil, standing on the ice surface, the red-haired Shanks let out an angry roar. Boom. The powerful sword chi slashed down, and the sword chi destroyed everything and slashed towards Sabo. Ow. Oh. Sabo let out a huge dragon roar. I saw him open his huge dragon mouth. The dragon's mouth contains powerful energy. The golden light floating behind the dragon also quickly converged towards the mouth of the dragon. This is the golden light of Buddha belonging to the warring states of Buddha, but he possesses special power. The roar of the dragon. A huge roar spewed out quickly. This was a huge beam of light that was dozens of meters in length. The beam of light was full of aura of destruction. The golden light destroys everything, and nothing can stop the golden light. Boom. The red-haired Shanks slashed towards the golden beam of light with a sword aura of 100 meters. Just let you see how powerful my four emperors are. The powerful sword energy instantly slashed the golden light. Boom. At the moment of light in the sword slash, the collision, the resulting harsh light flashed everyone's eyes. Kakaka. The sword energy collided with the golden light. Time is like a stop. Space instantly shattered. Even though the dazzling light burst out, everyone still stared at everything in front of them. This can be said to be the strongest blow of the red-haired Shanks, and Sabo represents the strongest strength of the the two of them. Crack! Under everyone's attention, the sword energy of the red-haired Shanks was shattered like this. The shattered sword energy scattered everywhere. Although the sword energy was shattered, the golden beam of light consumed more than half of it. Am I really going to die here today? At this moment, the red-haired Shanks, who slashed his strongest blow, had almost no strength in his body. That sword energy can be said to represent his strongest strength, represents his strongest all-out strike. We won't let you hurt our captain. Our red-haired pirates don't have a soft egg. At this moment, the members of the red-haired pirates rushed out and stopped in front of red-haired Shanks. Isn't it just the light beam here? What's there to be afraid of? We are the 4 emperors and 4 emperors pirates. Countless pirates all rushed up, armed with various weapons. Their faces can be said to be full of determination. Even if they die because of this, they have no regrets. We will work together to smash this beam of light. As the vice captain of the red-haired Shanks pirates, Beckman can be said to be quick. You must know that he himself possesses the combat power of an admiral of the Navy headquarters, and can be regarded as a monster powerhouse in the whole New World. The deputy leader of the red-haired Shanks pirates, one of the best monsters in the New World of general-level combat power. 0. Copy. Sabo's subconscious reaction was to copy when faced with this general's level of combat power. Because there is no limit to the number of copies for him, as long as he wants to, he can completely copy all the people in this world. But it's not necessary at all. He only needs to copy the strong ones. Boom, boom. The members of the red-haired Shanks pirates can also be regarded as strong, especially those top-level combat powers that completely have the power to rival the king's Shishibukai. The vice-captain Beckman is even an admiral. Countless attacks rushed towards the beam of light that Sabo bombarded. Boom, boom, boom. The roaring sound is endless. The powerful collisions collided with each other, whether it is the sword spirit of a great swordsman, or the roaring bullets that belong to those shells. Armed and domineering collision. These are the forces that belong to the attack of the red hair pirates. Of their desire to win, they are maintaining the majesty of their 4 emperor pirates. Chapter 225. The arrival of Whitebeard. Boom. The roar resounded through the sky. It can be said that the members of the red-haired Shanks pirates fought to the death. They showed their housekeeping skills. Countless sword energy attacks bombarded the golden double beam of light. Bang, bang, bang. But even if they fought desperately, it was in vain. The beam of light gushing out of the dragon's mouth destroyed everything. Damn, the red-haired Shanks was already exhausted by now. The blow just now had used all his power. With all the power in his body, his strongest blow. Red 373 Hair Shanks, today is the time when you will be terminated today. Sabo, who once again leaped and took off in the sky, was wrapped in a powerful weapon and domineering, and saw him condescendingly quickly smashed towards the red-haired Shanks. That's right, he used his huge body of a dragon to smash at the red-haired Shanks pirates. This is the waywardness of the huge size, using his indestructible huge size and then adding his powerful armed arrogance. Sabo's blow can be said to be devastating. We are the red hair pirates, the 4 emperors who reign above the world's billions of pirates. The momentum of the emperor erupted instantly, and the 4 emperor pirates can be said to be united as a whole at this time. Today I will show you the determination of my 4 emperor pirates. What if you die in battle? His 4 emperor pirates would not have the slightest fear. He is a crew member above the pirate king Gore and Roger, and now the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks, is famous all over the world. Regardless of his strength or prestige, he is a well-known presence in the whole world. Even if he dies, he will die there with dignity. He will not die kneeling, he will only die standing. Today is when I will end your 4 emperors. Sabo's body can be said to be an astonishing aura, a powerful aura sweeping over everything. Could it be that the 4 emperors ended with him today? Will he, Sabo, be the first man to end the 4 emperors? Everyone has a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Is the 4 emperors who stabilized the situation in the whole new world about to fall today? Red-haired Shanks. Carp also looked at the battle not far away with a serious look on his face. Redhead Shank, will Sri Lanka become the first 4 emperors to fall in this world? Even if I die, I will show you the power of my 4 emperor pirates. There was a firm look in his eyes, even though his body was already weak at this time and he didn't have the slightest bit of strength, but he still stood up tenaciously with a firm look in his eyes. Even if he dies, he will face death head on. This is the power of his 4 emperors. Boom. Raised the long sword in his hand with difficulty, a powerful aura that could be said to sweep everything. Kakaka. In everyone's heart there is a hint of hope. Will the 4 emperors end because of this? Will the 4 emperors who intimidated the whole new world become history? Will the talisman warriors really replace the 4 emperors and become the protagonists of this history? Kakeka. At this moment there was a sudden clack in the space of this world. The whole world is shaking. Red-haired kid. A heroic voice came from a distance, and at some point a tall figure appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was Whitebeard, who was once known as the strongest man in the world. Are the 4 emperors allied? Looking at at this. I don't know when Whitebeard appeared. There was a moment of panic in everyone's heart. You must know that he is known as the strongest man in the world, a man who has the fruit of a powerful earthquake that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Before the spell warrior appeared, he represented the strongest. That is enough to be called the strongest invincible existence. I didn't expect you to come over to help me. Shanks turned his head with a smile and looked at the Whitebeard who came behind him at some point. Can I not come to this kind of thing? I also want to see the power of the spell warrior. Whitebeard's face was full of smiles, and he walked over with a smile on his face. After Garp came to the new world with the spell warrior, the situation in the whole new world can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. Even the four emperors were at risk at this time, especially when he heard that Garp was waiting for Sabo to challenge four emperors at once, and this time he went to the island of the red-haired Shanks. Although Whitebeard and red-haired Shanks are the four emperors, they have a competitive relationship, but he, Whitebeard, also wanted to see the power of the spell warrior. I didn't expect that little devil could force you to this step. One blow shattered Sabo's attacking Whitebeard, and his face at this time can be said to be full of seriousness. Chapter 226 The Invincible Monster. Is this the Whitebeard who was once known as the strongest man in the world? When Whitebeard arrived, Sabo quickly changed back to his original body and looked at Whitebeard. It's over. When Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired Shanks pirates, saw Sabo look at Whitebeard, his heart was filled with helplessness. Whitebeard's ability was also instantly copied. Wong buzzing. Sabo's body changed again. He transformed into a Whitebeard, and when he raised his right hand, a milky white light wave flashed in Sabo's hand. This is the ability of Whitebeard to shake the fruit. This Whitebeard, who saw all this, was stunned for a moment. Father! At this moment, the top masters of the Whitebeard pirates came from afar. Above the sky, the phoenix Marco was waving his wings and flew quickly. Copy. Sabo turned his head to look at Marco, the phoenix in the sky. Boom! Blue flames boiled in Sabo's body, and Sabo's figure once again transformed into the legendary phoenix, the undead body of Kaido and Marco's phoenix fruit. Seeing this scene, the corners of Carp's mouth rose slightly. Who else in this world can kill Sabo? Immortal Kaido's undead body plus Marco's phoenix fruit. It'll be fun now. After copying Whitebeard's devil fruit, after copying the captain level devil fruit of the Whitebeard pirates, the corners of Sabo's mouth rose slightly. At this time, he can be said to be invincible. Why are you here? The red-haired Shankston looked helplessly at Whitebeard. How can this be fought? Has this been fought before? Aren't I afraid that you, the little devil, will die here? How can we say that it is also the fourth emperor? Whitebeard looked at the red-haired Shanks helplessly. Grandpa, don't interfere this time. Sabo turned his head to look at Carp, who would shock the world today. The great feat of the talisman warriors singled out four emperors. Let me see your true strength. Carp stepped back a few steps to let the entire battlefield out. Kepu, this old bastard, what does this mean? Looking at Carp, Whitebeard, who was withdrawing from the battlefield, he was a little puzzled. I can only say that we may be finished this time. The red-haired Shanks had a solemn look on his face. After the period of time just now, his physical strength has recovered a little. He stood up with a serious look on his face. The long sword in his hand was covered with a powerful aura of armament. Whitebeard, let's experience the talisman together. The power of the curse warrior. He looked at Whitebeard solemnly. Today's red-haired Shanks can be said to have thoroughly understood the power of the spell warrior. That is a truly invincible existence. Let me join forces with you, this kid, to deal with this so-called spell warrior. Whitebeard squeezed the big knife in his hand heavily, because he saw the change in Sabo in front of him at this time. At this time, Sabo's body changed again. The body of the 100-meter dragon appeared in front of everyone, but the Shenlong at this time has become an incomparable ghost. The 100-meter dragon's body was completely diamond-shaped, and behind him waving two huge wings that covered the sky. A cyan flame is wrapped around the wings. On top of the dragon's body and his huge horns, two huge milky white light waves shrouded it. At the same time, a golden ray of light wrapped around the surface of the divine dragon zone. The diamond power of Diamond Joe's, captain of the 3rd division of the Whitebeard pirates. Marco's phoenix fruit, captain of the 1st division of the Whitebeard pirates. The body of the dragon of the 4 emperors and beasts Kaido. The soul fruit of the 4 emperor ants. The shocking fruit of the 4 emperors Whitebeard. The 4 emperors, the white-bearded and red-haired Shanks, are domineering and domineering. The golden light of the Buddha of the Warring States period of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. This monster felt the astonishing pressure from Sabo, and at this moment everyone could be said to be stunned. What a powerful and devastating force this is. Have you begun to fuse all the powers into one? Garp, who had withdrawn from the battlefield, looked at the diamond dragon above the sky that was enough to attract everyone, and his heart was filled with infinite emotion. This is the real powerful and invincible sweeping power of the spell warrior. Is this the real power of this kid? Marco, who is already a general and strong, can be said to have a helpless look on his face at this time. My ability was acquired by him so easily. Looking at the diamond dragon in front of 373, the diamond George, whose whole body has been diamondized, also has a helpless look on his face. Then we don't even copy our abilities. Are they just miscellaneous soldiers? The remaining captain level masters of the Whitebeard pirates had a helpless look on their faces at this time. Could it be that the abilities of these big pirates who are also famous in the New World are not worth mentioning in Sabo's eyes? This can't blame Sabo, because the abilities that Sabo copied are too high-end. The weakest is also the 3 disaster level. The entire Whitebeard pirates can be valued by Sabo, only the Diamond of Diamond Joes and the Phoenix of the Phoenix Marco. Of course, Whitebeard's shocking fruit power is also Sabo's dream. How can we fight this? These monsters are condensed by the top level devil fruit ability, and it can be called an invincible existence. This is truly invincible power. What the hell is going on with this spell warrior? Should this kind of monster really exist? Everyone who saw the scene could say that they lost their will to fight completely in their hearts. Chapter 227, Swinging a Stick and Playing Baseball. Let me face the two powerful 4 emperors by myself today. Powerful power is raging in this dragon's body, and the abilities of countless powerhouses have gathered for a lifetime. At this time, Sabo can be said to feel what is invincible power. What is the power of a spell warrior? This is the invincible power of the spell warrior. Bull spell warrior Nico Robin with his invincible power. Rabbit charm warrior God hidden assassin Khorasan his invincible speed. Tiger charm warrior Tiger's powerful psychic power. At this time, Sabo can be said to really feel the power of the monkey charm. This is the real power of the monkey charm. Kakaka. 4 emperors Whitebeard raised the big knife in his hand high. There was a layer of milky white air on top of the big knife. This is the power of his shaking fruit. When buzzing. The power of the mighty shake fruit is wrapped around the blade of the broadsword. The powerful force even caused a shock in space. This is the power of Whitebeard's shaking fruit, which claims to have the power to destroy the world. Kakaka. The space where the island was located made a sound of shattering, and the shaking fruit could even shatter the space and shatter the entire world. This is his powerful power that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, the ability possessed by the first powerhouse in the source world. Kakaka. At this time, above the head angle of Sabo, the dragon's body, the place where the space was at this time, also made a sound of cracking space. Sabo, the dragon's body, is also condensed with the shock power of the shock fruit. This is the power of the shaking fruit. Damn, the talisman warrior didn't think that this kid really has such a powerful power. Everyone who saw the scene could be said to be full of horror. Has the ability of the superhuman type shock fruit just been copied? Boom! A burst of light erupted from the dragon horn above Sabo's head. The power of the powerful Zhen fruit suddenly burst out from above his dragon horns. Kakaka. The space shattered instantly, and the shattered space moved towards Whitebeard, swept away. I am the real owner of the Zhen fruit ability. Whitebeard stood up and slashed down with the big knife in his hand. Boom! The power of the Zhen fruit collided. A mighty force swept over everything. Kakaka. The sea surface frozen by the frozen fruit did not burst in an instant. Countless cracks covered the entire ice surface. The Overlord's domain. The powerful Overlord's arrogance burst out instantly, and the red-haired Shanks holding a long sword appeared in front of Sabo. Little devil, although your power is extremely powerful, don't forget that the real owner of this power is us. The mighty Overlord's domineering swept over everything, and the long sword in his hand was covered with astonishingly armed domineering. The red-haired Shanks stabbed directly at Sabo's head with his huge dragon head. Boom! The armed color is domineering, although he has the diamond defense of Diamond Joss, the captain of the 3rd division of the Whitebeard pirates. But in the face of the 4 emperors' red-haired Shanks attack, how could Sabo dare to take it lightly? Sabo's whole body is covered with powerful armament-colored domineering arrogance. This is the domineering armament of Garb, who is also a strong man of the 4 emperors. Boom! The powerful domineering finally collided. A roar resounded through the sky. Bright hit. Diamond Joes, whose whole body was covered with diamonds, ran quickly, hitting Sabo like a pounding tank. The dragon swings its tail. Sabo, who was made of diamonds and wrapped in a powerful weapon, directly waved his huge tail like a Diamond Joes bombarded away. Bang! It's like playing baseball. The giant dragon's tail is like the baseball bat and the Diamond Jaws is the baseball. The roar sounded quickly, and the figure of Diamond Joes quickly disappeared from the sky. This bastard looked at the figure of Diamond Joes island flying in the sky. Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, immediately waved his wings and flew towards the Diamond Jaws in the sky. You must know that this is the sea diamond, and Jaws is a devil fruit person. If he falls into the sea like this, good Zhao Hao, then he will be finished. Devil fruit people are hated by the sea. You bastard usually asks you to eat less. Don't you know how much you weigh? Incarnated as the Phoenix Marco, when he came onto the back of Diamond Joe's and blocked Diamond Joe's huge body flying upside down with his own figure. At this time he really realized Diamond Joe's cumbersomeness body type. It can be said that Marco did his best to hold him back. Damn bastard. At this time Diamond Joe's head is still dizzy. When did he, the captain of the 3rd Division of the dignified Whitebeard Pirates, get thrown out with such a stick? Chapter 228 Frozen World. This guy's abilities are really too perverted. With the help of the Phoenix Marco, Diamond Joe's, who finally stabilized his figure, can be said to be full of helpless flashes on his face at this time. The dignified Diamond Joe's is one of the top masters of the Whitebeard Pirates. His ability was copied by others like this today, and he was bombarded with a punch like a baseball. This can be said to be the greatest humiliation for him. As a strong man in a new world, how could he be humiliated like this? Let's go together. That kid's power is simply too powerful. I think even if it is Dad, he may not necessarily be that guy's opponent, but he has copied Dad's abilities together. Marco's face was full of anger, and there was worry in his eyes. After all, the ability Sabo possesses at this time can be said to be extremely terrifying. Copied the power of countless top powerhouses and merged their powers into one. 373. This creates Sabo an invincible monster. Let's go up together. Quickly breaking free from Marco's support, Diamond Joe's, whose whole body was shining with diamond light, quickly charged towards Sabo again. This time he will let Sabo know his true power. He is the man with the strongest defense on this sea. Boom! Like a cannonball, Diamond Joe's rammed towards Sabo again. This time, due to the restraint of 2-4 Emperor level powerhouses, Diamond Joe's huge body can be said to have hit Sabo's dragon body heavily. It's a diamond-diamond collision. The collision of armed color domineering and armed color domineering. This is the power between the strong. The impact of Diamond Joe's made Sabo's body take a few steps back heavily, and the huge dragon's body also retreated a little. This is the power that Diamond Joe's has. Enough to be called one of the New World monsters. Diamond Joe's, you bastard! With cyan flames wrapped around his body, the Phoenix Marco was completely transformed into a phoenix at this time, and he waving his sharp claws covered with a powerful armament color domineering. Boom! The powerful armed domineering bombarded Sabo's dragon body heavily. Sparks are flying everywhere. The collision between armed colors and domineering collide. Bump! Earthquake! Whitebeard clenched his fists tightly, and there was a layer of milky white light on his fists. At this time, Whitebeard can be said to have fully exerted his ability to shake the fruit to the extreme. A mighty force destroys everything. Kakaka! The shattering of space swept towards Sabo. Wang buzzing! Wang buzzing! The dragon horn above Sabo's head is also wrapped in the power of this shocking fruit. Boom! The two forces collided. The power of the Zhen fruit can be said to be exerted to the extreme. Bump! Bang! 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 The collision of power and the fragmentation of space. The whole JD island shook in an instant. The waves are coming, and at this time, a huge wave of 100 meters above the sea around the island is sweeping towards here. Lieutenant General Karp, the Navy soldiers on the dog-headed warship at this time looked at the huge waves of 100 meters. At this time, their hearts can be said to be full of worry. The sigh of the ice dragon. At this moment, the dragon Sabo, who was flying above the 9 heavens, opened his huge dragon mouth, and a cold current gushed out from his mouth. After the cold current encountered the rough sea, it instantly froze the entire sea. The power of Aokiji's frozen fruit. Looking at the instantly frozen sea, looking at the dragon Sabo above the 9 heavens, the corners of Garp's mouth raised slightly. This is the true power of the monkey charm warrior. Copy the power of the strong and merge into one. The sigh of the magma dragon. After resolving the turbulent waves, Sabo's huge dragon body turned around again, only to see that he opened the huge dragon's mouth and countless magma quickly spewed out of his mouth. Boom! 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 Everything that Shenlong's magma destroyed was scorched by the flames of this magma. Air shake! Whitebeard raised his right hand, and the power of the powerful shake fruit gathered on his right hand. Boom! The space shattered, and the magma in the sky was instantly shattered. The sigh of the ice dragon. After the magma comes a cold current, and the biting cold current instantly slows down the entire space. Ache! Why is it so cold? Is this guy planning to freeze us all? The cold current permeated the entire space. At this time, the biting cold air within dozens of miles around the island was like bringing them into the ice and snow. The warship quickly evacuate from here. Garp raised his right hand and ordered the dog-headed warship to evacuate quickly. Sabo's idea Garp can be said to understand in an instant, and he has to use his own cold air to completely freeze this place. Chapter 229 Marco's determination. Kakaka! The cold air permeated the entire space, and the biting cold wind made people shiver. Within tens of miles around the island, it had completely turned into an ice world at this time. This damn guy, did he want to freeze us all to death? The vice captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman, at this time, his whole body can be said to be full of those cold and biting ice crystals. But at this moment he still raised his head and looked towards the sky above. At this time, above the distant sky, the divine dragon Sabo is flying freely here. At the same time, countless icy cold air spews out of his mouth. Sabo wanted to completely freeze this world with his own cold air. He will use his own cold to kill everyone here. This goddamn guy, goddamn kid. At this moment, Marco, the phoenix on the ice surface, has a solemn expression on his face, because he saw countless pirates of the Whitebeard pirates shivering under this biting cold wind, and the biting cold wind caused heavy losses to the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Dad, leave it to me. As if he had made up his mind, an infinite cyan flame suddenly erupted within Marco's body. He looked at Whitebeard with a serious look on his face. He decides to sacrifice his life to hold Sabo so that the Whitebeard pirates can leave. At this time, dozens of miles around the entire island were completely frozen by this cold air. Even their pirate ship has fallen into this frozen sea. At this point, they can be said to have no way to escape. It can only be gradually eroded by the cold air of Sabo and become a member of this ice and snow world. What are you going to do, little guy? With a solemn look on his face, Whitebeard looked at his son Marco solemnly. How could Whitebeard sacrifice his children because of this? You must know that he is their father. Dad, only I have the ability to fight in the air, and only I can hold him back. Time waits for no one. This little guy's chill can be said to be getting colder and colder. If it continues to drag on like this, it can be said to be very unfavorable to us. Even though Whitebeard is the father he admires immensely, at this time Mark would rather sacrifice himself to protect Whitebeard's safety, because there is his beloved father here, as well as his brother who lives and dies together. Silly boy, do you think daddy will run away behind your back? I am your father. This kind of thing should be I do it. With a hint of a smile on his face, Whitebeard looked at Marco with a big laugh. As their father, how could he leave his children and flee alone? And he wouldn't let his children die for him, because this is the family he loves, the family he swears to protect. Red-haired kid. Whitebeard turned his head to look at the red-haired Shanks. At this time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, filled with the domineering arrogance of an emperor. Let's fight together today. Although due to the severe exhaustion of physical strength and the erosion of the bone-chilling cold air, the red-haired Shanks was already a little exhausted, but he still stood up tenaciously, and the long sword in his hand did not tremble at all. What if we all fall here today? We are the 4 emperors of pirates. No one in this world can make us surrender easily. The red-haired Shanks' face can be said to be full of amazing domineering. The power of the 4 emperors swept the whole world. You and I joined forces today and immediately reminded me of your captain. Haha, I don't think even he would have thought that you and I would join forces one day. Right. The words are full of infinite heroism. Whitebeard laughed and said to the red-haired Shanks, that time flies by and the scene of the battle with Roger can be said to be vivid in his mind. Whitebeard still hasn't forgotten the scene where he competed with Roger and the Golden Lion for the One Piece hegemony. At that time, the red-haired Shanks was just a crew member on the ship of One Piece Gold Roger, but it's only been a long time, and he already has a position and strength that rivals himself. Today I can even stand side by side with myself. Today, let's defeat the undefeated myth of the spell warrior together. The powerful arm domineering condensed on the long sword in his hand. Although the biting cold was constantly eroding the red-haired Shanks' body, his 4 emperors will tenaciously drove his body to raise his head to look at Sabo, who was above the 9 heavens. As expected of the 4 emperors, Sabo, who was flying above the sky, constantly exuding cold air, after feeling the 2 amazing auras above the ice surface. At this time, his Shenlong's eyes were also full of seriousness. In this desperate situation, the 4 emperors did not give up at all, but chose to raise the small weapon in their hands as always. Chapter 230, Whitebeard's Choice. Even so, today I will end the legend of your 4 emperors. Even if he felt the domineering power of the red-haired Shanks and the white-bearded duo, but Sabo didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice. Flying above the 9 heavens, he kept exuding infinite coldness around the island. The cold air froze everything around. Kakeka. The dozens of miles around the island were completely enveloped by cold air. It has become a world of ice and snow. Snow and ice cover everything here. All the people were shrouded in this ice and snow. The cold wind constantly eroded their 493 bodies. Some weak people were completely frozen into ice sculptures at this time. At this time, there are only dozens of people who can withstand the cold air. They are the top elites of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired Shanks pirates. Earthquake. At this moment, Whitebeard made his move. He raised his right hand, which was wrapped with the power of a powerful shaking fruit. A powerful force bombarded Sabo in the air. The power of shock. The power of the shock fruit contained in the dragon horn above his head was also activated instantly. Kakaka. The space shattered and the frozen sea surface burst open again. This is a collision between the shaking fruits. Kakaka. The space shattered and the sky even cracked open. Damn, this damn cold. But even so, the chill that permeated their surroundings did not dissipate. They are constantly wrapping all the biting around here, and they are constantly eroding the bodies of these pirates. The powerful cold is still eating away at their bodies. The cold air is biting. The biting cold can be said to be extremely cold. Even if they were 4 emperors, they even felt that their marrow had been frozen. The whole body was full of icy cold, and they even became extremely slow in their actions. Because the cold air had eroded their bodies, their blood flow became extremely slow at this time. Damn, we'll be finished if we go on like this. Diamond Joe's at this time, his body with diamonds shining all over his body can be said to be extremely cold. The cold wind kept beating his body. We have to fight or we'll be really finished like this. It can be said that an endless cyan flame erupted from Marco's body, although the temperature of the flame was not high. But for this icy world at this time, Marco is like a furnace that warms everything around him. Father, let me go. The whole body was surrounded by cyan flames. At this time, after Marco said such a sentence, his figure took off instantly. If no one entangles SA instead, Bo let him suffocate the cold so unscrupulously, then everyone here will have to die. Marco, the white beard with frost all over his body, watching Marco's white beard rising into the air, stretched out his right hand and tried to catch him. But at this time, Whitebeard could only look at Marco's body and sigh, because he has already felt Marco's determination, and at this time, even as the 4th emperor, he is helpless. As the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard has never felt so powerless. She can't even protect her own children. She also needs her own children to come and protect him. The strong instantly became powerless. The biting cold wind is constantly eroding his body. But what made Whitebeard feel more hopeless was the sadness in his heart. At this time, he has to make a decision. Should he leave here? The little devil of the monkey family, if you dare to hurt Marco, then even if you enter the naval headquarters, I will definitely take your head off. An angry voice came out of Whitebeard's mouth. Looking at the frozen pirates one after another, one dead son after another, Whitebeard's heart can be said to be full of despair. This is the same despair as the abyss descends. Damn spell warrior. Whitebeard can be said to have truly experienced the power of a spell warrior. That unparalleled power. This is enough to make everyone feel the power of despair. Dad, let's evacuate here first, otherwise our losses will be too great. Diamond Joe's came to Whitebeard's side, and his face at this moment could be said to be full of anxiety. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates can be said to have suffered heavy damage. Countless members of the Whitebeard pirates have been frozen by the freezing cold. If rescue comes and unlocks their ice, maybe these people can still be saved. But if these people continue to procrastinate like this, it is also a question whether these people can go back alive. This Whitebeard turned to look at the children who were frozen in ice. At this time, his heart was full of pain. Chapter 231 The Departure of the Pirates. The Future Battle of the Top. Damn bastard, stop me. At this moment, Marco flew into the sky, and he could say that he quickly charged towards Sabo, who was constantly exuding the coldness in the sky. Boom. Blue flames quickly burned outside his body. At this time, Marco can be said to have given up everything. The only thing he can think about now is to hold Sabo back so that the Whitebeard pirates can successfully leave. Damn bastard. You guys have reminded me that if something happens to my child, I will never let your navy go. Standing on the ice surface, Whitebeard looked at the 2 fighting figures in the sky. At this time, his heart could be said to be filled with infinite anger. Dad, don't disappoint Captain Marco's heart. At this moment, Diamond Joe stood up, and his eyes were full of anger and sadness. Hey, turned his head to look at 19 and turned behind him. After looking at the frozen members of the Whitebeard pirates behind him, there was a trace of pain and sadness in his heart at this time. The icy cold wind kept blowing here. The biting cold air constantly eroded their bodies. All members of the Whitebeard pirates retreat. Blood was dripping in Whitebeard's heart. When he said this, he felt incomparable pain in his heart, which was equivalent to saying that he abandoned his child with his own hands, and he was the captain of the 1st division of his Whitebeard pirates. But if the current situation continues like this, then his Whitebeard pirates will suffer even more heavy casualties. Follow Dad. At this time, the eyes of the pirates in the Whitebeard pirates can be said to be full of tears. They know why they were able to retreat. Whitebeard, the red-haired Shanks said suddenly. At this moment, his face can be said to be filled with a determined look. Red-haired brat, don't persuade me. The king's domineering rage raged in the world, and the Whitebeard's eyes were full of vicious aura at this time. If you want to go to the Navy headquarters, take me with you. Red-haired Shank's face can also be said to be full of identification. He knows what Whitebeard will do when Whitebeard leads his members back. That is to enter the Navy headquarters alone. Even if he died in battle, he would still avenge his children. This is a father. You. Whitebeard looked at the red-haired Shanks, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. After all, my life was saved by your Whitebeard pirates. His face was full of seriousness, and the red-haired Shanks looked at the Whitebeard seriously. Then the kid will break into the Navy headquarters with me and we will turn him upside down together. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and the Whitebeard at this time can be said to be full of amazing domineering. The Whitebeard pirates retreat. The red-haired pirates retreat. Following the orders of the two emperors, by who the sub-pirates and the red-haired pirates can be said to have both retreated quickly. Lieutenant General Garp. Lieutenant General Garp asked Garp with a worried look because they also saw the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates and the red-hair pirates. That's it. Garp waved his hand casually for the departure of the two four emperor pirates. Garp did not choose to pursue them. After all, they were two four emperor pirates. Once they broke out, the power they possessed was extremely powerful. Next, both the Navy and the world government will have a huge headache. With the departure of the two four emperors, Garp also raised his head and looked into the sky. Above the sky, a 100-meter dragon is fighting with a burning phoenix of blue flames. The power of the dragon is extremely powerful, and every attack can be said to have brought heavy injuries to this phoenix. But Phoenix 493 Marco is worthy of his phoenix name, and his unparalleled strong resilience makes him constantly reborn from the ashes. Although the phoenix is not the opponent of Shenlong, he still entangles Sabo with his strong resilience. But this is only temporary. Every recovery is a severe consumption of physical strength. The strong recovery power of the phoenix completely depends on Marco's physical strength. When Marco's physical strength is exhausted, his recovery power can also be said to disappear instantly. But in this state, how long can Marco last? Damn guy. Sabo, who was in the state of the dragon, also had an incomparable headache at this time. At this time, Marco was too difficult to deal with. That phoenix-like resilience is too much of a headache. But I see how long you can hold on. The dragon's tail hit the body of the phoenix heavily, and the figure of the phoenix Marco flew out instantly. Chapter 232 Prelude to the Great War. Boom. The dragon horn above the head flashed a milky white light, and the power of the powerful shaking fruit was instantly activated. The power of the Zhen fruit exploded instantly, and the space was torn apart instantly. Marco's body was just shaken by this shattered space. Marco's phoenix form shattered instantly. The body of his phoenix flying in the air instantly transformed into his ordinary human appearance. Catch him. Just as Marco's body slammed heavily on the ice, Garp waved his hand and ordered the Marines to catch Marco. Boom, boom. Countless Navy soldiers rushed over, and they rushed towards Marco quickly. Boom, boom, boom. You're under arrest, Marco, captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy soldiers instantly bound Marco's hands with halostone handcuffs. At this time, their faces can also be said to be full of seriousness. You must know that this is the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. Whether in the New World or in the Navy, he is a well-known top pirate. You bastards. With a look of resentment on his face, Marco, who was exhausted, looked at these Navy soldiers with a look of resentment. At the same time, there is a trace of relief in his heart. At least the Whitebeard pirates have successfully left here. But how did Marco know that the next big war would shake the whole world? A real battle of the world's top power. A super top battle that surpassed the top battle in the original. Kaka. Marco, captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. At this moment, Garp came to Marco with a solemn expression. Navy hero Monkey D. Garp. Marco raised his head and looked at Garp, at the naval hero, at this man who had strength comparable to his father's. This can be said to be an extremely powerful man, known as the world's most powerful and domineering man, a man capable of rivaling the four emperors. Cap, you should know about Dad's character. Next is the real disaster for your navy. Marco raised his head and looked at Garp because he was Whitebeard's son, so he knew Whitebeard's character. It can be said that it is impossible to solve this matter so quietly. With Whitebeard's character, even if he rushed into the Navy headquarters alone, he would have no regrets. What if you die in battle? Do you think Whitebeard would be afraid of this? You must know that he is the battle-hardened four emperors of the four emperors, and the head of the four emperors once fought against One Piece Gold Roger. Today, Marco was captured by the Navy in order to cover them up. After the Whitebeard pirates are completely settled, the Navy will bear the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates. At the same time, the Red Hair pirates will not give up. You must know that Marco also saved them at this time. In other words, in the next battle, at least two of the four emperors will join the battle, and this is the most basic. It can be said that the level of the battle in this war is beyond everyone's imagination. Even the talisman warriors are involved. This will be a battle that will shock the entire world. Of course I know what the Navy is going to face next. Of course for our Navy this is fearless. I think the whole world will be looking forward to the next big battle. Garp's words, although he was full of ease, his eyes were full of solemn expressions. Will the next battle be easy? No, it will be an extremely tragic battle. Even the four emperors will fall. Follow me back to the Navy headquarters, then the world government and the Navy headquarters will decide how to punish you. Garp shook his head. He knew what it meant to bring Marco back like this. The world government and the naval headquarters will definitely not let this opportunity go lightly. The battle of the top in the original book may break out early, and it will be even more tragic because the meanings he represents are also different. Grandpa, at this moment, Sabo, who was in the form of a dragon, regained his human body, and he came to Garp. Get ready for the next big battle. Good Mono. I think you should be able to meet your expected opponent, the spell warrior, in this battle. His face was full of seriousness and seriousness. Garp looked at Sabo seriously. For the next battle, even Garp, the dignified top expert of the four emperors, has no confidence that he can survive, because he knows the power of spell warriors. He knows the horrors of these people. Grandpa, don't worry, I will not disappoint you. With seriousness on his face, Sabo looked at Garp with a serious face. At the same time, Sabo is also full of expectations for those spell warriors. He wants to fight with those spell warriors. He wants to be the first spell warrior. Battle of the Top. Chapter 233. The Prelude to the Battle of the Top. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was arrested by Lieutenant General Garp. The grandson of Lieutenant General Garp, Monkey D. Sabo, defeated the four emperors and became the strongest man in the world, a powerful spell warrior. The 4th spell warrior, Monkey Spell Warrior's ability: copy the power of all the strong and merge into one. Become the strongest existence in the world. As Garp's warship returned to the naval headquarters, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was imprisoned in the naval headquarters. This new world war can be said to be completely introduced to the ears of the world. This can also be said to be a kind of propaganda foresaw by the world government and the Navy. It was announced that there were already spell warriors in the Navy and world government at this time. You must know that with the appearance of the top 3 spell warriors, the world also knows that the spell warriors are powerful. Before, the world government and the Navy did not have the existence of spell warriors. The deterrence of the world government and the Navy to the whole world and the sea can be said to be greatly reduced. This time, Sabo, a powerful talisman warrior with 497 strength, finally got Sabo, especially after Sabo defeated the 4 emperors by himself. The deterrence of the world government and the Navy can be said to be greatly improved. Of course, the world government and the Navy, a spell warrior who finally appeared in the world government and the Navy, must be well publicized. After all, this can greatly enhance the deterrence of the world government and the Navy to the entire sea. If it was said that the 4 emperors and admirals of the New World in the past were the deterrence of the world, then the current spell warriors are the existence of the entire sea that is deterring. The world government has made up its mind. They will formally execute Marco in the 1-month naval headquarters. At this time, in the office of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, the Warring States period of the naval headquarters, Marshal Buddha, the 3 generals of the Navy headquarters, Garp, the hero of the Navy headquarters, JD, Admiral Tsuru, Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, and Monkey D. Sabo, who was promoted to Rear Admiral after coming to the Navy headquarters. At this time, it can be said that it represents the strongest combat power of the Navy headquarters. The strength of everyone here can be said to be incomparably terrifying. They represent the most powerful force in the Navy. A month later, the captain of the 1st team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, will be officially executed. Has the world government planned a complete war with the Whitebeard Pirates? The Navy headquarters Admiral Kizaru frowned with a thoughtful look on his face. Not to declare war with the Whitebeard Pirates, who are the 4 emperors, but to declare war on the 4 emperors of the Whitebeard Pirates and the red-haired pirates. Our opponents this time are at least 2 4 emperors. Representing Admiral Crane, the most intelligent brain in the Navy, she said something that shocked everyone. This sentence is indeed true. You must know that Marco is not only covering the Whitebeard Pirates, but also the red-hair pirates. The kindness of the Whitebeard Pirates to the red-haired pirates. Do you think the redheads will allow the Whitebeards to attack the Navy headquarters alone? Garp's face was also full of seriousness. With Marco's body to cover the departure of the red-haired pirates, this kind of red-haired pirates will never be forgotten. Even if the entire red-haired pirate group is smashed, the red hair will choose to join forces with the Whitebeard because he has red hair and is a kind and righteous person. Moreover, some of the pirates, especially the pirates who have become emperors, are cowards. It's going to be fun now. Is it a war with the 2 4 emperors? If not for this spell warrior, this little devil of the Munch family, I really can't tell who will win this battle. Everyone looked at Sabo, who was standing behind Garp at this time. The man who sparked the war people. This man who defeated the 4 emperors by himself. Sabo's strength can be said to be recognized by the whole world. Whether it is the Navy headquarters, the world government, or even the pirates, they can be said to have recognized Sabo's strength. There are only those 3 spell warriors who can rival Sabo in the world today. 3 equally powerful spell warriors. Only the spell warrior can match match the spell warrior. This has almost become the accepted truth of the whole world. Regardless of the strength of the spell warrior, only the spell warrior in the world can match the spell warrior. You must know that Whitebeard has a good relationship with Fishman Island. At this moment, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters suddenly spoke up. You mean that Whitebeard will help Fishman Island? Help that spell warrior Tiger? At this moment, the Warring States Marshal looked at the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, and his eyes were full of seriousness. Because his strength was also recognized by the Navy headquarters, he was a real monster who could rival the 3 naval admirals. Tiger alone has the power to rival all the combat power of the 3 major naval admirals. Chapter 234 The Meeting of Red-Haired Shanks and Nicole Robin. The boss is right in front of the ship of history. The spell warrior, the first spell warrior, bull spell warrior Nico Robin. At this time, above the waters of this new world, the pirate ship belonging to the red-haired Shanks was galloping fast here, and on the sea not far from them, a huge ship was moving slowly there. The flag on this ship is a huge tree, but don't underestimate this tree. Everyone who knows the origin of this ship knows who the person who led this ship is. This is an existence that no one dares to provoke easily. One of the 12 spell warriors. It is also the first spell warrior to appear. The cow spell warrior Nico Robin possesses a powerful force that can destroy the world. This time, the red-haired Shanks came here on purpose to pursue Nico Robin. His only goal is to use the power of Nico Robin. Just then Nico Robin's mother came to the room that belonged to Nico Robin. What happened to Mom? Nico Robin, who was studying books in this room, raised her head and looked at her mother. Nicole Alvia, the 4 emperors of the pirates, the red-haired Shanks, has something for you. Nicole Alvia's face can be said to be full of worry. After all, that is the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors of the pirates. In this pirate world, red-haired Shanks can be said to be the top existence at the top, and Nicole Alvia and the others have heard about what happened recently. The battle between the Navy and the 4 emperors. The newly appeared talisman warriors defeated the 4 emperors in a row, and the most important thing was that Marco, the captain of the 1st division of the 4 emperors Whitebeard pirates, was captured by the Navy, and under the general order of the world government he will be beheaded in the naval headquarters in a month. How could Whitebeard sit back and watch this kind of thing? And Marco is also kind to the red-haired Shanks, and the red-haired Shanks will not sit idly by. What can the red-haired Shanks do to Robin at this time? Of course, I hope to use Robin's power to help them deal with the Navy and the world government together. The 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks? It's the red-haired Shanks who was defeated by the spell warrior not long ago. Nico Robin, who was already slim at this time, quickly put down the book in her hand after hearing his mother's words. That's right, it's the 4 emperors red-haired Shanks who was defeated by the newly appeared spell warrior Sabo. Seeing the excitement flashing in her daughter's eyes, Nicole Alvia shook her head regretfully. As Robin's mother, she certainly knows what her daughter is thinking. The mysterious lord, that being enough to be called a legend for an entire era. Then bring him over to see me. I want to know what temptation he has to impress me. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Robin looked at his mother with a smile on his face. What if the red-haired Shanks was the 4 emperors above hundreds of millions of pirates? At this time, the only thing Nico Robin said was to bring him here. The dignified 4 emperors are no longer in the eyes of Nico Robin. There is only one kind of people who can be treated equally by Nico Robin, and that is the ones who are also spell warriors. In this world, only spell warriors can defeat spell warriors. This is the only truth in the hearts of all spell warriors. The talisman warriors no longer regard all the strong men in the world, and their only opponent is the one who is also the talisman warrior. Nicole Robin, the first spell warrior under the Holy Lord's command, the bull spell warrior. With Nicole Alvia leading the members of the red-haired Shanks pirates, it can be said that they finally came here. When the red-haired Shanks came to the deck of the ship and looked at Nico Robin, who was standing there. At this time, his face can be said to be full of dignified expression. Nico Robin, the first existence to become a spell warrior, is also the first spell warrior to defeat the 4 emperors. If the red-haired Shanks had another one before the battle with Sabo, I doubt the power of the spell warrior, but after the real fight with the spell warrior Sabo, the red-haired Shanks can be said to have thoroughly learned the power of the spell warrior. That kind of powerful power that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, a terrifying power that even the 4 emperors cannot match. I also know about you and the Navy. There is a powerful spell warrior in the Navy. I also know a little about your plans with the 4 emperors Whitebeard. I want to know what you think you have that can impress me. Help you. Nico Robin had a hint of a smile on her pretty little face, and she looked at the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 pirate emperors who could be called a monster, with a smile on her face. He wanted to know what the red-haired Shanks could do to make her so excited that she was willing to take part in this battle. Chapter 235 Transactions in the historical text. I I think as a scholar of O'Hara you should know these things, right? At this moment the red-haired Shanks took out a piece of white paper from his pocket, and on the white paper was recorded some strange words. Historical text. You own the historical text. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and Nico Robin looked at the red-haired Shanks with a smile on her face. In today's world, apart from the Holy Lord, the historical texts attract Nico Robin to an incomparably huge amount. As the dignified four emperors, it is reasonable to have the historical text. Tell me how much you have. Nico Robin was indeed moved by May 20. The temptation of historical texts to their O'Hara scholars can be said to be extremely huge. If it wasn't for the suppression of the doctors now, the scholars on this ship of history would have rushed up long ago. They also knew what the red-haired Shanks demanded for this, which was to let Nicole Robin participate in the next battle. But even if they are powerful spell warriors, they may not be able to guarantee 100% safety in that battle. You must know that there are also spell warriors in the Navy. 1 Red Scarlet Stone. 3 other historical texts. The red-haired Shanks did not hide the slightest but revealed the capital he had, because he knows that only the more money he has, the more attractive Nico Robin will be. Red-haired Shanks believes that with the historical text he has at this time, Nico Robin will definitely be moved, because this is O'Hara's scholars, a group of them who are pursuing history. Sure enough, it won't be the 4 emperors of the red-haired Shanks. Your bait is too tempting. I can promise you to join this battle, but I only have one condition, that is to give me the historical text you have first. Nico Robin smiled slightly, and he looked at the red-haired Shanks with a smile on his face. No problem. The red-haired Shanks nodded without thinking. Is there really no problem with the boss doing this? A pirate from the red-haired Shanks pirate group. He looked at the red-haired Shanks with a worried expression. If they handed over the historical text to Nico Robin, what if Nico Robin went back on it? I believe in the credibility of the dignified spell warrior. The red-haired Shanks shook his head with a smile on his face, and he directly stopped his subordinates. Nicole Robin, the #1 spell warrior, bull spell warrior, I believe that you are a person who promises a lot of money. For you, this kind of thing should be nothing. Red-haired Shanks looked at Nicole Robin, and his words could be said to be full of confidence. He believes that Nicole Robin is also a person who promises a lot of money. This is a recognition of Nico Robin's personal integrity. Red-haired Shanks believes that Nico Robin, as a strong man, has the promise of a strong man. Of course, I still have that promise, Nico Robin. Nico Robin nodded with a slight smile. As a spell warrior, she would not easily embarrass the spell warrior, and as the first spell warrior, Nico Robin thinks she will not lose to anyone. Even if there are 3 other spell warriors, Nico Robin is the strongest existence. How could the first spell warrior be a vain name? The power of the bull charm is enough to destroy everything. Unparalleled and powerful cow spell power. This is the confidence Nico Robin has. He believes in the strength he has. When the time comes, I will come to find you, and join you and me and the power of Whitebeard to attack the Navy headquarters. The face of the red-haired Shanks can be said to be filled with a determined look. Although this time finding the bull spell warrior Nicole Robin made the red-haired Shanks have a little hope for the victory of this battle. But the danger of this war can no longer be easily described with words. He can be said to be extremely dangerous. The fall of the 4 emperors can be said to be extremely normal, because there is power beyond the 4 emperors, and the 4 emperors are not top-level powerhouses. There is only one outcome that determines the outcome of this battle, and that is the outcome between the spell warriors. The spell warrior is the main force that dominates all of this. I'm also looking forward to the professor with the 4th spell warrior. Have the power to copy all power. I wonder if he can copy the power of my cow spell warrior. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he was full of anticipation for the next battle against Nico Robin. Complete. It is also full of expectations to be able to fight Nico Robin with the spell warrior. He also wanted to see the power possessed by the Sabo monkey charm warrior. Does it really have that kind of superpower? Can the monkey charm warrior replicate the power of the bull charm warrior? The 236th alliance between Octopus Island and the Whitebeard pirates. King Neptune. At this time, in the Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters below the deep sea, in the palace of the Fishman Island. As the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors, he did not know when he came here. At the same time, sitting opposite him belonged to Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Whitebeard, we shouldn't have seen each other for a long time, right? Neptune looked at the huge Whitebeard in front of him with a smile on his face. In the previous period, the Whitebeard pirates had been extremely caring for Fishman Island. Even in the original book, Whitebeard lent his flag to Fishman Island to protect the tranquility of the entire Fishman Island. The relationship between Whitebeard and Fishman Island can be said to be extremely close, which is why Whitebeard came here. 19. Nipton, you should know why I'm here, right? His face was full of seriousness, and Whitebeard looked at Nipton seriously. The Navy headquarters in a month. Neptune's Neptune's face was also full of seriousness, although Fishman Island was in a state of seclusion at this time. But Fishman Island still knows about these big things on the sea. Sabo, a magic warrior born out of nowhere, a terrifying man who defeated four emperors in a row with his own power. That's right, even if I die in battle, I'm going to rescue my child. Whitebeard's face was full of seriousness. How could he just sit back and watch when Marco was about to be executed in a month's time? He came here this time only for one thing, that is, he hopes to use the power of Tiger, the magic warrior of Fishman Island. Tap ta ta ta. At this moment a footstep sounded from the door of the great hall in the distance. The sturdy Tiger walked in step by step. The third spell warrior chicken spell warrior Tiger. When Tiger's figure appeared in front of everyone, Whitebeard's face was also full of solemn expression. At this time, Whitebeard can be said to have a thorough understanding of the power of the spell warrior, and at the same time he also knows what kind of power the man in front of him possesses. Tiger, you're here. Looking at Tiger, Neptune's face was full of smiles. After all, Tiger at this time was the patron saint of the entire Fishman Island. See His Majesty the King. Although he has the power to overturn the entire Fishman Island at this time, even if he wants to become the king of Fishman Island, it is easy. But Tiger still doesn't have the slightest disrespect for the current king Neptune. Tiger, this is the four emperors Whitebeard. Neptune looked at Tiger with a smile, and he quickly introduced the Whitebeard beside him to Tiger. I want to use your power. Without the slightest hesitation, and without the slightest tact, Whitebeard directly stated his request to Tiger. The Fishman Island once accepted your shelter. You are kind to the Fishman Island. I am willing to participate in this battle. Without the slightest hesitation, this kind of life and death battle is as simple as a neighbor coming to you to borrow a cabbage. Tiger looked at Whitebeard and he nodded quickly. I, Whitebeard, will never forget your kindness from Fishman Island. From now on, my Whitebeard pirates will be one with your Fishman Island. The corners of Whitebeard's mouth rose slightly. His face could be said to be full of amazing domineering. Life and death together. He said this, no matter what happens in the future, his Whitebeard pirates will definitely stand on the side of Fishman Island. I believe in your Whitebeard's promise, and at the same time I also believe in your Whitebeard's character. With your Whitebeard's blessing to my Fishman Island over the years, this kindness is the time for our Fishman Island to repay. His face was full of seriousness, and Tiger looked at Whitebeard seriously. Fishman Island is not the kind of person who is abandoned. Tiger Whitebeard's kindness to Fishman Island will never be forgotten. From now on, the Whitebeard pirates will officially form an alliance with Fishman Island. This is my Whitebeard's oath. Whitebeard came to Tiger, and the king's domineering 520 burst out instantly. He made a promise. Well, Tiger nodded. Although he is not the king of Fishman Island, he has the right to represent the entire Fishman Island, because he is the hero of the entire Fishman Island. Although he is not the king of the island, he has the right to represent the island. Fishman Island are officially allied with the Whitebeard pirates. King Neptune was also an extremely wise monarch, and he looked at Whitebeard with a serious look on his face. Fishman Island and the Whitebeard pirates unite, which can be said to be a powerful alliance. If I can successfully rescue Marco this time, I will give you half of the sea area of my Whitebeard pirates to you Fishman Island. This is the promise of my Whitebeard pirates to you. From now on your Fishman Island to live under the sun. Whitebeard can be said to be extremely heroic and domineering, and he directly divided half of his territory to Fishman Island. Chapter 237 Empress Boyahanku. Boom boom boom. At this time, the entire naval headquarters can be said to be extremely lively. Countless elite navy soldiers are constantly coming from afar, and the huge naval headquarters fortress has also undergone a huge transformation. Countless forts were built. Huge underground passages and huge traps that block everything are also constantly being built. The entire naval headquarters can be said to have undergone earth-shaking changes. A huge fortress full of infinite firepower is gradually appearing in front of everyone. How is the recruitment of the King's 7 Wuhe? At the same time, in the office of the Marshal of the Warring States of the Navy Headquarters, the face of the Marshal of the Warring States of the Navy Headquarters was also full of dignified expression at this time. In the office of the Warring States Marshal, the three generals of the Naval Headquarters, Admiral Garp of the Navy Headquarters, Admiral Tsuru, Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters. It can be said that these people representing the strongest combat power of the Navy Headquarters are all gathered together. Sand Crocodile Eagle Eye, the world's largest swordsman, the tyrant Bartholomew the Bear, Moonlight Maria, the patriarch of the Don Quixote family, Corazon, who is also a spell warrior, also agreed to the call. At this time, the only one who is still hesitant among the King's Kaiwilhe belongs to Empress Boyahanku. At this time, there were only 6 people in the Kaiwilhe under the king, and Jinbei was a member of the Fishman Island. Because Tiger became a spell warrior, he had the power to protect the Fishman Talisman Island. Jinpei no longer has to join the King's Shichibukai in order to gain the protection of the Navy and the world government. In name, there are 7 people in the Kaiwilhei under the King, but in fact there are only 6 people because the plan of the Kaiwilhei under the King has just been proposed. Empress Boya Hankook has just joined. After all, she only escaped from the Holy Land Marijoa not long ago. She also just became the King's Kaiwilhei. Empress Boya Hankook, what on earth is that woman thinking? Isn't she afraid that my Navy slaughter order will completely destroy Nine Snake Island? The Warring States Marshal frowned with a worried look on his face. She didn't want to understand why Empress Boya Hancock refused this recruitment. Could it be that she is so self-willed and so daring? His face was full of anger. He didn't even know the Warring States Marshal that the Empress Boya Hancock had experienced. He didn't understand what was the reason for the Empress's behavior. The arrival of Khorasan, a talisman warrior in the 7 Seas of Kings, can be said to have given us a lot of strength, but the Empress Boya Hankook, who directly disobeyed my order, was too daring. With a trace of anger on his face, the system of the Kings descending the Kaiwilhei was originally decided by the world government, and the Navy would not agree to this matter. Pirates are pirates, so what is the so-called Kaiwilhei under the King? Just a bunch of pirates in the guise of legal plunder. However, Marshal of the Warring States period is still full of joy for Khorasan's arrival. After all, he is a real spell warrior, a spell warrior with great power. Moreover, he is a spell warrior who has reached a full state, and Sabo's strength is not even comparable to Krasan. This time I will let the whole world know the power my Navy possesses. The Warring States Marshal's heart can be said to be full of self-confidence, which is confidence in the future war. After all, they already have 2 spell warriors on the Navy side, plus the powerful strength of the Navy headquarters. What a powerful force this is. What the Warring States Marshal did not know, at this time, the red-haired Shanks and the white-bearded 2 also found their own reinforcements. Bull Spell Warrior Nico Robin, Tiger Charm Warrior Tiger. These 2 terrifying monsters. By the way, Sabo, I have a task for you. Marshal Sengoku looked at Sabo with a smile as if he had thought of something interesting. Don't you want him to recruit Empress Boya Hankook? Karp looked at the Warring States Marshal with a smile on his face. Empress Boya Hankook's charm can be said to be unparalleled. Who in today's world can ignore the charm of the Empress? Sabo is just a kid. At this time, there is only a 10-year-old kid. His life experience can be said to be extremely shallow. Lee is good. Can he resist the charm of Boya Hankook? The young man should let him see. I think with the ability of Sabo's spell warrior, he can completely resist the power of Boya Hankook's devil fruit. As for whether it can resist the charm of Boya Hankook, I can't say for sure. The Warring States Marshal shook his head with a smile on his face. He just wanted to show Sabo how tempting this world is. What you're talking about is the Queen Boya Hankook, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world. Sabo, who was standing behind Karp, had a helpless look on his face at this time. I'm right here and you can discuss me like this? Chapter 238 Mission of the Warring States Marshal. Invite the Empress to participate in this battle. This is your task now. With a smile on his face, the Warring States Marshal looked at Sabo with a smile on his face. Facing the female Emperor Sabo, who is known as the world's most beautiful woman, can she still maintain her current appearance? You must know that even if he faces the world's most beautiful queen, he has a tenacious will to resist that temptation. And the heaviest what I want is that the Empress is a sweet fruit person, which can be said to have greatly enhanced her charm. I see. Isn't she a woman? What's so scary? Sabo pouted with a look of disdain on his face. He couldn't believe that this Empress could still eat him, and he is a dignified spell warrior. Do you think he will be petrified by the sweet fruit of the Empress? Since that's the case, then I'll leave the task of inviting the Empress to you this time. If you are so confident, then I'll tell you a sentence that only allows success and not failure. 523 With a treacherous smile like a fox on his face, the Warring States Marshal looked at Sabo with a smile on his face. It is only allowed to succeed and not to fail. You can only succeed and not fail. Marshal of the Warring States period. Then I don't want to blame me for ruining the flowers. Sabo's face was full of smiles with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. You guy. With a helpless smile on his face, the Warring States Marshal looked at Sabo helplessly. You have to bring her to me in a safe and complete way, or I will not finish with you. The Warring States Marshal glared at Sabo, but he did not expect that Sabo, a spell warrior, would actually joke. The Navy and the world government still need the power of the Empress Boya Hankook at this time, and Boya Hankook's strength should not be underestimated, otherwise she would not be a member of the King's Kaiwilhei. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely bring her to you completely. Sabo shook his head helplessly. Is that how you believe in my strength? Think I can persuade the Empress to come here? We absolutely believe in the strength of your little devil. Although the strength of that female emperor is strong, it is only a matter of grasping for you. The Warring States Marshal's face can be said said to be full of smiles. He looked at Sabo with a smile on his face. With his ability to copy the monkey spell, Sabo, the sweet fruit of the Empress, can also be copied. Once he gains the power of the Empress, will Sabo still fear the Empress petrification? This is simply impossible. You people. Shaking his head helplessly, Sabo's face can be said to be full of helplessness. I'll leave this matter to you. You must do it perfectly for me. The warring States Marshal's eyes seemed to be filled with a smug, jadey smile. At this time, he could be said to be extremely proud. You two bad old men. I never thought that the consciences of both of you would be so badly damaged. With a helpless look on his face, Sabo shook his head helplessly, but even so, he turned around quickly and left. Hancock, is it really okay for you to refuse the Navy's transfer order like this? Don't you forget that as the king of Nine Snake Island, you should do your due diligence. At this time, on this windless island of Nine Snakes, in the palace of the king of the daughter country that all men in this world yearn for. At this moment, Granny knew the king of the daughter kingdom had a worried look on her face. After all, Hancock refused the Navy's transfer order not long ago. Although King Hancock Skywilhay enjoys the right of legal plunder, he also needs to obey the orders of the Navy and the world government, otherwise he will be deprived of his status as King Skywilhay. Once the daughter country loses the protection of Boya Hancock, the king's Shishibukai identity, then they will meet the crusade of the world government and the Navy. Although the windless belt is a natural barrier, it is nothing to the powerful Navy. At this time, the Navy already had a way to cross the windless belt. The outer wheel of the Navy warship and the seafloor stone at the lower part of the warship are added. These two things enable the Navy to pass through the windless zone safely. Of course, these things are not absolute. Just in case a huge Neptune just sticks out of the sea and finds a naval warship, then this Sea King will also attack like this naval warship. Chapter 239. The Empress's charming cut. Facing Granny Nu, whose face was full of infinite anxiety, Boya Hancock looked at her with disdain. The Empress can be said to be an extremely proud woman. With the power of the sweet fruit, she can make most of the men in the world submit to her skirt, unless the general level powerhouse can resist Boyahan only with their will. Cook's charm. With her own strength and beauty, the entire daughter country can be said to obey her orders completely. She is the supreme emperor of the entire daughter country with the greatest power. Hancock, is not your time to be self-willed. The battle between the Navy and the two emperors is no joke. No matter the outcome of the battle, the Navy will not let you go easily. Her face was full of dignified expressions. As her daughter, she became the emperor in the kingdom. At this time, her heart was filled with endless worry and anxiety. Since you know that this war is tragic, then you should also know that even the fourth emperor will fall in this war. Do you think that my strength has surpassed the fourth emperor? Do you? Boya Hancock's face is also full of seriousness. The tragic war can be said to be beyond everyone's imagination. Even if he has the ability of sweet fruit, Boya Hancock will not think that his ability is enough. Threats to the four emperors and those legendary spell warriors. However, if the spell warrior can be made to surrender under my skirt, who will be my opponent in the world today? Tiger the Fishman heard that he will also participate in this war, my benefactor. At this time, Boya Hancock's heart was also full of endless waves. Tiger the Fishman was the benefactor of their three sisters, and Boya Hancock would never forget this kindness. It's not good, Lady Empress. The naval warship is suddenly on our coast. At this moment, a protector of the daughter's kingdom rushed up quickly. At this moment, there was still a trace of horror on his face. Navy warship. Granny Nu frowned slightly. Her heart could be said to be full of worry, as if something big was about to happen. Who is the one who came to invite me this time? Boya Hancock's mouth can be said to be full of disdain. The last time he came to invite her belonged to the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but in the face of her Boya Hancock, the charm can only be said to come home empty-handed. The charm of her Boya Hancock, the world's #1 beauty, is not so easy to stop. Without a tenacious will, it is completely impossible to resist the charm of Boya Hancock. It's me, Rear Admiral Monkey D. Sabo. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. This was Sabo wearing the uniform of Rear Admiral of the Admiralty, one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master, the monkey spell warrior Monkey D. Sabo, the man who defeated the 4 emperors with the strength of the first level. Looking at the Sabo in front of everyone in the room can be said to be shocked. You must know that Sabo's brilliant record can be said to have attracted the attention of the whole world. With the strength of one person, he challenged the 4 emperors and defeated all the strong ones of the 4 emperors, copied all the power of the 4 emperors. I didn't expect the Navy to actually send you here this time. Granny Nu had a solemn look on her face. Sabo's reputation can be said to be resounding throughout the world, and it is an existence that no one knows about. The world's most beautiful queen, Boya Hancock, is indeed the most beautiful woman in the world. When Sabo saw Empress Boya Hancock for the first time, he was also shocked by her beauty. As expected, she is the #1 beauty in the world. world. Both her body, temperament, and skin are invincible. The only thing Sabo can't stand is belonging Empress with his arrogant temper. Sweet sweet wind. At this moment the Empress suddenly made her move. She raised her hands and made a heart gesture in her heart. At this moment a burst of pink light quickly enveloped Sabo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Facing the pink light that attacked him, Sabo didn't even dodge but let the pink light penetrate his body. Is this the power of your sweet fruit? When the pink light penetrated Sabo's body, Sabo raised his head and looked at Boyahankook with a smile on his face. I completely resisted my sister's charm with my own will, as expected of the man who defeated the 4 emperors. Strong strength, strong will. Faced with the failure of Boyahankook's ability, no one in the audience was shocked. Boyahankook's ability relies on her charm, and when faced with a man like Sabo who can defeat the 4 emperors, everyone believes in him. The will can be said to be incomparably powerful. Chapter 240 Against the Empress. Chapter 240 Holy Master 12 Spell Warriors. I didn't expect that the Navy would send you here. Granny Nu's face was full of seriousness and seriousness. You must know that she was the legendary 12 Curse Warrior of the Holy Master, the man who once defeated the 4 emperors with his own hands, and copied all the power of the 4 emperors. You have to ask the Warring States Marshal of our Navy. Sabo shook his head with a light smile on his face. The reason why he was sent here was not because of the Warring States Marshal. It is said that he has the ability to copy everyone's abilities. Boyahanko's small face was also full of serious. May 27. You must know that Sabo's ability can be said to be well known in the whole sea, duplicating the power of all the strong. Even the 4 emperors cannot escape. Sabo's illustrious name is entirely achieved by the 4 emperors. That's right, I have copied your abilities at this time. Sabo nodded with a smile in the face of Boyahankook's questioning. Do you want to see the power of your own fruit? Sabo had a slight smile on his face. He gently raised his right hand and pointed it to Boyahankook. Well, after seeing Sabo's actions, both Boyahankook and those sisters of Boyahankook, at this time they can be said to be on guard for a while. People leave names and trees leave pictures. Sabo's reputation can be said to resound throughout the sea, and even the Boyahankook sisters know their power. Whoosh! A burst of pink light erupted from Sabo's hand. The pink light blasted towards Boyahankook as fast as lightning. Whoosh! Boyahankook is also worthy of the name of the king under the 7 seas, and he is also a top powerhouse in the entire sea. Facing the pink light that was rapidly bombarding him, Boyahankook, who was agile, could be said to have quickly avoided this blow. It's actually the power that belongs to my sweet fruit. Boyahankook's face showed a hint of shock, although he did know that Sabo had a copy the power of her, but she only knew the horror of this ability when she really faced this situation. That's right, the power of your sweet fruit belongs to you. I didn't expect that as a devil fruit power user. You are also afraid of this power. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Sabo looked at Boyahankook with a smile on his face. You have so many abilities copied. Who knows what other abilities you have besides the abilities of my sweet fruit? Boyahankook looked at Sabo with a serious look on his face. After all, what she did was not wrong. Who knows if Sabo added other powers to this sweet fruit which belonged to the ability of other strong people. Bump! A roar sounded, and the roar of an explosion in the palace of this kingdom suddenly sounded a violent fire and shot out into the sky. The laser of Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and Sabo looked at Boyahankook with a smile on his face. Are you trying to kill me? Seeing that she was in a messy palace, Hancock, who was already extremely proud, could be said to be full of shame and anger on her small face at this time. It's nothing, I just want to see the strength of your Empress Boyahankook, but in my opinion, he's just a weakling. Sabo shook his head with disdain. His words were full of disdain, and his eyes were full of contempt. Damn it, fragrant feet. Boyahankook quickly rushed in front of Sabo. She raised her slender jade legs and kicked towards Sabo's head. Whoosh! Sabo's figure quickly disappeared in front of Boyahankook, and he didn't know when he appeared behind Boyahankook. The ability to teleport. Boyahankook quickly turned around and looked behind her. She could clearly feel that this was the power of teleportation. The power of the tyrant of Kaiwilhe under the king. I met the tyrant when I went to your 9-Snake Island, and I copied the ability of his flesh ball fruit. Facing the surprised Boyahankook, Sabo, he did not hesitate to say the power he used before. The meatball fruit of the king's Shichibukai tyrant. Big Bear. Boyahankook told me your choice. Go to the naval headquarters to accept the command of the navy, or let me kill you here. The mighty overlord swept the whole world, and Sabo's words were full of infinite majesty. Even in the face of the world's #1 beauty Boyahankook, Sabo didn't have the slightest fear. He directly angrily rebuked Boyahankook for ordering Boyahankook. Rude and stupid man, do you think my Empress gave in so easily? Empress Boyahankook is such a proud person, will she give in easily? This is simply impossible. Chapter 241 41 The double question of Boya Hankook. With your strength, it's impossible for you to be my opponent. Come back to the Navy headquarters with me, or don't blame me for being a jerk. The domineering arrogance of the four emperors exploded in an instant, and the domineering arrogance of the red-haired Shanks, the most domineering man in the world, swept the entire palace. Kakeka. The domineering burst is even enough to cause physical damage. Bump. Granny Nu, who had no strength in the first place, fainted directly. Boom boom boom. Boya Hankook's two younger sisters, even if they had some strength and domineering, they couldn't help but succumb to Sabo's domineering on their knees. Boom. The domineering arrogance possessed by Boya Hankook also exploded in an instant at 19. But with his domineering arrogance, how can he match the domineering arrogance of the red-haired Shanks? Boya Hankook can only protect himself. Tell me your choice, Empress. Step by step, he walked towards Boya Hankook. Sabo's domineering arrogance can be said to be getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, how could you have such a powerful domineering? Jade teeth nibbled at Boya Hankook's eyes full of unyielding. Even in death, she wouldn't give in like this. You woman. Although Boya Hankook has lost the ability to act under the deterrence of his own domineering, Sabo, who came to Boya Hankook, still saw the unyielding in Boya Hankook's eyes. Would rather die than choose to yield. Eyes. I didn't think of you. Looking at the eyes filled with the unyielding look in his eyes, Sabo's heart seemed to be hit hard by something. Kill me, if you have the ability. Kill me. The corners of her mouth rose slightly with a contemptuous smile. She was the most beautiful woman in the world, the dignified Empress Boya Hancock. You woman, looked at Boya Hancock, who looked at him with such contempt and the unyielding look in her eyes. Sabo shook his head helplessly. At this moment he was caught in that dilemma. Can you tell me why? Why do you, as the king under the Kaiwilhe, resist the call of the world government and the navy so much? You should know that this is your duty under the king of the Kaiwilhe. The powerful overlord's arrogance quickly recovered, while Sabo looked at Boya Hankook with a curious look on his face. Because the holy land of the world government, Mary Joa, is my nightmare. Tiger the Murloc is us benefactor. I think these two reasons should be enough. The tall Boya Hankook looked at Sabo condescendingly, and the Empress aura could be said to explode in an instant. Elder sister. Boya Hankook's two younger sisters looked at Boya Hankook with worried expressions, and their hearts were filled with endless pain at this time. The time in the Holy Land Mary Joa belongs to their dark history. The dark history they never want to mention in their entire lives. Trust him, believe that child, and tell him all the truth. At this moment Granny Nu, who was stunned by Sabo's domineering, struggled to stand up with a painful expression on her face. She raised her head and looked at Sabo's words with a firm expression. He's a member of the Navy, he's just a lackey of the world government. Boya Hancock looked at Granny Nu. Her words were full of roars, and her face was full of hideousness. He's a spell warrior. I don't think a spell warrior with such great power would succumb to the world government as their lackey. 3. Granny Nu questioned Sabo, and at this moment she brushed her eyes with incomparable determination. She believed that some of the people who could be chosen by the legendary Holy Master were those who were willing to fall. Sabo has his ambition and domineering. Sure enough, it's still old John. Sabo turned his head to look at Granny Nu. This old guy who was incompetent but incomparably experienced. She could say that she could see Sabo's heart at a glance. Ambition. I also want to know what is the secret that you 527s can't tell. With a hint of curiosity, Sabo asked the doubts in his heart. Do you know about the existence of the dragons? Boya Hankook did not directly reveal the secret in his heart. She asked Sabo whether he knew the existence of the dragons, because Sabo's attitude towards the dragons was related to Boya Hankook. Would you like to talk about this? Are you talking about those rubbish who think they are gods? After hearing the Tianlong people, Sabo's face can be said to be full of disdain. He shook his head with disdain, and called the Tianlong people who claim to be the descendants of the god creator as garbage. Tianlong people are garbage in your eyes. There was a smile on Boya Hankook's face, and she looked at Sabo with a smile on her face. Then what do you think of the slaves enslaved by the Tianlong people? Boya Hankook asked the last question in his mind. Chapter 242 The Surrender of Boya Hankook. It's just a bunch of poor people, a bunch of enslaved poor people. There was a look of pity in Sabo's eyes, and his heart was also full of infinite anger towards those slaves Sabo who were enslaved by the Tianlong people. He was angry with the actions of the world government and the dragon people, high above all others, wantonly ravaging the lives of others. For Sabo, these so-called Tianlong people are not as good as a group of animals without the slightest humanity. They can be said to be extremely indifferent to life and ignore any life. Sabo can be said to have no sympathy for these people. On the contrary, he was still full of endless disgust, which could be said to be disgust that emerged from the bottom of his heart. Is that really the case? Boya Hankook's small face rose slightly with a hint of a smile, and Boya Hankook was extremely satisfied with Sabo's answer, because in his heart he can be said to be be an extremely disgusting heavenly dragon. She hated the darkness in her heart. Of course Sabo is a man who says what he says. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sabo's face could be said to be full of confidence. He is a man who promises to keep his word. So do you know this, Mark? At this moment Boya Hankook suddenly turned around, and then the top of her body fell off like this. The pure white jade back appeared in front of Sabo, but a dazzling mark on the jade back can be said to be extremely eye-catching. Immortal blue flames. Sabo suddenly shot at this moment, and a cyan flame emerged from his right hand. The cyan flame instantly covered Boya Hankook's jade back. Boya Hankook let out a painful whimper, and the white jade back instantly turned blood red as if it was burned by fire. But in the blink of an eye, the blue flame of the phoenix instantly restored the injury on Boya Hankook's back. Seeing Sabo, Boya Hankook's two younger sisters suddenly attacked Sabo with weapons in hand. Assistant Boya Hankook, who was wailing in pain, let out a roar. Sister, said Boya Hankook's two younger sisters, who heard Boya Hankook's roar, and they quickly turned their heads to look at Boya Hankook. But what they saw in front of them was Boya Hankook, her jade back as clean as new, the shining fruit of Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, plus the phoenix of Marco, captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. Quickly put on her clothes. Boya Hankook looked at Sabo with a smile on her face. She told Sabo's previous abilities, and first used the laser of the glittering fruit to completely erase the engraving behind her, and then use the power of the phoenix fruit to restore your jade back. I just came here. I didn't say anything. I didn't see anything. Facing these people who looked at him in disbelief, Sabo shrugged slightly with a light smile on his face. His statement clearly meant that he didn't know the secrets that Boya Hankook had at all. You must know that it is the only darkness in the hearts of the three Boya Hankook sisters. What a daring man this is. Granny Nu's face was full of horror. At this time, she knew how broad Munch D. Sabo's aura was. What an interesting guy. Boya Hankook showed a bright smile on her little face, which was a smile from her heart. I'll take you back to the Navy headquarters as a favor this time, but you have to remember that I won't attack the Murlocs. Although Boya Hankook agreed to go to the naval headquarters, she emphasized that he would not attack the Murlocs because Tiger, the hero of the Murlocs, was her savior, and she would not attack the Murlocs at will. Our goal this time is the 4 pirate emperors, and your opponents are just officials of the 4 pirate emperors. Sabo shook his head with a smile on his face. Although the spell warrior Tiger might really Li Zhao participate in this battle this time, but with the strength of Boya Hankook, he could not participate in this battle at all. War. That is a battle between spell warriors, the top battle in this world. The spell warrior is only comparable to the spell warrior. The only ones who fight against the spell warriors are the spell warriors. Then I will accept your invitation to go to the Navy headquarters. There was a slight smile on Boya Hankook's handsome little face. Your choice today will be extremely wise, otherwise what will greet you on 9 Snake Island is destruction. Boya Hankook's face was full of seriousness. Chapter 243 Spell Warriors that cannot be copied. Haha, I didn't expect that we would be able to gather together. It seems that only the Empress is not here now. Time flies, and it can be said that the day when Marco beheaded is getting closer and closer. At this time, the entire naval headquarters can be said to be filled with a dignified atmosphere. Countless elite Navy soldiers were drawn from countless branches. At this time, 100,000 elite Navy soldiers have been gathered in this Navy headquarters. Countless naval warships are cruising around this naval headquarters. The huge artillery fire pointed to the sea in the distance. The entire naval headquarters is full of a solemn atmosphere. At this time, in a huge conference room in the naval headquarters, all 5 members of Wangzia Kaiwohe have come here. Sand Crocodile, Tyrant Bear, the world's largest sword, 527 Hawkeye My Hawk, Khorasan, one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Lord, Moonlight Moria, the Shadow Fruit ability. The 5 of them are all big pirates who resounded across the sea, especially Khorasan, one of the talisman warriors. His prestige even surpassed the entire Kaiwohe under the king. One of the legendary 12 spell warriors has the fastest speed in the world. I wonder if I can gain the power of your spell warrior after making you my zombie. Khorasan was originally a presence in the public eye, and he quickly attracted the attention of Moonlight Moria. After being defeated by the beasts Kaido and all his subordinates died, Moonlight Moria began to pursue zombies frantically. Of course, the famous spell warrior is also Moonlight JD. Moria wants to pursue the presence. Moonlight Moria's voice suddenly left a trace of blood on his face. Next time it's your throat. Khorasan, who sat there with his legs crossed on the big round table in front of him, wiped the dagger in his hand gracefully. Well, I felt the pain from being scraped by the knife on my face. At this time, Moonlight Moria's heart was filled with infinite horror. Khorasan has always been in front of his eyes. When did he shoot? What a speed this is! Is this the power of a spell warrior? The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, involuntarily placed his hand on the big sword behind him because just now he didn't even see how Khorasan made his move. In other words, if Khorasan had attacked him before, Hawkeye my hawk would have been beheaded even before he could react. Is this the terrifying power of these talisman warriors? Everyone looked at Khorasan, who was lying there with his feet on the round table with a look of alertness. Although Khorasan only showed a little of his own ability, this power has completely made everyone feel threatened. Khorasan has the power to kill everyone here in an instant. If I can also have this power, and have this powerful power to destroy the world, wouldn't the position of One Piece be mine? The sand crocodile sat opposite Khorasan. At this time, his eyes can be said to be full of infinite greed, which is the greed for the power of spells. If he can become my zombie, wouldn't its power be used by me? Moonlight Mariah is also full of infinite greed. Even under his fantasy, the 12 spell warriors have become his zombies. Kind of pomp, with a zombie team composed of 12 spell warriors. What a terrifying force. Squeak. Just as everyone looked at Khorasan with a wary expression on their faces, the door of this conference room opened again, and the tall female emperor Boyahan Cook appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This is Boyahan Cook, the world's #1 beauty. Boyahan Cook's beauty can be said to instantly attract everyone's attention. You bastards above the sea. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded behind Boyahan Cook. Sabo's figure appeared in front of everyone. Copy. Without the slightest hesitation, Sabo instantly copied the abilities of everyone in front of him. This guy, the tyrant bear who once had a relationship with Sabo, his face at this time can be said to be full of dignified expression. He knew the weirdness of Sabo's spell warrior. Is it really impossible to copy? Sabo looked at Khorasan, a spell warrior with the same identity as him. Sabo just tried to copy Khorasan's ability but failed. Sabo can replicate the power of Khorasan's silence fruit but not the power of its spell warrior. Chapter 240th Chapters of the Sea. Are you going to copy the power of my spell warrior? Khorasan raised his head and looked at Sabo. The corners of his mouth can be said to be full of smiles. Can you copy the power of the spell warrior? Everyone looked at Sabo with surprise, although they knew that Sabo could indeed copy the power of others. But if Sabo could even copy the power of the spell warrior, then his ability it can be said to be extremely defiant. If he can replicate the power of the spell warrior, then he is the strongest. Could he really replicate the power of a spell warrior? The strongest spell warrior. Everyone looked at Sabo, and they wanted to know if Sabo could replicate the power of the spell warrior. A group of bastards from the sea. Are you looking at me like this to court death? Looking at the faces of this group of Sabo, who were looking at his own king Kaiwahe, it can be said that there is no mercy at all, and some are just stark ridicule. For Sabo, how many of the 7 seas under the king can he see? Whether it is strength or prestige, Sabo has never taken them seriously. Only Khorasan, who is the first among the 12 talisman warriors, is an exception in this king's Kaiwahe. This is because he is a talisman warrior. You little devil with sharp teeth and sharp mouth, don't think that you can be mad here with us as a spell warrior. The sand crocodile himself is an extremely arrogant man. After seeing Sabo's rude rebuke to them, Crocodile can be said to be completely annoyed. A mere sand moth, you are just an ant in front of my eyes. Facing the roaring sand crocodile, Sabo can be said to be showing no mercy but a naked mockery. For him, the sand crocodile is an ant that he can crush to death at will. He never took crocodile in his eyes. You bloody bastard, I'll show you the power of my king. The 7 warriors of the sea. Crocodile. Seeing Sabo, Crocodile, who despised him so much, can be said to be extremely annoyed. His figure quickly appeared in front of Sabo. Aromatic feet. Just when Crocodile's figure just appeared in front of Sabo, a slender jade leg appeared in front of Crocodile's eyes. Touch. The jade leg accurately kicked Crocodile, and Crocodile's body flew backwards heavily. Empress Boyahan Cook, what do you mean? Crocodile, who stood up quickly, looked angrily at the Queen Boyahan Cook, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm just saving your life. Do you think that you are this guy's opponent by virtue of your strength? The words were full of contempt, and Boyahan Cook looked at Crocodile with contempt. Crocodile, you should thank the Empress Boyahan Cook well, otherwise you will be a dead person today. With a disdainful smile on his face, Sabo looked at Crocodile with contempt. You two damn bastards, don't deceive people too much. There was a sudden burst of sand in his hand, and Crocodile even decided to do it here. Whoosh! Sabo's figure appeared behind Crocodile at some point, and his right hand gently rested on Crocodile's shoulder. Bang! The storm in Crocodile's hand stopped instantly, and countless yellow sands fell with the wind. Crocodile lost the use of his devil fruit power instantly, because Sabo had used the power of the devil fruit he copied to suppress the rustling fruit of coke. You guy actually copied my devil fruit ability, and now you are actually suppressing my devil fruit ability. With a look of horror on his face, Crocodile turned his head in horror and looked at Sabo behind him. "Tell me how you want to die." With a slight smile on his face. Although Sabo's face was full of smiles at this time, the killing intent in his eyes made everyone feel terrified. This is a killing intent that makes everyone feel desperate. "A group of garbage from the sea. Do you think you will really be my opponents?" The words were full of disdain. Sabo held down Crocodile with one hand and looked at the crowd in front of him with disdain. Among the dignified kings of the Kaiwahe, only Khorasan, who is also a spell warrior, can be seen by him. "Little guy, you are too arrogant." Moonlight Mariah's face was also full of coldness. Even if he was defeated in the New World by the Beast's Guide, but he said it was from the New World. The strong man who came out was a strong man with an extremely powerful strength. Chapter 245 vs Hawkeye My Hawk. Boom! At this moment an astonishing sword chi burst out in the conference room, and the powerful sword chi swept through everything and completely destroyed everything around him. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye My Hawk. Everyone turned their heads to look at Hawkeye My Hawk and looked at the man known as the world's largest swordsman. They wanted to know what was the main reason for Hawkeye My Hawk's outbreak. Why did Hawkeye My Hawk burst out with all his power? You must know that for Hawkeye My Hawk, who is the world's largest swordsman, there is only one 530 goal he pursues, that is, the world's #1 swordsmanship. In today's world, besides kendo, what else can attract the attention of Hawkeye My Hawk? You have the ability to copy all the strong, so that means you have copied my swordsmanship at this time, right? Hawkeye My Hawk with a black knife came to Sabo. At this time, his face could be said to be full of seriousness and astonishing fighting intent. Since Sabo can copy the abilities of all the powerhouses, he is very interested in his own kendo cultivation. It is also reparable for Sab. Hawkeye My Hawk said that the only goal he pursues is to find an opponent who can match him. The former red-haired Shanks was his kendo opponent, but since the red-haired Shanks lost an arm in the East China Sea, the eagle-eyed My Hawk has long been invincible in the world. That's right, I have indeed copied your swordsmanship, and I have completely mastered the swordsmanship you possess. For me, I am also the world's #1 swordsman. Facing the eagle-eyed My Hawk, who looked at him with fighting intent, Sabo certainly knew what he was thinking. That is to find an opponent who can match it. An opponent who can match his swordsmanship. Then please use your swordsmanship to fight against me, and let me see the weakness of my own strength. Hawkeye My Hawk's face was full of seriousness and seriousness. At this time, he didn't even know how to make a move, because the only enemy he had to deal with next was himself. That's right, it belongs to the battle with himself, the battle between himself and himself. You want to break through your own kendo cultivation. Sabo can be said to instantly understand Hawkeye My Hawk's idea, which is to challenge himself to break through and become the strongest. You have the ability to copy me 100%, which means that you completely possess my kendo cultivation, and defeating you is equal to defeating myself. And the most important thing is that you have copied the abilities of so many powerful people. Your strength has already surpassed mine. Rear Admiral Sabo of the Navy headquarters, accept the challenge of my world's greatest swordsman. Betting on the name of my world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye My Hawk can be said to be extremely serious. At this time, his face is full of seriousness and his eyes are full of determination. He wants to surpass himself to become the strongest existence. I'm also extremely curious about this battle, and I'm going to hold the title of the world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest swordsman. Do you want to change his name today? At the same time, the King Kaiwahe, who was present, looked at the two people in front of him with a curious expression. The prestige of the world's largest swordsman can be said to be resounding throughout the world, and Hawkeye My Hawk's swordsmanship is also recognized as the strongest in the world. Okay, since that's the case, then I'll play with you first. Looking at the monarchs in front of him, the Kaiwahe looked at Hawkeye My Hawk with astonishing determination in his eyes, and he wanted to surpass himself to become the strongest existence. The battle of the world's greatest swordsman, the world's best swordsmanship. The fact that Hawkeye My Hawk challenged Sabo can be said to have spread throughout the entire Navy headquarters. The ownership of the world's largest swordsman also surprised everyone. They want to know if Sabo, who is a Navy, can take the position of the world's greatest swordsman for the Navy. At the same time, they were also amazed at the strength of the world's largest swordsman. Hawkeye My Hawk is recognized by the whole world as the world's largest swordsman, and his strength is an extremely terrifying existence. Copy and transform. After arriving at the largest competition venue in the Navy headquarters, he looked at My Hawk, the eagle-eyed man standing in front of him, and the black knife in his hand. Sabo directly used the power of the monkey charm, and he directly transformed into Hawkeye My Hawk. A huge black knife also appeared in Sabo's hand. The main reason Sabo turned into My Hawk was to get a black knife. After all, they competed in swordsmanship, but for a great swordsman, the weapons in their hands also determined their combat power. One of the 12 supreme blades, the black blade, made. He is known as the strongest existence. Chapter 246 Hawkeye My Hawk's Determination. I bet my name as the world's greatest swordsman, and I will definitely defeat you. The hawk-eyed My Hawk holding the underworld can be said to be full of powerful arm, domineering over the black knife in his serious hand at this time. Facing Sabo's eagle-eyed My Hawk, who has transformed into himself, it can be said that he is full of vigilance, because only he knows how terrifying his strength is, and Sabo has copied the power of countless powerhouses. The power is integrated into one, and Hawkeye My Hawk cannot be Sabo's opponent at all. Let me see the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman, and let me defeat yourself with your power. Sabo, who also holds a black knife, also has an amazing fighting spirit on his face. He wants to get the position of the world's greatest swordsman, and he wants to defeat him with My Hawk's power. 19 Wow! The black knife in his hand raised a strong sword energy and quickly slashed down. This is a green sword energy. The sword energy is extremely fierce and invincible, and it quickly slashes towards Sabo. Good job. Sabo also slashed the black knife in his hand, and the same sword energy slashed towards Hawkeye My Hawk. Bang 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 bang. The sword chi collided with each other, and the powerful sword chi flew away. This is my swordsmanship, so let me see your melee level. Hawkeye My Hawk with a black knife appeared in front of Sabo in an instant. The black knife in his hand was covered with a domineering look, and he quickly slashed towards Sabo. Bump. Two identical black knives collided heavily. Armed and domineering compete with each other. The powerful sword energy slashed towards the opponent. Touch. Hawkeye My Hawk took a step back involuntarily. You are domineering. Armed. The right hand holding the knife trembled involuntarily. Hawkeye My Hawk's brows furrowed together. It's known as the world's most powerful weapon. My grandfather Garp's domineering. Raising the black knife in his hand, Sabo said without hesitation the domineering armament he used at this time. It is true that Sabo only used the swordsmanship of Hawkeye My Hawk, but the domineering armament he used came from Garp. This is the power of the monkey charm, bringing all the powerful forces together. Hawkeye My Hawk, the world's top swordsman, has the swordsmanship cultivation base, and then adds the domineering arrogance of the domineering Garp, known as the world's strongest weapon. This combination of power is not as simple as 1 + 1. It represents the invincible power. It is a terrifying existence to bring together the power of all the strong. If this kid can replicate the power of a spell warrior, who else in the world would go to his opponent? At this time, those under the King Kaiwuhei who were watching from the outside of this competition venue were also full of horror in their hearts at this time. Is this the power of a spell warrior? Sure enough, it's an extremely troublesome ability. Even Khorasan, who was a spell warrior, felt extremely difficult about Sabo's ability. After all, Sabo at this time copied the power of countless top powerhouses. It can be said that except for the spell warrior, the power of the world's top powerhouses has been completely copied by Sabo. Sometimes the quantity does not equal the quality, but when the quantity reaches a certain level, the quality will change. At this time, Sab has undergone a qualitative change. I think you have also seen this power. At this moment, Sabo suddenly spoke up, and at the same time, an astonishing domineering arrogance swept the whole world. This was the domineering arrogance of the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Kakeka. The world's strongest overlord is domineering, and even the overlord that can cause physical damage immediately enveloped the entire competition arena. 530 bang bang bang. At the moment when the tyrannical arrogance erupted, those navy soldiers with weak willpower instantly fainted because they could not bear the impact of this tyrannical arrogance. Red-haired Shank's domineering arrogance. Is this the power of your spell warrior? Hawkeye My Hawk shook his head, and at the same time he squeezed the black knife in his hand forcefully. Even if he met this terrifyingly powerful Sabo, his eagle-eyed My Hawk would never back down. Wow! A powerful sword chi burst out from My Hawk's body. This is the momentum that should belong to the world's largest swordsman. Boom! Sabo's body also erupted with amazing momentum, and the powerful sword energy also erupted. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless sword chi slashed towards the opponent. The entire competition arena can be said to be a mess at this time, and the sharp sword energy is like a hot knife cutting butter, leaving many sword marks on the competition arena. Chapter 247 I took your black knife. Boom boom boom. The sword chi flying in the entire training ground. The powerful sword chi destroys everything. The invincible sword chi destroyed everything on this training ground. Nothing can stop the sword chi of the two. Only the black knife in their hands can smash the sword chi to pieces. Kakeka. The hawk-eyed My Hawk holding the black knife kept bombarding Sabo, and Sabo, who also held the black knife, bombarded each other without fear. Boom boom boom. Damn it, how can you have such great power? In terms of swordsmanship, Hawkeye My Hawk and Sabo can be said to be on the same level, but in terms of armament, domineering, and physique, Hawkeye My Hawk is no match for Sabo at all. Known as the strongest armed domineering Garp's armed domineering. The physique of Kai Kaido, the beast known as the strongest man in the sea, land, and air, coupled with Hawkeye Mihawk's swordsmanship. This is such a powerful and terrifying monster. You will fail with this blow. Sabo, who was holding the black knife at this moment, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his face was full of amazing confidence. Because he has this confidence, the confidence that he can defeat Hawkeye Mihawk. Then let me see your strength and your so-called self-confidence. Hawkeye Mihawk is also the world's largest swordsman with one of the best top-level powers. He was even able to fight against the 4 emperors with the swordsmanship in his hands. This is the courage he possesses as the world's greatest swordsman. This is my strongest blow. I hope you don't die here. Eagle-eyed Mihawk's face was full of seriousness, and the black knife in his hand was covered with a powerful aura of armament. At the same time, his knowledge of kendo was also instilled on the long sword in his hand. Let me see the power possessed by your world's greatest swordsman. Sabo also raised the black knife in his hand without fear, and the powerful domineering covered the black knife. Whoa, whoa. The big sword in his hand swept down heavily, and the powerful sword energy swept everything. Boom boom. Hawkeye Mihawk also quickly swung out the long sword in his hand. The two swords collided with each other, but this time, Sabo's sword energy directly smashed Mihawk's sword energy, and the sword energy that penetrated the sky and the earth quickly attacked Mihawk. Touch. The black knife in Hawkeye Mihawk's hand quickly ran over. Puff puff. The powerful sword energy swept everything, completely destroyed everything, and the black knife in Mihawk's hand even trembled. Bump. A huge black knife fell from the sky and was inserted on the rock of this iron-hard competition platform. The rock in the competition arena is entirely made of rock that is as tough as iron, but in front of this black knife it is also as thin as brittle mud, so it is not vulnerable to a single blow. Hawkeye Mihawk's chest suddenly burst with blood. Countless blood spurted out instantly. The defeat of the world's greatest swordsman. Did Hawkeye Mihawk fail like this? The navy soldiers surrounding here and the king who went down to the Kaiwahe Sea were full of solemn expressions on their faces at this time. Tap, step. Sabo returned to his original appearance, and he walked towards the black knife step by step. Do you mind if I take this black knife? Sabo raised his right hand and gently picked up the black knife stuck on the rock. He looked at Mihawk with a smile on his face, and he was asking Mihawk to take the black knife himself. It's a matter of course to take his weapon from the loser's hands, but you remind me that one day I will take this black knife back with my own hands. Although Mihawk was defeated by Sabo, his face did not show the slightest surrender, but instead was full of amazing fighting spirit. If it was said that he used to be Dugukaiokyu, who was above the swordsmanship, he would be Ling Juding, looking at the mountains and small mountains. But today's defeat at Sabo's hands made him find his purpose in life again. That is, he already has a Lihao object that he can chase. Defeat Sabo to get back his own black knife. I will wait for you as the world's greatest swordsman, waiting for your challenge, but you will never be able to defeat me in this life. The corners of Sabo's mouth rose slightly, and his face was full of an amazing smile. He would be waiting for Mihawk's challenge in the position of the world's largest swordsman, but Sabo believed that as his strength became stronger and stronger, the eagle-eyed Mihawk would become more and more powerful. K just couldn't keep up with him. Those who are defeated by him will not be able to surpass him in this life. This is the pride of a spell warrior, because he Sabo is confident that as long as those who are defeated by him will not be able to catch up with him in this life. Chapter 248. The war begins. Everyone is ready to fight. It's almost time for the execution. Our opponent this time is the 4 emperors of pirates. All are ready for battle. This is a war for justice in the entire world. Time flies, and it is fleeting, and now it is the day of Marco's execution. The entire naval headquarters can be said to be heavily guarded and filled with countless elite soldiers. The 3 admirals of the navy sat high in front of the execution platform. The Warring States period of the naval headquarters. Marshal Buddha, Admiral Garp of the navy headquarters. The 2 of them stood at the highest point of the execution platform. Marco, the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, was kneeling on the execution platform with the halustone chain all over his body. Marco has a combat power that rivals the level of a general, and his strength cannot be underestimated. Especially the power of his Phoenix Fruit 530 can be said to be extremely difficult to deal with. Phoenix Marco. Facing this Phoenix Marco, who is also a powerful man in the New World, the Warring States Marshal's face was also full of solemn expression, not to mention the undead bird and horse, the power used by Urko himself. This time the war caused by the Phoenix Marco also shocked the entire world government. 4 emperors Whitebeard and 4 emperors Red Hair Shanks. As for even the talisman warriors participating this time, you didn't expect this war to be so tragic, right? Is your navy ready for destruction? It was said that he was heavily handcuffed by Halashi, but Marco the Phoenix didn't give in at all. After all, he is also the leader of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates. pirates and is a well-known powerhouse in the New World. Today is the day when your white-beard pirates and red-haired pirates perish. His face was full of disdain, and the warring States Marshal looked at Sabo and Khorasan not far away. With the existence of these two spell warriors, his navy can be said to be invincible. Khorasan is his adopted son, and Sabo is Garp's grandson. With the strength of the two of them, they were enough to kill the red-haired Shanks and the red-haired and white-beard. Half of the 12 spell warriors born now are from his navy. The atmosphere is so solemn, I don't know what the next battle will be like. I heard that there are 2 of the 4 emperors participating in this battle this time. Besides the white-beard, there is also the red-haired Shanks. The world government and the navy are so bold this time. At this time, in the camp of the King's Kaiwilhe, the heart of the King's Kaiwilhe was also full of shock. In addition to Khorasan, who is a spell warrior, the rest of the King Shishibukai and the others also have an orange color of worry in their hearts. After all, what they will face next are the legendary 4 emperors and the legendary invincible talisman warriors. JD, in the eyes of others, Kaiwilhe under the king may represent the top power, but in front of these really powerful bigwigs, they are not enough to watch. Here, Khorasan, who had not spoken much at this moment, suddenly said, and he looked at the sea in the distance. At the same time, he also felt 2 very familiar auras. I didn't expect that the talisman warriors actually participated in this battle. Khorasan, who felt the 2 extremely familiar auras, also had a solemn look on his face at this time. Only as spell warriors they know the power of spell warriors. Has this time come? Damn, I didn't expect them to attack from here. Countless bubbles suddenly appeared in the crescent-like bay of the navy headquarters. I saw several pirate ships suddenly emerge from the sea. They are the flagships of the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates. It actually appeared from the bottom of the sea and entered directly into the interior of our bay. As expected of Whitebeard, the warring States Marshal's face was also full of dignified expressions, so their defenses on the periphery could be said to be completely in vain. Of course, it's not completely in vain. This time, it's just the flagships belonging to the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates. Those affiliated pirates belonging to the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates attacked from the distant sea. As the 4 emperors, in addition to their own powerful power, they also have numerous pirate ships under their command. The strength of its own strength, coupled with the large number of pirate subsidiary fleets, is the real power of the 4 emperors. My dear son, are you okay? At this moment, on the pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the huge Whitebeard appeared in front of everyone. Looking at Marco Whitebeard, who was kneeling on the execution platform, he let out an angry roar. Chapter 249 Ice Age. Dad, I'm very nice. You shouldn't be here. Look at these coming Whitebeard pirates and those affiliated pirates under the Whitebeard pirates who are fighting outside the bay. At this time, Marco's heart can be said to be full of infinite moving, but what made him feel most uncomfortable was the brothers who died in this war. Now it's just a battle between the soldiers, and the next step is the real captain level and even the power strength battle of their father and 4 emperors. Cap, the red-haired Shanks, I'll leave it to you to solve. At this moment, the warring States Marshal turned his head to look at Garp, who was standing beside him. The top power of the Whitebeard pirates is solved by the 3 generals. At this time, the only 4 emperor level combat power that can be used in the navy is only Garp. Although his warring States Marshal is also a 4 emperor level combat power, he is also a marshal and needs to sit in the rear. I've wanted to fight that red-haired brat for a long time. After thinking that his grandson in Windmill Village became a pirate because of the bewitched by the red hair, Garp's face also showed a trace of anger. You must know that Garp once planned to train Luffy as a navy. However, under the bewitched by the red hair, Luffy now has only one target, and that is One Piece. Kaka, let me teach this little kid on Roger's ship a good lesson. Garp raised his hands, only to see that he made a clack of fists with both hands and made a crackling sound. As the top expert of the 4 emperors, Garp did not have the slightest timidity even in the face of the red-haired Shanks of the 4 emperors. Because he has the power to compete with the red-haired Shanks, the strongest armament is domineering. The man who owns. My dear son, your father has come to save you. His face was filled with an insolent smile, his hands clenched tightly, and the milky white light instantly covered Whitebeard's fists. This is the power that belongs to Whitebeard's shaking fruit, known as the quake fruit that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Kaka. Whitebeard's fists quickly swung out, and the space around him made a cracking sound like that broken glass. Boom boom boom. The ground shook, the mountain and the sea level of the entire sea was instantly raised by dozens of meters. Huge waves with a height of 100 meters roared towards the Navy headquarters. The waves were violent, like a huge disaster that destroyed everything. Is this the power that used to be called the strongest man? The shocking fruit of Whitebeard. Looking at the huge waves that are about to engulf the entire naval headquarters, everyone's heart is full of horror. The height of the waves has surpassed past the countless sea waters of the Navy headquarters. The shaking fruit that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. The four sovereigns really deserve to be the strongest of the four sovereigns. Wang Xiaokaiwui's heart was also full of amazement, but they did not have the slightest fear, because they know that this kind of disaster level power is nothing to the Navy headquarters. You must know that on this sea there is only one true overlord, and that is the Navy. The Navy is the most terrifying overlord on this sea. Their power can be said to be invincible. Kuzan will leave it to you. Although facing this huge wave called disaster level, there was no panic on the face of the Marshal of the Warring States period. He turned his head and looked at the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aoki, who was one of the three naval generals under the execution platform, a man who also possesses the strength of a monster. Boom! The figure of Aoki, who was sitting on the position of the three generals, disappeared instantly. 0. Ice Age. The figure of Admiral Aoki of the Navy headquarters appeared on the surface of the constantly churning sea, and as his toes stepped on the surface of the sea, countless chills erupted instantly. It's just that at this moment the entire sea was frozen in an instant, and the huge wave of 100 meters was also instantly sealed. A powerful cold emanated from Kuzan's body. The moment he opened his mouth, countless cold air spewed out. The general is shooting. This is the power of the frozen fruit belonging to General Aoki. Is this the general's power? General Aoki, come on. With Aoki's shot, the entire sea was frozen with Aoki. The entire naval camp can be said to be boiling in an instant, and they were shocked by the power of Aoki. This is the ability possessed by Admiral Aoki of the Navy headquarters. Damn Navy frozen kid. Seeing that his attack was resolved by Aoki like this, Whitebeard's face also had a hint of anger on his face. Chapter 250. The Masters of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Red-Haired Pirates. Everyone is ready to kill all the pirates. All artillery pieces are in preparation. As the sea was completely frozen, those pirates outside the bay stepped on the ice surface of the sea and charged towards the Navy headquarters. These are all pirates under Whitebeard. It belongs to their affiliated pirate group. At the same time, they are also extremely loyal to Whitebeard and treat Whitebeard as their biological father. This is the charm that belongs to Whitebeard and belongs to him alone. Kill this group of damned Navy and get Mark, the captain of the 1st Division. 5:30. Kill it. Countless pirates ran out quickly, and they used this ice surface as a battlefield to fight with this group of Navy. With the deafening roar and the momentum of running, the entire battlefield can be said to be bloody. Artillery fire fighting became the only melody here. This place has become a purgatory on earth, and some are just the death caused by the constant fighting. Go into the square and meet up with Dad. Those pirates who were on the ice outside the bay, they rushed to the Navy quickly. Stop these pirates and kill them. And these elite naval soldiers dispatched from the major branches, their strength should not be underestimated. They are also the elite among the elite. Boom boom boom. Kill kill kill. The roar of artillery fire and the sound of fighting resounded throughout the battlefield. Canine-toothed Red Lotus. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. At this moment he couldn't stand up anymore. He saw his hands turned into boiling lava and his fists kept bombarding down, and the powerful magma kept charging towards those pirates. Boom. The boiling magma exploded like a cannonball among the pirates in the crowd. Damn bastard. My Whitebeard pirates are not easy to mess with. In the face of the magma iron fist that was constantly bombarded, watching those brothers who were dying quickly, the 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates can also be said to be completely angry. They are among the top powerhouses in the New World. Let your Navy know the strength of our captains. Powerful strength instilled in both fists. The armed color domineering covers the blade in his hand. The members of the Whitebeard pirates quickly bombarded those magma iron fists. Coco. The ignored magma quickly burst open, and the captains of these Whitebeard pirates can be said to have shown their own strength, and it still belongs to that kind of top power. Is this the power that belongs to the team leader of the Whitebeard pirates? But our red hair pirates aren't vegetarian. After seeing the captain level masters of the Whitebeard pirates make their move, the elites of the red-haired pirates couldn't help but immediately rushed towards the Navy. With the red-haired pirates and the white-bearded pirates team leader level masters, the situation on the entire battlefield was reversed in an instant. After all, these are all terrorist forces with the level of lieutenant generals or even generals. The vice captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman, is a real general level monster. Those senior cadres even have the power to rival the elite lieutenant generals and the power of the King's Kaiwuhe. Have the senior officers of the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates made their move? If so, the generals of the Navy and the King Shichibukai should also make a move. Standing at the highest position on Zingtai, the Warring States Marshal looked at the top masters of the white-beard pirates and the red-haired pirates. At this time, his face was full of dignified expressions. After all, this represented it is one of the top powers belonging to both sides. The Navy must dispatch a master disaster at the level of generals, and even Kaiwilhe, the king of the Great Sea Route, must be dispatched at this time. Among the Kaiwilhe under the king, only Khorasan, a spell warrior, needs to sit on one side. After all, Khorasan and Sabo can be said to be the biggest cards of the Warring States Marshal. Having two talisman warriors, this is the greatest confidence that the Warring States Marshal dared to launch this war. At this time, there were only 4 spell warriors in this world, but 2 of the 4 spell warriors already belonged to their navy. Their navy is still the top overlord of this sea. I didn't expect that it would be our turn to take action so quickly. Don't take it lightly. You must know that this is a top cotter belonging to the 4 emperors. Chapter 251 Whitebeard vs Garp. All 3 admirals of the navy attack. Looking at the extremely severe battlefield at this time, Sengoku, who was the admiral of the navy, directly ordered all the 3 admirals of the navy to attack. At this time, there were already Admiral Aokiji of the navy headquarters and Admiral Akainu of the navy headquarters, who was standing on this Zingtai constantly erupting his own magma. 8-foot Hookjade. Admiral Kizaru of the navy headquarters, his whole body exuded golden light. I saw him quickly fly above this high sky, and countless lasers swept across everything. These lasers bombarded those pirates like cannonballs. The biting ice blocks everything. The spray of molten lava destroyed everything. The dazzling lasers were constantly bombarding like cannonballs. This time, the 3 generals of the navy headquarters can be said to have shown his mighty power to destroy the world. This can be said to be a real disaster-level power, each of which is incomparably terrifying. These are the 3 generals of the navy headquarters, and their strengths are all top-level existences against the sky. Is this the 3 generals of the navy? King Kaiwahime, who was about to join the battlefield, also had a hint of amazement in their hearts at this time. The powerful natural devil fruit ability is enough to be called the top power of natural disasters. Haha, pirates, I'll see how you guys deal with it this time. Looking at the 3 naval admirals who shot this time, all the people who saw the scene were full of joyful thoughts. After all, the scene of the 3 naval admirals shooting was too dazzling. Boom 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 kakeka. After seeing his dear sons continue to die in the hands of the 3 naval admirals, the pirate Whitebeard standing on the bow of the ship can be said to have finally shot, and a powerful force is instilled in his hands. The light of the shaking fruit above the fist shone the whole world. Kakaka. The space of the entire island seemed to be shattered, and the powerful force quickly bombarded the 3 admirals of the navy. Have you finally made a move, Whitebeard? Looking at the Whitebeard who finally made his move, and the powerful power he possessed in the wave of his hand, Zhou Sheng had a worried look in everyone's heart. After all, Whitebeard used to be the strongest man in the world. Iron Fist Garp, known as a naval hero, did not know when he appeared in front of Whitebeard with a powerful arm domineering wrapping his steely right hand. He quickly bombarded Whitebeard. What are you doing here now, damn old guy, if you don't retire? In the face of Garp's iron fist, even Whitebeard did not dare to take it lightly. After all, Garp has a strength that rivals his will. Has Lieutenant General Garp finally made his move? The man known as the strongest navy hero Monkey D. Garp. If the previous Whitebeard's shot boosted the confidence of the entire pirate, then Garp's shot at this time boosted the confidence of the navy. To know Garp's prestige, it can be said that the whole sea is well known exists. The man who put an end to the previous generation of pirate overlord rocks and forced Roger into a desperate situation several times. He is known as the strongest man in the navy. You haven't retired, so how can I retire? The fists were covered with a powerful weapon, and the domineering Garp kept attacking Whitebeard. At this time, the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and her face was full of smiles. Then let me experience the strength of your damn veteran, right? Whitebeard didn't show any contempt. Instead, his expression was full of seriousness. His double fists are also covered with a powerful arm domineering. A powerful force was instilled in his huge body. Whitebeard is also serious. After all, fighting against Garp, he also had to get serious. This is a man who also has the same strength as him. Boom boom boom. Under the watchful eyes of countless pirates and navy, Garp's iron fist and Whitebeard's iron fist slammed together heavily. They want to see the power possessed by the world's top powerhouses. Kakeka. With the bombardment of Garp and Whitebeard iron fist, the entire world seemed to tremble. This is a powerful force that destroys the world. This is a hopeless force that makes everyone terrified. The battle between the strongest pirate and the strongest navy. Boom boom. Garp's iron fist kept bombarding towards Whitebeard, and Whitebeard also kept bombarding towards Garp. This is a battle between the strong, the collision of fist and fist, the crushing of arm domineering and arm domineering. Chapter 252 4 Emperors vs Double Generals. Since Whitebeard has already taken action, it should be my turn. Turning his head and looking at the 2 figures standing behind him, the red-haired Shanks also had a trace of stability in his heart. At this time, the combat power of the 4 emperors here is not the real top power. The real real top power still belongs to the two figures behind him. Bull Spell Warrior Nico Robin, Tiger Charm Warrior Tiger. These two people are the most powerful beings in this battlefield. Let me, the four emperors, open the way for you. The red-haired Shanks let out a roaring sound, and her powerful overlord's arrogance burst out instantly. The sword of the clouds of the sky. At this moment, the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, he did not know when he came to the front of the red hair. I saw a sudden burst of light above his right hand, and a sharp sword completely condensed by the light appeared in his hand. Yo, four emperors, red-haired Shanks, just let me be your opponent. Kizaru's face was filled with a wretched smile, and she looked at the four emperors with red hair Shanks in front of her with a smile on her face. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, although your strength is indeed enough to be called a monster, but you should know that I am the four emperors who cannot stop me at all with your strength alone. Gently raised the long sword in his hand. The red-haired Shanks had a serious look on his face. What if you add me? At this moment, a cold wind suddenly swept through this world, and the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters also came here. Although the power of the four pirate emperors is incomparably powerful, it is a well-known fact that he cannot defeat two general-level powerhouses at the same time. The naval admiral has the strength to rival the four emperors, and he can temporarily hold back the four emperors, but the two generals are enough to threaten the four emperors. Your navy is really a big hand. You actually let two generals-level combat power fight me. Even the red-haired Shanks, who was a strong man of the four emperors, still had a little bit of vigilance in his heart when he faced the siege of two general-level strong men. After all, the general is nominally one of the most powerful forces in the naval headquarters and one of the top forces in the world government. Of course, in order to deal with your four emperors, both the Navy headquarters and the world government have made a lot of money. There was a serious look on his face. Even if there were two generals and strong men here, they didn't dare to underestimate the four emperors easily. They had to know that the four emperors represented the strongest power. The four emperors who are nominally the strongest in the sea. Their strength can be said to be beyond doubt, and they also make the whole world feel fear. Whether they are strength or strength, they make the whole world feel fear. A powerful force, even capable of causing the fear of all forces in the entire world. With a flag, they can protect the safety of one party. This is their prestige. Hanging the banner of the four emperors became the patron of the four emperors. Four emperors, red-haired Shanks, let us be your opponent today. The Admiral Kingsley of the Navy headquarters also had a serious look on his face. For him at this moment, the four emperors can be said to be a man with incomparably terrifying strength. It's also my red-haired Shanks' fortune to be able to fight with two admirals of the Navy headquarters. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, and the long sword in the hands of red-haired Shanks was covered with a powerful arm. Domineering. In the face of the siege of two general-level powerhouses, the red-haired Shanks did not dare to take it lightly. After all, this is an admiral of the Navy, representing the most powerful presence in the Navy headquarters. Domineering impact. The mighty tyrannical arrogance swept everything, and the red-haired Shanks could be said to have completely exploded his tyrannical arrogance, destroying everything. The powerful overlord is domineering, and can even cause physical damage. This is the power that belongs to the most powerful owner, the red-haired Shanks. As expected, he is the man who claims to be the strongest tyrant. After feeling this powerful domineering arrogance, the faces of Admiral Kizaru and Aokiji of the Navy headquarters were full of solemn expressions. After all, the danger that the red-haired Shanks brought to them was simply too great. The powerful overlord's domineering arrogance shocked everyone's hearts and souls. As expected, he is a man who is known as the strongest tyrant. Although General Kizaru's face was full of a wretched smile, his eyes were extremely serious because he also felt the power of this tyrannical arrogance. Even as a general-level powerhouse, they felt the shock in their hearts. Chapter 253. The Spell Warrior has taken action. Red-haired Shanks, Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters, their faces were full of solemnity at this time, and their bodies were also full of powerful armed domineering. The powerful armament color domineering covers the whole body. At this time, they can be said to be fully prepared. After all, they are one of the top powerhouses in the world of the four emperor powerhouses. The sword of Tienkong Cloud Blade. Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters and Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, each of them covered the weapons in their hands with a domineering look of armament. At the same time, an amazing aura erupted from their bodies. They are also general-level powerhouses, and they also possess amazing power. Even if they couldn't defeat the four emperors alone, they were enough to defeat the four emperors together. This is the combat power of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, this incomparably powerful force. The Navy is the real hegemon on the sea. They are the strongest existence in the world in terms of strength and background. It must be known that the strength behind the High 533 army is the 100 hundreds of allied countries of the world government. The background of the entire world government can be said to be extremely powerful. After all, it can be said that he has gathered most of the power in the entire world. The strength is terrifying to the point of no doubt. The powerful top-level power is enough to make the whole world shrouded in the prestige of the world government and the navy. And the world government and the navy can be said to occupy the orthodox position in this world. They are the most orthodox rulers of this world and this sea. Their strength can be said to be an extremely terrifying existence. You are the admirals of the navy headquarters, and the existence of names is enough to make all pirates tremble. Let me know how powerful you are today. His face was full of seriousness, and the red-haired J.D. Shanks was also extremely serious, because he knew that his opponent was not that ordinary person, but that he represented the most powerful admiral in the navy. Boom boom boom. The powerful armed arrogance and overlord arrogance erupted at the same time, and the red-haired Shanks instantly appeared in front of the Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters. The Sword of Tiankong Cloud. General Kizaru was originally a great swordsman-level swordsman master. In the face of the attacking red-haired Shanks, he quickly swung the Sword of Clouds in his hand to fight against him. Bang bang bang. The long sword in Kizaru's hand and the long sword in the hand of red-haired Shanks kept slashing, and the powerful armed arrogance collided with each other. Boom boom boom. Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, who was standing beside him, also rushed over quickly. After all, they were the four emperors of the pirates, and their strength was extremely terrifying. Kakeka. Relying on the domineering deterrence of the king and the domineering arrogance of armed colors, the red-haired Shanks competed with two general-level masters by himself. Powerful armament and domineering collide with each other. The wonderful swordsmanship was displayed one by one. This is the power that belongs to the red-haired Shanks. Is it our turn to take action now? At this time, inside the red-haired Shanks pirate ship, Nico Robin looked at Tiger the Murloc beside him with a smile on his face. You're the #1 spell warrior anyway, so let me shoot first. The fishman Tiger, who was also standing beside him, walked out with a smile on his face after Nico Robin's question. At the same time, the aura belonging to his strong man exploded instantly. This is the power that surpasses the four emperors, and is known as a top-level powerhouse in this world. A terrifying existence above the four emperors. The legendary spell warrior. Boom 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 boom. Following Tiger's unbridled eruption of his terrifying aura, the powerful aura ravaged the entire world like wolf smoke. This aura is Khorasan, who was sitting on the side, immediately stood up with a smile on his face after feeling the familiar aura, and looked in the direction of the red-haired pirates, because he felt the terrifying aura of the fishman Tiger, the terrifying aura that swept the world and made all things fear. Curse warrior. You did indeed invite a spell warrior. The marshal of the warring states period standing on the high platform of execution, his face was full of solemn expression at this time. Let him leave it to me. Khorasan's voice rang in the ears of the warring states marshal, but at this time Khorasan's figure had already appeared on the red-haired Shanks pirate ship. Boom boom boom. With the appearance of Khorasan and the astonishing aura of the fishman Tiger, the entire battlefield fell into a moment of silence, and everyone turned their attention to where Khorasan was. Chapter 254. Spell Warrior vs. Spell Warrior. Is the legendary Spell Warrior finally going to take action? Can we see the battle between the Spell Warriors with our own eyes today? Is this the aura that belongs to a Spell Warrior? It's terrifying. With the eruption of Tiger's momentum and the appearance of Khorasan, the flames of the entire battlefield were instantly ignited. Everyone looked in horror at the red-haired Shanks pirate ship not far away, and they looked expectantly at the figure that was about to appear on the pirate ship. Ta 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 ta. Firm and crisp footsteps came from the interior of the red-haired Shanks pirate ship, and Tiger, who was full of amazing momentum, appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, his whole body could be said to be bursting with astonishing aura, and this aura was enough to make everyone feel terrified. Long time no see. I didn't expect that we would meet here in this way today. Khorasan smiled and looked at Tiger, who was bursting with amazing momentum. You must know that not long ago, Tiger and Khorasan joined forces to completely destroy the leader of the underground organization. The Whitebeard pirates used to be kind to our Fishman Island, and our Fishman Island will not easily forget this kindness. Let me be your opponent today. Tiger's face is full of seriousness, and he is also full of vigilance in the face of the spell warrior in front of him. After all, Tiger is at least the man in front of him. What kind of power he has? Terrifying. This is a man with incomparably terrifying strength, and the power he possesses is enough to make the whole world fear him. It's my happiness to be able to fight with you again. Khorasan quickly escaped from the dagger in his hand. Only the spell warrior knows the true horror of the spell warrior. Only the spell warrior can defeat the spell warrior. Whoosh! Khorasan's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, even the arrogant and arrogant could couldn't capture Khorasan's figure. Psychic shield. Tiger's figure instantly floated above the sky, and at the same time a huge psychic shield protected his whole body. This is Tiger's absolute defense, a huge defensive force that even the generals and even the powerful four emperors are troubled by. Speed. Stab. A sharp piercing sound suddenly sounded on the battlefield. The dagger in his hand was covered with a powerful armament, and Khorasan sprinted towards Tiger with that galloping speed. When the speed reaches a certain level, the attack power he produces is also extremely terrifying. Kakeka. Like glass shattering, Tiger's psychic shield was suddenly dissatisfied with the dense cracks. Whoosh. But in the blink of an eye, Tiger's psychic light returned to its original state. It was as if nothing had happened just now. As long as your physical strength is not exhausted, your psychic shield cannot be broken unless I have the ability to completely destroy your psychic shield. At this time, Khorasan also had an incomparable headache. What he was good at was speed, but in terms of attack power, he could be said to be a weakling. Tiger's psychic mask can be said to be completely restrained by him. Psychic power. Tiger, who was in the psychic hood, also started to do it at this time. I saw that the countless psychic powers of his open hands began to condense, and huge palms appeared in the air. I saw Tiger waving his hands, and the huge mind power quickly attacked Khorasan with his hands. Che. Khorasan shook his head with disdain in the face of the attack that was attacking him. If Khorasan is unable to break Tiger's defense, then Tiger is completely unable to attack Khorasan. At this time, they are in this state. I can't break your defense, but you can't attack me. The state of the two at this time can be said to be extremely embarrassing and extremely tangled. One can't be broken and the other can't be beaten. The hearts of those who saw the scene on the entire battlefield were filled with helplessness. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to tell the winner between the two of them. Sabo, hurry up and remove all these top combat powers first. Seeing that Khorasan and Tiger were entangled together, the Sengoku Marshal of the Navy headquarters immediately turned his head to look at Sabo, who was standing beside him. At this time, the entire Navy was still at a disadvantage. After all, the top cotters of the Red Hair Pirates and Whitebeard Pirates are extremely terrifying. Admiral Kizaruaoki of the Navy headquarters fights against the four emperors, the red-haired Shanks. Navy hero Garp vs Whitebeard. Charmed warrior Khorasan vs Charmed warrior Tiger. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters vs Beckman, deputy captain of the red-haired Shanks Pirates, and Diamond Joes, captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. At this time, the entire battlefield can be said to be a little chaotic. Chapter 255. The first spell warrior Nico Robin. Don't worry, Marshal Waring states, when have I ever let you down? Sabo's face was full of seriousness. At this time, with the power of his spell warrior, he could be said to be an invincible existence on the entire battlefield. Then let the whole world see your terrifying power, and let the whole world know the powerful power of our navy. Looking at Sabo, who was so confident, the Warring States Marshal also had a slight smile on his face. What he wanted was this effect, and what he wanted was that Sabo was so confident that he could conquer the whole world for his navy. Ouch. 533. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the world. Sabo's body changed in an instant. He directly entered the body of the dragon of the four emperors and 100 beasts. Kaido. Thunder wrapped around Sabo's dragon claws, and flames wrapped around Sabo's dragon body. The power of the shaking fruit wrapped Sabo's dragon horns, and the cyan flame was entwined on Sabo's dragon tail. At this time, Sabo can be said to have directly used the strongest power he can use at present. The roar of the Dragon King. He opened his dragon's mouth, and a huge beam of light quickly attacked the pirates. Is this the terrifying power possessed by the spell warrior Sabo? What does he want to do? You damn bastard, hurry up and shut up for me. The roar of Sabo's transformation can be said to have caught everyone's attention. Whether it was the red-haired pirates, the white-beard pirates, the navy, or even the King Syakai Wahei, they all set their sights on the 100-meter dragon above the sky not far away. Sabo's huge body made everyone terrified, and his powerful aura caused everyone's fear. But when they saw that Sabo actually shot directly at the pirates roared in fear. In particular, Sabo's attack directly faced those pirates. Whether it was Whitebeard or red-haired Shanks, his face was full of fear at this time. After all, they had experienced Sabo's power, that unparalleled enough to be known as the world's strongest terrorist force. Are we going to die? Damn navy, damn talisman warrior Sabo. Watching these beams of light keep bombarding him. After that, the faces of those pirates can be said to be full of ashen expressions. They don't think they have the ability to fight against the spell warriors. Hey! At this moment, a girl's sigh suddenly sounded above the battlefield, and a girl's figure suddenly appeared in front of the huge beam of light. This is a girl with an extremely good figure, with waist-length hair. At the same time, the girl was holding a thick book in her hand. Nicole Robin, the bull spell warrior known as the first spell warrior. After Nico Robin appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's heart was full of panic, especially the Navy camp. After all, they have personally experienced the horror of the cow spell warrior Nico Robin. Is this the cow spell warrior Nico Robin, who is known as the strongest spell warrior? Looking at Nico Robin, who appeared in front of his Dragon King's roar, Sabo's face was also full of dignified expressions. He didn't know how Nico Robin would react when faced with his powerful blow. Sabo can be said to be full of confidence in his attack this time. You must know that this is his all-out blow, and this is a terrifying force that even the 4 emperors can defeat. Kakaka. Under everyone's attention, Nico Robin raised his right hand unhurriedly. Her pure and jade-white right hand clenched her fist tightly. Faced with the beam of light coming from the bombardment, Nico Robin had only one reaction, and that was a bombardment. Kakaka. Kakaka. The space shattered instantly. If Whitebeard shattered the space with the power of the shaking fruit, then Nico Robin shattered the space with the power of her own flesh. Boom boom boom. Like a broken mirror, the beam of light from Sabo's attack exploded directly like a broken mirror. Your current strength is not my opponent at all. Nico Robin, who completely defused Sabo's attack with a wave of her hand, raised her head with a smile and looked at Sabo. Is this the horror of the first spell warrior? An easy punch shattered the space and completely destroyed Sabo's attack. Everyone who saw the scene was full of disbelief. All this can be said to be beyond their imagination. This is completely unimaginable to them. Those who know Sabo's power are full of fear in their hearts. Why does Nico Robin have such a powerful power? The first spell warrior really lived up to its reputation. Chapter 256. Crazy Whitebeard. Are you Nico Robin, known as the first spell warrior? Nico Robin, the goddess of war. At this time, Sabo's face was full of solemn expression, and he looked solemnly at the girl in front of him, who looked extremely delicate. Although Nico Robin's figure looks incomparably delicate, but through the blow just now, everyone knows the terrifying power that Gianna's figure possesses. Legend has it that the first spell warrior of the Holy Master possesses the power to destroy the world. She has only one ability, that is, the power is unparalleled and surpasses everything. Looks like that kid is in trouble. Khorasan, who was entangled with Tiger, saw the scene in front of him with a slight smile in his heart. He once fought Nico Robin. He can. It's the terrifying 19 who knows what the terrifying power Nico Robin possesses. It was really an unreasonable battle. Facing any attack, it would be a one-punch bombardment. In today's world, there is nothing Nico Robin can't solve with one punch. If one punch is not enough, then 2 punches. This is her unreasonable fighting style, a fighting style that makes everyone feel speechless. It's that damn girl again. Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, and even Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters, the 3 navies who had fought against Nico Robin, their faces were full of helpless expressions. Completely unreasonable power. Everyone is helpless. Helpless with his unreasonable fighting style. In the face of any attack, it will be bombarded in a circle and smashed to pieces. I didn't expect you all to move her. Garp, who was fighting with Whitebeard, also had a helpless look on his face. He also knew how terrifying power Nico Robin possessed. Of terror. This is the real invincible force, a terrifying force that makes everyone feel hopeless. What do I do with your navy now? The corners of Whitebeard's mouth rose slightly with a wild smile on his face. Really? It's a bit of a headache, but Sabo isn't the kind that can be easily defeated. He is also extremely confident in his grandson Garp. He believes that the power that Sabo possesses will not be defeated so easily. Sabo has the power to make the whole world take notice. This is his terror. Really? Your grandson's strength is indeed good, but that little girl is the first spell warrior, and her strength is the most terrifying. As if remembering something that made him feel bad, Whitebeard's face twitched slightly. You shouldn't have lost to that little girl, right? Looking at the Whitebeard with a twitching beard on his face, Garp suddenly burst out laughing. Apparently he guessed something that made him feel extremely amused. That is, Whitebeard should have fought Nico Robin and lost to him. You bastard, do you think you will be that little girl's opponent? In the face of Garp's ridicule, Whitebeard roared at Garp with a vicious face. You idiot, and an unparalleled idiot. Cut. His face was full of disdain, while Garp quickly responded to Whitebeard's attack. But in Garp's heart, he also knew that he was no match for these new spell warriors at this time. In today's world, only the spell warrior can defeat the spell warrior, and the only opponent of the spell warrior is the spell warrior. My grandson is very strong. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Garp was full of confidence in Sabo. Although Robin was the first spell warrior, he was also recognized as the strongest spell warrior. But Garp believed that Sabo would not let him down. Garp believed that Sabo was not the kind of man who would give in easily. Although he may not be Nico Robin's opponent, it is impossible for him to easily surrender to Sabo, because Sabo has the absolute courage and will to become a strong man. Really? Let me wait and see, and let me see what you, the little devil of the Munch family, have achieved. The power of the Zhen fruit was activated instantly, and Whitebeard was also extremely serious at this time. At this time, he has also entered a state of going all out. Today's battle is endless. Even if I die in battle, my Whitebeard will rescue my son Marco. At this time, Whitebeard has completely fallen into a state of madness, and his terrifying strength instantly exploded. Chapter 257 Nico Robin's long-lost fighting spirit. As long as Whitebeard has me here, I won't let you go easily, Garp said with a slightly upturned mouth and a confident look on his face. You must know that he is a Navy hero and a terrifying monster. For him, although Whitebeard's strength is powerful, it is not an immediate existence. It is not easy for Whitebeard to defeat him and get out of here. You damn veteran, what are you doing here if you don't retire? Whitebeard's face can also be said to be full of distress, and Garp's fist is no joke. Tekken Garp, the most powerful and domineering man in the world today. With a fist, you can level 8 mountains. What a terrifying and powerful force. What an incredible terrifying force this is. Boom 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 boom. Garp's iron fist and Whitebeard's iron fist continued to bombard, and the powerful roar was deafening. At this time, they were completely caught in a desperate struggle. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. The space around the two of them even made a sound of shattering. The body of Whitebeard and Garp can be said to be full of danger. This is just the aftermath of the battle, not the real battle between them. It belongs to the roar of an explosion among the strong. Is this the strength of Whitebeard and Lieutenant General Garp, the strongest man in this generation? Looking at Whitebeard and Garp, two people's bloody battle, all the people who saw the scene were full of that blood boiling. This is a battle between men, a roar that is powerful enough to tear the entire space apart. Ha ha ha. It's getting more and more interesting. This war has caught the attention of the whole world. Even the masters of the Kaiwuhei level under the king were full of lingering fears after seeing this battle. Moonlight Moria looked greedily at Garp and Whitebeard. If he can get the shadows of Garp and Whitebeard and their bodies, then isn't he the invincible existence today? But what I want most is the shadows of the four of them. Moonlight Moria raised her head and looked at the two battlefields not far away. This is the battlefield belonging to the four spell warriors. Sabo vs Nico Robin. Tiger vs Khorasan. This is the strongest battle in the entire world, known as the battle between the strongest spell warriors in the world. Boom boom boom. Oscillation shock. Sabo in the form of a dragon. A milky white light erupted from the dragon horn above his head, and the light charged towards Nico Robin. Boom boom boom. Nicole Robin had only one response to the impact of the shock fruit, and that was to raise her little iron fist and punch it up. Kakeka. The power of the shock fruit's impact instantly came to Nico Robin, but Nico Robin's iron fist is invincible, and the force of the impact is instantly destroyed with one punch. As expected, Nico Robin, the so-called first spell warrior, seeing that in the face of her own attack, Nico Robin's only understatement was enough to destroy it. Sabo's heart is also full of infinite complaints. There is nothing that Nico Robin can't solve with one punch, if not, then two punches. This is Nico Robin's utterly unreasonable power that destroys everything. Any attack is a punch to Nico Robin, with absolute power to crush everything. This is how Nico Robin fights. Huge hand. At this moment, from above the ground of the naval headquarters, a huge arm suddenly sprang out from the ground. The smallest of the 5 fingers of this arm is even thicker than Sabo's 100-meter giant dragon. I saw this huge arm quickly squeeze towards Sabo. Teleport. In the face of this huge arm that quickly rolled towards him, Sabo directly used the power ring of the teleportation of the tyrant bear. I saw his figure instantly disappear in place. It's getting more and more interesting to actually have the power to teleport. After seeing that Sabo could actually move instantly and quickly escaped his own attack, not only did Nico Robin not show a trace of anger, she was still full of smiles. The long-lost fighting spirit burst out from Nico Robin's eyes. Since he defeated the 4 Emperor Ants at the age of 8, she has rarely been able to experience this kind of bloody fighting feeling. Chapter 258 One Punch Strong Nico Robin. Copying the power of countless strong people in one. Although your ability is good, but for me, there is nothing that can't be solved with one punch. Nico Robin is still positive about Sabo's ability, copying the abilities of countless strong people and then integrating all these abilities into his own ability. This can be said to be an incomparable power, but for Nicole Robin, who is a power spell as far as Bing is concerned, there is only one thing she pursues, and that is the ultimate power. For Nico Robin, any skill is the kind of bells and whistles that have no use value. What she pursues is the feeling in that boxing, the feeling of destroying anything and everything with one punch. That can be said to be an extreme enjoyment. Destroying everything with one punch and the ultimate enjoyment of defeating everything. This is Nico Robin's pursuit. Then let me see the power of your so-called strongest spell woman. Sabo is also a proud person. As a spell warrior, no one does not want to be the strongest existence, but Nico Robin is known as the strongest strongest. Nico Robin is the existence Sabo needs to challenge at this time. Boom boom. Almost mobilizing his abilities to the extreme, Sabo quickly charged towards Nico Robin. Today I'll show you what a perfect spell warrior is. Looking at Sabo, who is in the form of a dragon, looking at the determination in his eyes, Nico Robin looked at Sabo's eyes with a hint of admiration. Spell warriors don't need cowardly beings. What they need is the strong, and they are the top strong among the strong. Only a strong will can create a strong man. The complete body of the spell warrior. Nico Robin let out a roar and saw an infinite golden light suddenly erupted all over her body, and a golden divine bull leaped down from the sky in the distance and poured it into Nico Robin's body. A golden light enveloped Nico Robin's body. A golden divine cow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This divine cow radiated golden light and was full of God's spirituality. This is the form of the God that transforms the strongest form of the spell warrior directly into the spell warrior. This is the strongest spell warrior. The form is also the power that you can only obtain after you unblock the talisman warrior. Nicole Robin, who transformed into a golden bull, saw her roaring up to the sky and letting out a roar. At this moment, powerful domineering swept everything. This is Nico Robin's invincible domineering. The mighty tyrannical arrogance swept everything and destroyed everything. Boom boom boom. Facing Nico Robin, who suddenly burst out with domineering, Sabo also instantly burst out with his powerful domineering arrogance belonging to the red-haired Shanks. On the domineering red-haired Shanks can be said to be the strongest existence in the world. But this time, JD, Nicole Robin, who entered the Golden Bull state, her domineering arrogance can also be said to be incomparably domineering and sweeping everything. But Sabo still withstood this tyrannical domineering and made a decisive enemy. That's right, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the domineering arrogance of the red-haired Shanks. After feeling the domineering arrogance of Sabos and feeling the domineering arrogance of red-haired Shanks, Nico Robin can already be sure that Sabo directly used the domineering color of red-haired Shanks. Domineering. This is the ultimate meaning of my spell warrior. If I can copy the ability of a spell warrior one day, then I will be the real strongest spell warrior. But this is just my fantasy, copying the power of all spell warriors. Sabo shook his head with a wry smile. He just thought about this dream. Of course, it is also a good thing to have a dream. Why can't one have a good dream in life? What if he can really achieve it? I also hope that you can have this achievement in the future. But for me now, you are just the target I defeated. Infinite golden rays of light erupted from the golden bull's body. At this time, Nico Robin can be said to be extremely dazzling, and the huge body contained a powerful force. Ow, oh, Sabo roared up to the sky and let out a roar, and then saw that he swung his tail and his huge body quickly charged towards Nico Robin. He will let Nico Robin know about the power of his Sabo, and he is not a vegetarian. Let me experience your strength. You will see what a real spell warrior is and what is real absolute power. His face was full of amazing confidence, and a powerful momentum swept through everything. Chapter 259, The Power of Absolute Resurrection. What a tragic battle it was. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters is not a top-level combat force here. The Talisman Warrior is worthy of being the legendary Talisman Warrior. Every wave of his hand has the power to destroy the world. At this time, although the entire war shrouded the entire naval headquarters, the most dazzling and moving ones belonged to the two battlefields: Spell Warrior Nico Robin and Spell Warrior Sabo. Spell Warrior Khorasan and Spell Warrior Tiger. These two battlefields can be said to attract everyone's attention, and everyone turned their attention to the thrilling battle. In this battle, even the admirals of the Navy would not dare to easily join in. Their destructive power is simply too powerful. Only the four emperors can help a little bit. The general is just a stumbling block for them, an existence that can be kicked away at will. It's getting more and more interesting. It would be great if I could become a spell warrior with supreme power to become a supreme person. Countless people turned their greedy eyes towards the four spell warriors. This is a force different from this world. It surpasses the abilities of devil fruits, but does not have the weaknesses of devil fruits. Thinking of this power, everyone can be said to be moved by it. Warring states, you should know that the final victory of this war is not up to us to decide. The Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, Lieutenant General Tsuru, looked at the warring states marshal with a solemn expression. Since the appearance of the spell warrior, the invincible power of the spell warrior is enough to control the situation of the entire battlefield. Although the generals and marshals can fight against the spell warriors, they cannot defeat the spell warriors. On the contrary, the spell warriors can defeat them. Khorasan can completely hold Tiger back, but can he really match Nico Robin Sabo, who is known as the first spell warrior? Looking at the terrifying battle not far away, the warring states marshal's heart was also full of fear. Above the sea not far away, the entire sea was instantly frozen, and just above the frozen sea, two huge monsters are raging there. One is Sabo, Kobo, who belongs to the body of a dragon, and the other is Nico Robin, who belongs to the final form of the spell warrior, the divine bull. The two of them could be said to be fighting there unscrupulously releasing their superhuman strength. The powerful physical forces collided with each other there. Sabo can be said to have used almost all the power that he has fused, whether it is the 3 major admirals of the navy or the 4 emperors of the pirates, even Garp's armed color and domineering Sengoku Marshal's golden light of Buddha. He did not let go in the slightest. But in the face of this completely unreasonable Nico Robin, Sabo's heart is full of helplessness. Whatever attacks Nico Robin, there is only one reaction, and that is a smash. Whether it's Ant's soul fruit or Whitebeard's shock fruit, the powerful force that is enough to deter the whole world has only one reaction in front of Nico Robin, and that is a punch. If it wasn't for the fact that Sabo had copied the undead Marco of the Phoenix and the undead of the Beast Kaido, her invincible power in the face of Nico Robin was enough to be called absolute power. Sabo had already died in the hands of Nico Robin, but the power of the Phoenix Marco's Phoenix fruit coupled with the undead body of the Beast Kaido, they can be said to have given Sabo his immortality with strong resilience. This is why Sabo is still able to fight Nico Robin now. No matter how serious the injury is, it can be recovered in an instant. What a domineering power! At the same time, it is such an invincible power that the Tyrant Bear's meatball fruit can also bounce off its own damage and fatigue. The fusion of these abilities almost created an immortal monster. Boom boom boom. Nico Robin, her slender and tall figure was like a bloodthirsty demon, destroying everything that stood in front of him. There is nothing that Nico Robin can't destroy with one punch. The powerful force can be said to destroy everything that stands in front of Nico Robin. This is an invincible power that can make Nico Robin destroy everything. Sabo's attack had no effect on Nico Robin, and any attack in the face of Nico Robin's punch was completely crushed. On the contrary, Sabo still relies on the abilities of the Phoenix and the Beast Kaido. With these two powerful recovery abilities, Sabo is able to fight Nico Robin until now. Chapter 260, the strongest form of the spell warrior. I didn't expect that we could still fight today. If the battlefield between Nico Robin and Sabo is full of destructiveness, it makes people feel hopeless. Then the battle between Khorasan and Tiger is full of doubts. Tiger just stood there motionless, and they couldn't even see Khorasan's figure. The entire battlefield seemed to be calm. However, the roar of countless explosions erupted around Tiger's body, and the slaughter full of danger was erupting here. Everyone is aware of the dangers caused by the quietness of the May 37. What a powerful battle this is, an unbelievably powerful force. Can't read. Everyone looked helplessly at the battle in front of them. They couldn't understand the battle between Khorasan and Tiger at all. Only a few people could understand. These people are all powerful. A strong presence. A general level combat power is not considered a top level combat power here. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Tiger, who was standing there, suddenly raised his hands and saw that the whole sea suddenly boiled over the sea not far away. Above this endless sea, 2 huge palms of water with a height of hundreds of meters appeared in front of everyone. The palms are filled with infinite sea water, which are 2 huge palms composed of infinite sea water. The palm is 300 or 400 meters high and incomparably wide. With his psychic power, Tiger directly motivated the sea water above the sea. He intends to submerge the entire naval headquarters with sea water. Are you planning to flood the Navy headquarters again? Looking at the huge arm formed by the endless sea water, all the naval soldiers who saw the scene were also full of helplessness in their hearts. When did the naval headquarters, which represents the strongest fortress of the Navy, be so easily destroyed by others? It's this kind of attack again. After looking at the 2 pairs of huge water arms that could cover the sky, everyone who saw the scene was filled with helpless expressions. They have completely given up the idea of resistance. The amount of sea water propelled by psychic power is simply too large. The sea water organized by these huge palms is enough to drown the entire Navy headquarters, and he did not rely on the endless sea water for these big palms, but the huge impact that fell from the sky was enough to sink the entire Navy headquarters. Hey, Khorasan, who had disappeared in front of everyone with that fast speed, appeared in front of Tiger at an unknown time. Looking at the 2 huge palms above the sky in front of him, he could also say that he shook his head helplessly. Tiger is in the form of a super soldier with high defense and high offense, and Khorasan is in the form of an assassin who disappears without a trace. Facing Tiger Khorasan, he is inherently at a disadvantage, and it's still the kind of disadvantage that is crushed. After all, Khorasan is still unable to break through Tiger's defense. I'm also a spell warrior. Don't underestimate me. Spell warriors are all proud of a spell warrior, especially Khorasan, who became a spell warrior before Tiger. Even if he knew that he was an assassin-type fighter, he would not easily admit defeat. Then let me show you the strongest form of my spell warrior. Gently proudly throwing away the weapon in his hand. At this moment, Khorasan's body suddenly burst into an infinite golden light. The golden light sweeps and destroys everything. The time of the whole world seems to have been distorted. Everyone looked at Khorasan with a dumbfounded expression on his face. This man who was bursting with infinite power at this time. The powerful force swept everything, and the invincible aura overwhelmed the entire naval headquarters. Khorasan can be said to have a complete explosion, and the explosion belongs to his invincible and powerful force. Khorasan's most powerful spell warrior. Is it the strongest form of the spell warrior? Just when all the golden rays of light returned to Khorasan's body, looking at the huge golden rabbit in front of him, no one dared to underestimate this rabbit with golden light all over his body, because they all know that this is the strongest form of the spell warrior, and when they burst into the strongest combat power, it is when they transform into the spell warrior. If that's the case, then I can't keep my hands. Tiger's face was also full of solemn expressions. When he saw that Khorasan had entered the strongest form of the spell warrior, he was also extremely flustered. Only the spell warrior knows what the strongest form of the spell warrior means. Sheep Spell Warrior Doflamingo. Chapter 261. The fifth spell warrior. Then let me show you the strongest state of my strongest spell warrior. Just when Nico, Robin, Tiger, Khorasan and the three of them all entered the strongest state of spell warriors. Just when everyone looked at Sabo. At this moment, Sabo's body suddenly burst into infinite light. The golden light flickered between the heaven and the earth. Sabo's body also changed rapidly, shrinking rapidly from the 100-meter dragon body, and then a divine monkey full of golden light appeared in the world. You are actually a complete spell warrior, so doesn't it mean that the fifth spell warrior has appeared? Looking at Sabo, who can already transform into the strongest form of the spell warrior, everyone who knows the situation of the spell warrior is full of surprises, because only a completely unsealed spell warrior can transform into the strongest form of a spell warrior. 19. In other words, Sabo was already a complete spell warrior at this time, and the Lord should have left his body long ago to look for the appearance of the next spell warrior. I didn't expect that I'm actually a complete spell warrior. As early as when I defeated the 4 emperors, the power of all beings I obtained was about to break through my spell seal. The battle of the top has spread all over the world, and my reputation has spread all over the world. The power of all beings that I obtained helped me unlock the power of the spell warrior 10 days ago. That is to say, 10 days ago, I was already a full-body spell warrior. Facing everyone's puzzled eyes, Sabo said such a sentence. With his defeat of the 4 emperors and the outbreak of the battle of the top, Sabo's reputation can be said to have spread throughout the world, and the power of all beings he obtained has long since completely unlocked the power of a spell warrior for him. Then doesn't it mean that it has been 10 days since the 5th spell warrior appeared? The 5th spell warrior. Who is the 5th spell warrior? What abilities does he possess? Everyone's heart is full of surprise. The first 4 spell warriors already possess this power, so what kind of ability does the 5th spell warrior possess? Does it also possess the powerful power to destroy the world? At this time, everyone here can be said to be guessing the identity of the 5th spell warrior and what power he can possess. After all, at this time, the whole world already knows what the meaning of spell warriors is. That is the power that is truly enough to dominate the entire world. A huge power that can make the whole world tremble. They never thought that Sabo had already lifted the seal of the spell warrior so quickly. Became one of the real strongest spell warriors. Kakaka. Just when everyone was shocked by the news, when everyone was looking at Sabo in a complete state, not far away, the huge door of justice that was hundreds of meters high was suddenly opened. A naval warship suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked there. There they felt an astonishing breath bursting out there. This is an atmosphere full of violence. I didn't expect it to be you. You are the 5th spell warrior. Assassin Khorasan. At this time, his face can be said to be full of dignified expression. From this explosive momentum, he felt a very familiar aura, a breath that he will never forget in his life. This can be said to be the biggest pain in his heart. This powerful aura. Is he the 5th spell warrior? It's really getting more and more fun. Number 537 would have thought it would be him. The battle on top will become the battlefield of the spell warriors. All the people who knew the warship, they also knew the existence of that person because of the eruption of this momentum. After feeling the aura that made them feel familiar, they all turned their heads to look at Khorasan, who had transformed into the strongest form of a spell warrior. At this time, the corners of their mouths can be said to be full of smiles, as if something fun is about to break out. Ha ha ha, my dear brother, are you alright? As a big brother, I will never forget that you personally sent me to the deep sea prison. At this time, a figure appeared in front of everyone on the naval warship that had just entered through the gate of justice. He is the former Flamingo Doflamingo, the master of the Doflamingo family, the man who was once sent to the Deep Sea Prison by Khorasan himself. Chapter 262. The sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison. Push back 10 days from the start of the Battle of the Top. On the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison 10 days ago, Doflamingo Town was in a cell at this time with Halashi handcuffs all over his body and bound in this building. Haha, you damn brat got beaten up again. You only know what secret is to be tortured by these people like this. Looking at Doflamingo, who was punished again, the people on the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison were full of curiosity. Those who can be imprisoned on the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison are those well-known beings. Their strength is incomparably powerful, and even because of that terrifying strength, their existence in this world was wiped out by the world government. In other words, the world government is afraid of their power. Generally, after being detained on the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison, they will only be detained here, and the guards of the Deep Sea Prison will not trouble them. After all, they all possess terrifying power, and every strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying. Generally, these jailer beasts would not dare to provoke them. The momentum these people gathered was enough to frighten the jailers. But since Doflamingo came here, this unspoken rule has been broken. As if someone was eager to know the secret Doflamingo knew. Almost every day, prison guards come to trouble Doflamingo, and even the warden of the Deep Sea Prison has received any orders and generally has to learn from Doflamingo's mouth. In order to detain Doflamingo from the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison to accept the criminal law, Magellan, the dignified prisoner of the Deep Sea Prison, can be said to personally come to interrogate him every time. After all, Magellan was the only one who could arraign Doflamingo from the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison. Or to say that there are only a few people, there are countless strong men in the sixth floor of the Deep Sea Prison with domineering and domineering. At the same time, these powerhouses have gone through endless slaughter, and their murderous and domineering arrogance and their own momentum are enough to deter those with weak willpower. Those little scoundrels who usually come to deliver meals are also frightened when they come to deliver meals. Even if they were awakened animal devil fruit powers, they were full of fear when they came to deliver meals because they simply couldn't bear the aura of these powerhouses. Do you also want to know the secret from my mouth? His body was full of ferocious wounds, and his hands and feet were tied with the halustone handcuffs. Relying on Doflamingo, who was in the cell, he looked at the prisoners outside the cell with a mocking expression. These prisoners don't want to know the secrets of Doflamingo's mouth. They were also curious about what the secret in Doflamingo's mouth was that caused others to take care of him again and again. The only people who can affect the Deep Sea Prison are the highest levels of the world government. Do you also want to know these secrets? But do you know, these secrets of mine are not so easy to be known, and they are all life-threatening. Relying on Doflamingo, who was in the cell, he suddenly laughed out loud. His words were full of disdain. He also knew that in today's world, the only people who can interfere with the Deep Sea Prison are the top officials of the world government, and there is only one kind of person who wants to know the secret in his mouth so much, and that is the Tianlong people, who are above everything in the world. In Doflamingo's mouth there is a secret that even Tianlong people are extremely afraid of. This is where Doflamingo can threaten Tianlong people. The Tianlong people want to know what the secret controlled by the Doflamingo family is. The secret controlled by the Doflamingo family is enough to threaten the existence of the Tianlong people. The first thought of the Tianlong people was to behead Doflamingo, but he was afraid that Doflamingo had already told the secret to others, so the Tianlong people wanted to know the specific situation of the affair. Lihazeo. The Tianlong people also want to know the secrets that Doflamingo knows. What secrets does the Doflamingo family have? A bunch of trash. Do you think the secrets I have are within your control? Looking at the criminals on the sixth floor of these deep sea prisons, even if there are countless people who are stronger than Doflamingo, but for Doflamingo, who used to be a dragon in the sky, this is nothing. At this time, his heart was completely distorted. A very insane lunatic. Chapter 263. The Return of the Spell Warrior. I think it looks like you guys don't have much patience. What about the assassin who killed me? Where are you now? His whole body was full of ferocious wounds. Brother Doflamingo, leaning on the corner, his face can be said to be full of arrogant smiles, even if he knew how to face himself. There is only death, but Doflamingo does not have the slightest timidity. He will face death calmly, but Doflamingo's heart is also full of unwillingness. Why did he come to this step? All because of his younger brother Khorasan. Khorasan not only sent him to the deep sea prison, but also took everything from the patriarch of his Doflamingo family. Khorasan can be said to have destroyed all his pride with his own hands, something that brother Lumming will never forget in his life. Spell warrior. Spell warrior. If I, Doflamingo, can become a spell warrior and possess the power of all revenge, then I am willing to give up everything. At this moment Doflamingo, who was leaning against the corner, was full of hatred in his heart. He will never forget everything he has lost. He will take back everything he has lost, but this requires a premise that that is enough to make him revenge. If you want to have the power of revenge, you must have the power to defeat the spell warrior. But in today's world, only the spell warrior can defeat the spell warrior. You want to be a spell warrior. Just when Doflamingo's heart was full of shouting hatred, a voice full of divinity suddenly sounded in Doflamingo's ear. This voice seemed to be responding to Doflamingo's call, the most hated call from his heart. If I can get the power of revenge, I, Doflamingo, are willing to give up everything. JD. Really, my esteemed lord, whether it is allegiance to you or devoting my soul, it is all right. At this time, Doflamingo was still on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, but what he saw in his mind was a golden dragon statue hovering in his mind. Looking at the golden dragon statue in his mind and feeling the power of this unparalleled stalwart, Doflamingo instantly knew what the golden dragon statue in front of him represented: the legendary lord with the power of 12 spells. You really are a smart person. The holy master who heard Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of confidence in his words at this time. The holy master did not expect that the candidate for the 5th spell warrior would actually be Doflamingo. Haha, I'm Doflamingo. The powerful overlord's arrogance erupted from Doflamingo's body, and his words can be said to be full of confidence and domineering. Little guy, don't let out your overbearing arrogance. It can be said that there are countless powerhouses with domineering and domineering here. Just when Doflamingo was arrogant and domineering on the 6th floor of this deep sea prison, countless more powerful auras came to oppress Doflamingo in an instant. The aura of these people even surpassed that of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, which means that there are not a few strong men who surpass the Admiral here. Doflamingo let out a disdainful hum after feeling the aura of these strong men. Even if the power of these powerhouses is powerful, even if the power of these powerhouses is higher than himself, he, Doflamingo, would be a timid person. As expected, you are the spell warrior I chose. Congratulations on becoming my 5th spell warrior. After feeling the pride that belonged to Doflamingo in his heart, the Lord also answered Doflamingo with a satisfied face. Then please grant me the power of a spell warrior, and I will use your power of a spell warrior to make the whole world tremble. In his mind, Doflamingo quickly echoed the Holy Master. At this time, he was eager to obtain the power of a spell warrior, and to become the only existence that could obtain the power of revenge and leave from here. The spell warrior ability is selected: Sheep Spell. At this time, above the golden statue of the Holy Lord, the sheep charm, among the 8 remaining spells, quickly stood out on the golden statue of the Holy Lord. The talisman of the sheep talisman instantly shattered, and a sheep talisman with golden rays of light all over its body quickly entered Doflamingo's mind. Doflamingo, the sheep charm warrior and the evocative messenger. After the sheep charm was broken and the warrior power belonging to the sheep charm was instantly swallowed by Doflamingo, the Holy Master in the form of the golden dragon said a sentence full of infinite majesty. Chapter 264 Hunting Souls. Sheep Talisman Warrior, Soul Enchanting Messenger. Is this my ability? Doflamingo, who was leaning on the corner of the wall, suddenly raised his head and looked at the roof of the cell. If he was still full of death desires begging for death before, then now Doflamingo, he can be said to be full of expectations for the future, because he already has the ability to change his own destiny, or at this moment he can begin to gradually control his own destiny. Then let me see the true power of this spell warrior. After feeling the inheritance of the spell warrior in his mind, Doflamingo, who was leaning against the corner, slowly closed his eyes. Soul out of body, Doflamingo said indifferently, and Doflamingo's soul left his body without anyone noticing. Is this the out-of-body soul? It's really amazing. This is the power of the soul. At this time in the cell belongs to on top of Doflamingo's body, another Doflamingo appeared there. After looking at his own body lying in the cell and feeling the power possessed by his soul at this time, Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of ambition. This is only the ability of the soul out of the body, so let me try to kill and devour between souls. The power of the sheep talisman warrior is as simple as the out-of-body soul. The soul out of body is only the most basic ability of the sheep talisman warrior, and the strongest ability of the sheep talisman warrior is the devour between souls. That's right, let your soul escape from your body, and then devour the souls of those dead humans or the souls of all things. Devouring the soul to strengthen oneself is the strongest power of the sheep talisman warrior. I didn't expect that the 6th floor of the deep sea prison full of criminals is actually a place where no soul exists. At this time, Doflamingo's soul is on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, where countless criminals are imprisoned. These criminals basically seldom die unless they die of old age. This is also the most dangerous but at the same time the quietest and most peaceful. Only Doflamingo, who is an exception, is often arraigned by others. Since there are no ghosts on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, then I will go up and take a look. Looking at the empty 6th floor of the deep sea prison in front of him, Doflamingo, who was in a state of soul at this time was a he smiled and shook his head. Whoosh! For Doflamingo, who was in a state of soul at this time, the sea tower stone cage of the deep sea prison had no effect on him. Doflamingo's soul body quickly walked out of the cell of the deep sea prison. It can be said that it was the first time he truly walked freely on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. These are the prisoners held on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. After stepping out of his cage, Doflamingo had the time and energy to observe the 6th floor of the deep sea prison well for the first time. In the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, it can be said that countless criminals with heinous crimes are imprisoned. Each of their strengths can be said to be incomparably terrifying and the strongest, even surpassing the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Since Doflamingo is in a state of soul at this time, he can see everything in this deep sea prison, but others cannot see him. The power of the sheep charm warrior. 1. The soul goes out of the body and enters the state of the soul. 2. You can see the souls of those who have died and fight and kill them to devour their souls to gain the power and ability of their souls. First these two abilities, the rest will be introduced later. 0. Sure enough, they are all powerful people with terrifying strength, but one day you will become the slaves of my soul. After feeling the amazing power contained in the bodies of these prisoners, especially the astonishing momentum contained in the thin body of the Red Earl who belongs to the deepest cell, Doflamingo felt even more is the real powerhouse. The Red Earl can be said to be a true 4 Emperor level combat power, and he still belongs to that kind of top existence. Now this is my Doflamingo hunting ground. Brother Doflamingo, who was in a state of soul, felt the amazing soul power contained in everything around him. At this time, his heart can be said to be full of amazing killing intent and yearning for the future. Possessing the power of a sheep talisman warrior can out of body devour the souls of the dead to enhance his own power. In front of Doflamingo at this time, the deep sea prison in front of him is no longer a cell for imprisoning him, but a paradise for him to grow up. The hunting ground for his giant dragon is small. Chapter 265. The 5th floor of the deep sea prison. This will belong to my Doflamingo's hunting grounds, and this will be my hunting paradise. Brother Doflamingo, who was walking on the 6th floor of this deep sea prison in a state of soul, can be said to be full of pride and ambition at this time. After knowing the power possessed by the sheep charm warrior, Doflamingo can be said to be full of hope for his future. At this time, he was even able to escape the deep sea prison in an instant, but all he lost was his own body. The sheep talisman gave Doflamingo the ability to go out of his body, allowing him to leave his body and walk freely in the human world. At the same time, it also gave Doflamingo the power of immortality. As long as there is no absolute damage to Doflamingo's soul, even if Doflamingo's body is destroyed, he can still use the power of the sheep charm to take away a person's body. This is the horror of the sheep charm, the unparalleled power of terror. As long as the soul is not damaged or that kind of fatal damage, as long as no one can instantly kill Doflamingo's soul, then with the power of the sheep charm, Doflamingo can completely devour those strong men. The soul nourishes itself. This is the perverted place of the sheep talisman, the perverted power that makes people feel flustered. As long as Doflamingo's soul is not completely beheaded, then he can use the power of the sheep charm to seize the body of others and resurrect again. In today's world, it can be said that there are only a handful of people who have the ability to damage the soul. If it is said that the damage to the soul is the greatest, it is only the soul that belongs to the 4 emperors of the pirates. Fruit and Brooks yellow spring fruit. This can be said to be one of the few existences in the One Piece world that can harm the soul. Tatata, under the circumstance that all the prisoners and the prison guards of the deep sea prison could not watch, Doflamingo's soul left the 6th floor of the deep sea prison and came to the 5th floor of the deep sea prison. The 5th floor of the deep sea prison is an ice world full of ice and snow. It can be said that it is extremely cold and has killed countless criminals, but the minimum reward here is the existence of over 100 million. The first half can be said to be one of the best pirates. Sure enough, there is still a little more soul in it. Different from the empty 6th floor of the deep sea prison, there are still a few souls floating here in the frozen world of the 5th floor of this icy deep sea prison. It is impossible for a soul to live in this world forever. Only a person's soul can reside in this world not long after he died, which means that these ghosts are just dead. It can also be seen from this that although the 6th floor of the deep sea prison is extremely terrifying, his death rate is the lowest. On the contrary, the higher the death rate, the higher the death rate. After all, how does the number of criminals in the 6th floor of the deep sea prison compare with the first 5 floors? If the 6th floor of the deep sea prison represents quality, then the rest represents quantity. Those powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison are simply not comparable to those on the 5th floor and above. Then let me practice with you first. Looking at the souls in front of him, Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of killing. He quickly raised his hands, only to see some white silk threads burst out on top of his hands. This is the power that belongs to to Doflamingo's string fruit. The soul has the power of a person's life, which means that the soul represents all the strength of a person, including his physical skills and devil fruit ability. Who are you? When Doflamingo appeared in front of these ghosts, the ghosts immediately became alert when they saw Doflamingo, who was about to shoot. Although they have become ghosts, don't forget that they are surrounded by vicious pirates. Which of them is not a ruthless existence? Doflamingo of the Doflamingo family. The corners of his mouth were filled with an insolent smile, and Doflamingo looked at the ghosts in front of him as if he were looking at prey. These ghosts will be the cornerstones of his growth. Doflamingo, we haven't heard of this name. One of the ghosts shook his head suspiciously. Some of these ghosts were frozen to death by the ice and snow, some were bitten to death by the military wolf on the 5th floor, and some committed suicide because they couldn't bear the torture of the 5th floor. Some of them are newly detained, and some have been detained for decades. Chapter 266, Hunting Souls. Let me see the power of the sheep charm today. Looking at the souls Doflamingo in front of him can be said to be shot in an instant. The power of the thread fruit is activated instantly. There are 3 souls in front of them. All of them belong to the prisoners on the 5th floor of the deep sea prison who just died today. Those who can be detained on the 5th floor of the deep sea prison are all terrifying existences with a reward of over 100 million. Of course, this kind of terror is only relative to the first half of the Great Route. For a master of the Kaiwilhe level like Doflamingo, a pirate with a reward of over 100 million can also bring him a little bit trouble, but that's just a little trouble. The masters at the level of Wangzaya Kaiwilhe are equivalent to the elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, and the masters who are also top-notch in the Navy. The strength gap in the Kaiwilhe under the king is a bit big, but the weakest ones are 19 more than the lieutenant generals of the naval headquarters, and the strong among them can even compete with the generals of the naval headquarters. Tyrant Bear, Hawkeye My Hawk, the world's greatest swordsman. These people are all monsters among monsters, and their strength is incomparably powerful. Parasitic Thread. Doflamingo raised his hands gently, only to see 10 tiny silk threads on the top of his hands quickly entangling the 3 souls. This is the ability of Doflamingo's string fruit. Control a person's body through their own silk threads. What's going on? Why did I lose control of my body? What happened? What did you do? You guy, who are you? The 3 souls roared in horror. At this moment they lost their control over their bodies, only to see the 3 of them raised their fists and bombarded the other 2. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the 3 souls in front of them, they are killing each other under their control like puppets on strings. At this time Doflamingo had a sick smile on his face. He was full of pride that he once again controlled his own destiny. It's all a group of ants that have become the nutrients for my growth. In the face of these prisoners above the 5th floor of the deep sea prison, Doflamingo has the strength to crush them. Doflamingo moment coming in front of these prisoner souls controlled by him. His legs kicked out fiercely, and his domineering legs covered with armed colors directly shattered all these souls. Kakaka kakaka. Just like the broken mirror, the souls of those who were kicked by Doflamingo, their souls quickly shattered and dissipated like the broken mirror. The power of the sheep charm is absorbed. In the face of these rapidly dissipating souls, Doflamingo directly used the power of the sheep charm to absorb the power of these souls. With the use of the power of the sheep talisman, these soul powers that were ready to be dissipated between heaven and earth can be said to quickly pour into Doflamingo's soul. The nourishment of soul power is such a pleasure. At this time, Doflamingo was enjoying the bathing of the whole heaven as if he were flying in heaven. At this time, he didn't mention how much he enjoyed it. The soul is constantly growing, and the abilities belonging to these 3 ghosts are constantly being absorbed by Doflamingo. One swordsmanship, and the other 2 are actually masters of physique. After Doflamingo absorbed these soul fragments, he also absorbed the abilities of these 3 people. The swordsmanship of one swordsman and the taijutsu of the other 2 masters of taijutsu. I can feel the strength of my soul. Doflamingo's soul was floating in the 5th floor of the deep sea prison. At this time, he could clearly feel that his soul had been strengthened a lot. Is this the power of the sheep charm? After Doflamingo in the soul body felt the powerful power in his body, he can be said to be extremely proud at this time, because through the absorption of the soul Doflamingo, he has proved the power of the sheep charm. The sheep charm does have the ability to absorb the power of the soul. First sweep the 5th floor of the deep sea prison, and then continue sweeping upwards. Feeling the surging soul power in his body, Doflamingo's heart is also full of excitement. As long as he has enough soul power and feeds himself back, Doflamingo believes that one day he will escape from here. And through the absorption of soul power, Doflamingo also determined one thing, that is, absorbing soul power can absorb the power that these souls have in front of them. Moreover, the cage of the current deep sea prison can no longer keep Doflamingo bound, but in the face of the deep sea prison, which contains countless treasures, souls, how could he easily give up Doflamingo? Woolen cloth. Chapter 267 The Monster on the 6th Floor of the Deep Sea Prison. The killing was going on continuously, and Doflamingo could be said to be completely caught in the killing at this time. From the 5th floor of the Deep Sea Prison to the 1st floor of the Deep Sea Prison, the souls of the dead who died that day and have not dissipated were all beheaded by Doflamingo. These souls never thought that although they died in the human world, even their souls would be beheaded. In this short night, the Deep Sea Prison actually fell into a fight without everyone knowing it. The battle between souls can be said to be even more cruel. Doflamingo, who possesses the power of a sheep spell warrior, is the one who greedily absorbs the power of these souls and acquires the abilities they possess. The number of souls killed by Doflamingo that night was more than 100, and it also showed that the number of prisoners who died that day in the Deep Sea Prison was more than 100. Every day, countless criminals are escorted here from all over the world. Some of them were beaten to death because they could not bear the torture, and some committed suicide because they were unwilling to be humiliated. Is it completely gone? From the 5th floor of the Deep Sea Prison to the 1st floor of the Deep Sea Prison, after beheading all the souls that died that day, Doflamingo suddenly felt a little unfinished. Look, forget it. Let's return to my body first and wait for the slaughter tomorrow night. Doflamingo shook his head a little hesitantly. The feeling of killing souls to obtain the soul power ability of the souls of the dead is even more fascinating than drug addiction. Doflamingo enjoys this feeling, the feeling that his soul has gained countless abilities within a powerful body. It could be said to have fallen into a kind of morbid madness. Boom! Once again, from the 1st floor of the Deep Sea Prison to his cell on the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison. Looking at his body, Doflamingo, who is leaning on the cell, there is no trace of it. The hesitant soul returned to its body again. With the power of the sheep charm, Doflamingo can completely abandon his body and find another body to be free. But he is a very arrogant man like Doflamingo. How could he easily give up his body? Boom! Just when Doflamingo's soul just returned to his body, the power belonging to his soul was instantly infused into this body. A powerful force and momentum instantly erupted and swept the entire Deep Sea Prison. The wounds on Doflamingo's body were also recovering quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on, you little guy? Didn't I tell you? Don't let your aura explode casually. With the eruption of Doflamingo's body, the entire 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison can be said to be completely shocked. Move. The people detained on the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison can be said to be the kind of monsters with incomparably terrifying strength. Each of them has amazing domineering and that powerful momentum. For them, the domineering arrogance and aura that erupted here is a challenge to everyone. The only thing that can make them burst into the domineering and imposing manner of the king is when the guards who belong to the Deep Sea Prison arrive. When these personnel arrive, these people will explode with their own domineering and imposing manner. They just want to tell the people in the Deep Sea Prison are not easy to bully. His are all monsters held in the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison. Don't compare them with other prisoners. Boom. In the face of the aura and domineering that erupted from the monsters on the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison, Brother Doflamingo didn't have the slightest fear. Boom boom boom. The powerful overlord's arrogance and astonishing aura erupted in the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison. Why is this kid's domineering tone enhanced so much? It's just one night's work. Those real monsters have the level of generals and even monsters that surpass the level of generals. After feeling the astonishing aura of Doflamingo, their brows suddenly frowned slightly, because, how good is Lee? They clearly felt the change in Doflamingo's domineering arrogance and momentum. He became more domineering, his aura became more powerful, and Doflamingo's strength became more terrifying. What has this little devil experienced? The real monsters on the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison, they can be said to have really watched Doflamingo. For the first time, they saw Doflamingo in their eyes. After all, to them, the former Doflamingo was just a slightly stronger and, now with the outbreak of Doflamingo's momentum, they also recognized Doflamingo's strength and recognized his strength. Chapter 268 Magellan's Venom Torment. What the hell is going on with this kid? And why is this kid's strength still improving? At this time, the real monsters on the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison felt that the power contained in Doflamingo's body was getting stronger and stronger. Their hearts can be said to be full of surprises. On the 6th floor of the Deep Sea Prison, where the environment is extremely dangerous, under this extremely difficult environment their strength can be said to be constantly weakening. Only Doflamingo is an outlier, and his power is constantly weakening. Strengthened. What exactly is going on? Why does this happen? These monsters also have suspicions in their hearts. Little guy, what the hell is going on? The monsters, who almost never opened their mouths, asked the doubts in their hearts. Cut. Facing the inquiries of these monsters, Doflamingo let out a snort in disdain. The same is true of prisoners, and the most important thing is that if it wasn't for the arrogance in his heart that he couldn't give up his body, Brother Dofwaron 543 would have left here long ago with the power of the sheep charm. Damn it, don't be too arrogant. A general level powerhouse saw the astonishing aura that erupted from his entire body. Although he was bound by hellish handcuffs all over his body, the powerful overlord still charged towards Doflamingo. Which one here is not the former overlord? Which one here is not the once famous existence? In the face of this sudden burst of domineering Doflamingo, he was not afraid to bombard him with the same powerful domineering. Old guy, I'm not something you can easily need. With a disdainful smile on his face, Brother Doflamingo raised his head to look at the strong man who was exuding domineering with him. This is a middle-aged man who looks only in his 40s, and he is full of amazing momentum. Little devil, don't be too arrogant, said the middle-aged man in his 40s with bloodthirsty killing intent on his face. This is a terrifying powerhouse who was imprisoned on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison more than 10 years ago, a man with general-level combat power. Crazy, it won't be long before you become the nourishment of my soul. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth rose slightly with a disdainful smile. The criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, although their number is extremely rare, each of them can be said to be a strong man. The powerhouses are incomparably terrifying, and the people on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison will not treat them easily. Of course, Doflamingo is an exception. When Doflamingo confronted this middle-aged man in his 40s, the door of the 6th floor was suddenly opened, and Magellan, the warden of the deep-sea prison full of amazing momentum, appeared in front of everyone. Magellan was full of amazing momentum. As a poisonous fruit person, his body is filled with that extremely poisonous venom and poisonous gas. In the small place of the deep-sea prison, Magellan can be said to be an invincible existence by virtue of the ability of his poisonous fruit. Moreover, Magellan himself is a top-level combat force at the level of a general. Strength. It can also be said to be extremely terrifying. Did you come to interrogate me so early today? Seeing Magellan approaching him step by step, Doflamingo's face was full of disdain. Tell the secret, Doflamingo, in your mouth. With a fierce look on his face, Magellan came to Doflamingo's cage, and as the warden of the dignified deep-sea prison, he had to succumb to the world government order. He came to interrogate Doflamingo every day to make him submit. How many times have you been here, Magellan? You should know my determination. Doflamingo looked at Magellan with disdain. Since he was detained in this deep-sea prison, he could be said to have been tortured. In the end, all of this is not because of the Tianlong people. Although the deep-sea prison is known as an impregnable wall for the powerful Tianlong people, the deep-sea prison is just their back garden. Magellan, who is at the level of generals, is just their lackey. Boom! A poisonous dragon suddenly erupted behind Magellan, and the poisonous dragon roared towards Doflamingo in the cage. Ah! A painful roar shouted from Doflamingo's mouth. The venom was eroding Doflamingo's body, and boundless pain kept pouring into Doflamingo's heart. Haha, Magellan, don't you only have this means? I don't know how many times I've experienced this kind of torture. Although his whole body was full of pain, Doflamingo's face did not give in at all, wanting to use the pain of venom to subdue himself. Would he be that kind of cartilaginous man? Doflamingo. Chapter 269. Little Cow. Animal Awakening. Magellan, don't be too presumptuous. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, in the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison, the domineering arrogance of countless powerhouses and even their own powerful aura exploded instantly. Assembled most of the powerful men on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, and all of them put pressure on Magellan. Even after Magellan, a general-level powerhouse, was oppressed by this powerful momentum, the masonry under his feet was instantly shattered. It's you who are too presumptuous. Don't forget that this is my Magellan's territory. Magellan, who was under the aura of countless powerful men, raised his head and swept his eyes quickly over the prisoners who were being held here. This is also the reason why the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is so quiet, because there are only a handful of people in the entire deep-sea prison who can withstand the aura of these powerhouses. Only the top-level powerhouse can withstand the momentum and domineering of these powerhouses. Magellan glanced at Brother Doflamingo, who was swept away by the venom. After feeling the more and more domineering and aura he was enduring in his body, he finally shook his head helplessly. A bottle of antidote was thrown to Doflamingo. Don't be too arrogant. His words were full of disdain, and Magellan finally turned around and left. Although these powerhouses are all imprisoned here, even the warden of the deep-sea prison cannot arbitrarily punish and kill all these prisoners, because the power behind these people is really too huge, and their use value is also enormous. One of the most important points is the devil fruit that these strong people still have in their bodies. If these strong people are killed to revive these devil fruits, who will know when outsiders get the power of this devil fruit? Will there be some more terrifying monsters? Little guy, you have to thank us. When Magellan left, a general-level powerhouse on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, he looked at Brother Doflamingo with a smile on his face. Here, they all have a common identity, that is, the prisoners on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. When there are no outsiders here, they can quarrel, but once there are outsiders, they will work together to deal with him, because this is the law of survival here. Cut. Brother Doflamingo shook his head with disdain. In the end, they were just worried. If they didn't work together to let Magellan defeat them one by one, would they still be able to survive like this? Crackling. Just as Doflamingo used the antidote to quickly detoxify himself, the door of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison was opened again. But this time, the one who appeared here is not Magellan, the warden of the deep-sea prison, but a jailer beast. The animal cow fruit awakener, a monster of the animal awakened. But even as a powerful animal type awakener, when he opened the door of the 6th floor, his heart was full of worry and fear. Little guy, little cow, are you here to deliver breakfast? The animal type cow fruit awakener, when he appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison seemed to have found some fun and immediately began to tease this jailer beast. One of the 4 jailer beasts on the hot floor on the 4th underground floor of Minotaur. It is one of the awakened zodiac powers. Magellan calls it Mother Cow. It looks like a milk cow and holds a huge mace. To deal with the roaring evil in prison, criminals will also be tortured. According to MR.2, the cow monster is a monster that has no blood or tears and treats humans as garbage. Boom boom boom. A powerful momentum erupted instantly. The little cow that had just stepped into the 6th floor was shivering like a sheep being targeted by a dragon. It's as if the 6th floor belongs to the realm of the devil. It's just an innocent cow stepping into it. Ha ha ha. It's getting more and more interesting. Watching the little cow shivering and distributing the food it brought to the cage. The terrifying criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison laughed unscrupulously. It can be said that one of their few entertainment programs every day is to tease the little cow. However, since Doflamingo came, they have added another entertainment program, which is to use their own momentum to coerce Magellan and listen to Doflamingo's roaring voice. Little cow, let me borrow your body. When this animal type awakened person came to his cell and put his food for the day there, Doflamingo leaned against the corner. The corners of his mouth rose slightly with a small evil smile. Chapter 270. Soul controls little cow. The sheep talisman spells the soul out of the body. The soul of Doflamingo leaning against the corner came out of his body again, but this time Doflamingo's soul did not float in the air, but aimed at the little boy standing not far from his cage. Cows. Buzz. The little cow that was distributing food on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison was trembling. He suddenly felt his whole body covered for a while, and he instantly lost control of his body. Doflamingo's soul controlled his body, and the little cow's soul was temporarily suppressed. Sure enough, I can only control those who are weaker than me. After controlling May 43 to control the body of this little cow, Brother Doflamingo also felt the struggle of the little cow's soul, but the one with the sheep charm auxiliary Doflamingo still suppressed the soul of this little cow. Damn it, today I will make you the nourishment of my soul. After controlling the body of the little cow, Doflamingo suddenly turned his head and looked at the man in his 40s with general level combat power in the cage not far away. Doflamingo is a man who pays close attention to money. No matter who dares to provoke him, he will definitely get revenge, and it will be full of bloody revenge. Haha. With a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth, Brother Doflamingo took out a bit of the venom that Magellan had left in his cage before, and then dripped it on a serving of food. Just let me quietly watch you die in pain. After fully mixing the venom and the food, Doflamingo carefully placed the food in front of the cage of the man with the level of general combat power in his 40s. The little cow doesn't know if your beef is delicious. When Doflamingo just put the food in front of the cage, the man in his 40s who was leaning against the corner of the wall with the level of general combat power suddenly raised his head with a cruel smile on his face. Little dairy cow, the prisoner beast of the zoological awakened, is an extremely terrifying existence for the criminals on the first 5 floors of the deep-sea prison. But for these monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, the little cow is just the object of their teasing. When buzzing, as if it was stimulated, the little cow quickly escaped from the cage. Haha. Looking at the timid little cow in front of him, this man in his 40s with general level combat power laughed out loud. This is the madness of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Except for Magellan, the director of the deep-sea prison, and Shiliu, the guard of the long reign, who in the entire deep-sea prison can face these monsters without changing his face. Moreover, the top-level monsters in the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, even Magellan and Shiliu, are extremely vigilant. Let me see how you die next. I do not know when Doflamingo's soul has returned to his body. In this cage, he looked at the general and strong who was laughing there with a cruel smile. Well, when Doflamingo's soul returned, the little cow who regained control of his body looked around in confusion. What happened just now? Why am I here? Where is this place? By the way, I have to distribute food. As if remembering something, the little cow suddenly had endless needless goosebumps all over her body. I saw that he continued to distribute the food in fear. Bang! When he finished distributing all the food in his hand, he quickly escaped from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, a place that made him feel extremely terrifying, like a fleeing mouse. Ha ha ha. After watching this timid little cow fleeing away from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison as quickly as a mouse, the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison burst into laughter. This can be said to be one of their daily entertainment items, mocking the little cow who was called a monster by the criminals on the top 5 floors of the deep-sea prison. This is the difference between the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison and the first 5 floors. Because they have this power. How's Director Magellan going? Is that guy Doflamingo willing to confess? At this time, in Magellan's office on the 4th floor of this deep-sea prison, Magellan, who had just returned from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, saw an official from the world government waiting for him there. When the official of the world government saw Magellan, he immediately looked at Magellan eagerly and asked his worries out. Without that guy, his mouth would still be extremely hard, and he didn't say anything. Seeing this world government official Magellan in front of him, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. But considering the identity he represented at this time, Magellan had to tell what just happened on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Chapter 271 Food Poisoning. Damn, this damn Doflamingo, what the hell does he want to do? Does he want to disobey the orders of the great celestial dragon? After hearing Magellan's answer, the face of the official of the world government was instantly filled with anger. How long had he been here? The orders of the world government and the Tianlong people were hanging above his head. If this task cannot be completed perfectly, even his family members will not be spared. His family of old novels may also suffer. Director Magellan handed Doflamingo to me, and I want to personally interrogate him. Thinking of his wife and children, the official of the world government immediately roared at Magellan with a panicked expression on his face. You pay me attention to your identity. This is the deep-sea prison. I am the chief of the deep-sea prison. All the criminals here need to accept my orders. Without my order, who would dare to touch any criminal in the deep-sea prison? 19, especially the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Facing the roar of this world government official, Magellan roared unceremoniously. He is the supreme chief of the deep-sea prison, and his orders represent everything. Don't forget that this is his Magellan's territory. Magellan, don't forget who I represent behind me. Do you dare to disobey the orders of Lord Tianlonggren? Even in the face of Magellan with a general level of combat power, even if Magellan, as a poisonous fruit person, is full of that vicious venom, but when he thought of who was standing behind him, the official of the world government was extremely arrogant. Separate. Just when the world government official roared at Magellan with a smug look on his face. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Magellan suddenly hiccuped. When a gust of air gushed out from the gap, the official of the world government suddenly pinched his neck with both hands and fainted with white eyes. Someone will send him down for treatment. Looking at the officials of the world government who were stunned by his poisonous gas, Magellan's mouth rose slightly with a wicked smile. Bang bang bang. Several guards wearing gas masks ran in quickly, only to see that they skillfully carried the world government official down. Obviously, they don't know how many times they have done this kind of thing. For them, this may be something they are accustomed to. Doflamingo, what is the secret you have? Looking at the officials of the world government who were carried away, Magellan, who came to his throne, also had a thoughtful look on his face at this time. Magellan didn't know Doflamingo's true identity at this time, the identity of the dragon man. He was just a little curious. What was the secret that Doflamingo controlled? Why would even the celestial beings interfere? How did Magellan know that the Doflamingo he tortured every day was actually a dragon? It's just a heavenly dragon who has lost his identity as a heavenly dragon. Whoosh! While Magellan was there thinking about what secrets Doflamingo had, the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison was eating quietly. Even if they are the top powerhouses in this world, it is necessary to eat every day, and the food on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison can be considered quite good. Although it can't make them full, at least it can fill their stomachs. Haha, it's actually the meat of a sea king. The 40-year-old general-level powerhouse burst into laughter when he saw the huge barbecue in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly ate it up. After all, he has been imprisoned here for at least 10 years, and he has long been very tired of being in the dark cage that has been added for 20 or 5 years. The only fun every day can only be said to be teasing the little cow. I don't think you will die. Looking at the strong general who was feasting on delicious food, Doflamingo leaned against the corner of 547. His mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes were full of cruelty. Dare to offend my great Doflamingo, I think you are courting death. Doflamingo, who was also eating his own share of food, could be said to be full of killing intent at this time. Well, while Doflamingo was enjoying the food, he suddenly heard a roar full of pain. Delicious grilled meat that I ate there before the strong man. At this time he suddenly roared in pain. Damn, who poisoned my food? Is that the damn little cow? How powerful is the physique of a general and a strong man? Although Magellan's venom is extremely poisonous, it is extremely difficult to poison him to death in an instant. The whole body was full of pain, and the general level powerhouse let out bursts of roars in his own cage. Chapter 272 Riot on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. What happened? What happened? Someone was poisoned. Could it be that guy Magellan? The roar of the general level powerhouse can be said to have completely caused turmoil in the entire 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. All the strong men quickly threw away the food in their hands, and their faces were full of anger. Could it be that they can't even eat their food? Damn deep-sea prison. Damn Magellan, I will never let you go. Even if the body is poisoned, there is endless pain in the body. However, this general and strong man kept roaring, and he roared from there, twitching and full of pain all over his body. Drip, drip, drip. At this moment, the harsh siren rang through the entire deep-sea prison. You must know that it is the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. No matter what problems there are, it is not a trivial matter. Master Shu Chang is in trouble. There is a criminal on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Just when the piercing alarm sounded to Magellan's ears, a guard soldier with a gas mask on his face rushed in quickly and reported everything he knew. There is a problem on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. After hearing the soldier's report, even Magellan couldn't keep his composure. He hurriedly stood up and rushed towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Pass. Inform Shiliu to let him go with me to suppress the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Magellan, who quickly ran towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, did not forget to instruct the guard soldiers to inform Shiliu. What's the problem? Magellan, who quickly ran towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, was also full of doubts in his heart. Creak. The door to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison was opened, and Magellan appeared there. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment when the door was opened, the domineering and aura of countless powerhouses erupted instantly. This is the anger of those powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. They burst out with their astonishing aura, and the mighty tyrannical arrogance also burst out. Creak. Magellan, who was galloping, took a step back involuntarily under the impact of this momentum and domineering. You bastards! Aren't you afraid that I will really execute you all? With the power of the general level, Magellan can be said to have withstood the pressure of this momentum. After feeling the oppression of this momentum, Magellan can be said to be completely angry, and his body was filled with venom and directly transformed into the form of a poisonous man. Gudong, gudong. The extremely poisonous venom rolled inside Magellan's body. Magellan, we are not easy to bully. Looking at Magellan, who had transformed into a poisonous man, the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison roared furiously. Damn Magellan, you actually poisoned me. If you have the ability, you can kill me in an upright manner, you despicable villain. The highly poisonous general and strong man resisted the pain in his body at this time, only to see him roaring at Magellan, who was standing at the door of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison in front of the cage made by the halustone cell. Are you poisoned? Magellan frowned slightly when he looked at the powerful general who was poisoned at this time. What on earth is going on? Magellan was also full of puzzlement. Base. At this moment, an astonishing sword energy erupted from behind Magellan. Shiliu, who belongs to the second strongest in the deep-sea prison, appeared here. It's getting more and more interesting. Magellan didn't expect you to be a murderer like me. I only killed with a knife and you used poison. You are more cruel than me. Shiliu, who had just arrived here, burst out with astonishing sword energy all over his body. At this moment he looked at Magellan with a wicked smile. Now is not the time to discuss this matter. Let's help him detoxify before talking about it. Facing Shiliu's ridicule, Magellan just frowned and didn't say much. And Li Ma Zhao, and this is not the time to think about it. What they should do now is to remove the poison from the general level powerhouse. Well, Magellan Shiliu, who looked serious, didn't say much. I saw that the sword energy all over his body burst out instantly, and he and Magellan fought against the amazing momentum and domineering that the monsters in this deep-sea prison erupted. Against the momentum of these monsters, Magellan and Shiliu walked towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison step by step. They finally came to the cage of this general level strong man who was poisoned. Chapter 273 Magellan's strength. Crack. The cage of this general level powerhouse was instantly opened. Magellan walked in quickly. What the hell is going on here? When Magellan had just walked into the cell, his face could be said to be full of iron when he saw the general level powerhouse who was crying in pain. Sheep talisman. At this moment the power of the sheep talisman was activated, and Doflamingo's soul instantly entered the body of this general and strong man. Touch. When Doflamingo's soul entered the body of this general and strong man, the body of this general and strong man was instantly controlled by Doflamingo. Originally, with the strength of this general and powerhouse, Doflamingo could not easily control him, but because the tormented body of the strong general general and powerhouse had been tortured in the past. His will has long been weak, so he will be punished. Doflamingo took control easily. 547. But Doflamingo wasn't in complete control either. The soul of this general and strong man is resisting at this time. But for Doflamingo, he didn't ask for complete control. He only controlled for a moment. Give me death, damn Magellan. After controlling the body of the general and strongman, Doflamingo quickly clenched his fist and covered the powerful arm. Domineering, he quickly bombarded Magellan. Go. Is all this your plan, you bloody gangster? Looking at the prisoners who seemed to be bombarded by him, Magellan could be said to be completely angry. When was he, the dignified warden of the great deep-sea prison, ever being teased so much? Just when Magellan was about to take a shot at this general-level powerhouse, Shiryu, who was standing behind Magellan, JD, could say that he shot in an instant. The swordsmanship of the top-level great swordsman swiftly slashed towards this general and strong man. The sword chi of the great swordsman can be said to be destroying everything. This is the time. Facing the sword chi of this top swordsman, Doflamingo, who was controlling the body of this general and strong man, opened his arms and allowed the powerful sword chi to penetrate directly through his body. Boom boom boom. The sword energy enough to smash steel directly penetrated the body of this general, and the strong man's heart was directly shattered. Ha ha ha. Brother Doflamingo, whose soul returned to his body once again, looked at the general and the strong man, who fell in the pool of blood at this time, his mouth slightly raised with a smile. If you offend me, I will not only kill you in the world, but I will absorb your soul unceremoniously. Looking at the strong general who was beheaded by Shiryu, the corner of Doflamingo's mouth can be said to be full of pride. Let this guy offend me now. Okay, those who offend me have no good end. Shiryu, Magellan, a general and strong man who was beheaded by the stream, immediately turned his head and looked at Shiryu. Magellan just glanced at him and didn't say much. After all, Shiryu was just a defense after all. Magellan knew that Shiryu was a murderer. He could be said to be a bloodthirsty man who ignored life. The number of prisoners who died in his hands can be said to be countless. Magellan. At this time, the criminals on the 6th floor of the entire deep-sea prison could be said to be in a complete riot. The powerful and shocking overlord's arrogance continued to erupt. This is the arrogance of countless top powerhouses. Although it is true that criminals died on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Magellan's behavior was a provocation to the 6th floor of the entire deep-sea prison. You bastards! If it wasn't for the orders of the world government, do you think you could still survive to this day? Facing the domineering arrogance of these powerhouses, Magellan's face was also full of fierceness. He looked fiercely at the people in front of him. These people who were once forgotten by the world because the world government is erasing the traces of their existence in this world. Their influence on the world is too great, and even the world government is afraid of their existence. The history of their existence in this world has been worn away by the world government. Magellan, don't be too arrogant. An angry voice shouted from the mouths of these people. Even if they are prisoners, they are all prisoners with profound strength and power. They are not existences that can be bullied by others. Boom. The strong man's aura erupted from Magellan's body, and countless poisonous dragons entangled around Magellan. Being able to become the warden of the deep-sea prison, Magellan has the strength to suppress the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. This can also be said to be the only criterion for the warden of the deep-sea prison. Powerful enough to suppress the 6th floor. Is this the strength of Magellan, the warden of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison? Doflamingo, who was leaning against the corner, felt the powerful momentum of Magellan's eruption, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of a smile. Chapter 274. I am a Tianlong person. I don't want this to happen again. Give me a good investigation. What exactly happened here? Magellan, who was sitting on the seat in his office after returning to the 4th floor of the deep-sea prison, had a solemn expression on his face. What's going on here? Is it that simple? The dead general-level powerhouse. Magellan saw a glimmer of pride in his eyes, as if everything was his plan. But you are already dead. What meaning does this plan have for you? Button. Magellan sat on his seat with a contemplative look on his face. What is the reason for all of this? How did Magellan know that the smug look in the eyes of that general and strong man was not what he really thought? This smug look came from Doflamingo, because all these plans are already in progress according to Doflamingo's plan. The general-level powerhouse who contradicted him died in the hands of Doflamingo. At this time, even his soul will be swallowed by Doflamingo as his nourishment. Become one of the nutrients for Doflamingo to escape from the deep-sea prison and become the strongest person in the world. In the final analysis, all of this belongs to Doflamingo's plan, and the proud should belong to Doflamingo. Strengthen the monitoring of the 6th floor of several deep-sea prisons. I don't believe that I can't investigate the matter here. No matter who dares to interfere in the affairs of my deep-sea prison at will, I will not let him go. Magellan's face can be said to be full of seriousness. The deep-sea prison is his jurisdiction. This is his territory. territory. He will not let anyone do anything wrong here. Here he is the real boss of the boss. This is his territory. Director Magellan, we will definitely strengthen the control of the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. The guard soldiers standing in front of Magellan had serious expressions on their faces. After all, Magellan is the real boss here, the biggest boss here. It's time for me to start harvesting. The time passed and the sky gradually dimmed. Doflamingo, who was leaning against the corner, closed his eyes and suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment his eyes could be said to be full of murderous intent. Now is the time for him to start hunting those ghosts, especially the general level powerhouse. Soul out of body. Doflamingo's soul left his body once again, and his soul went out of the body again. It's you. After Doflamingo's soul left his body, at a glance he saw the soul of the strong general floating in the cage. Did Doflamingo not think that you were dead too? When Doflamingo's soul appeared, the soul of the general and strong man also saw Doflamingo's soul instantly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that we would be able to accompany you on Huanquan Road. With a hypocritical smile on his face, Brother Doflamingo looked at the general and strong man in front of him with a smile on his face. Cut. Looking at the ghost of Doflamingo, a general and strong man with a smile on his face, he shook his head with disdain. By the way, what's the secret they forced you to tell me now that you're dead anyway? As if thinking of something curious, the strong general looked at Brother Doflamingo curiously. After all, how many people in the entire deep sea prison are not curious about the secrets controlled by Doflamingo? After all, Doflamingo is the only special existence on the 6th floor of the entire deep sea prison. Do you know my true identity? The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and Doflamingo looked at the strong general in front of him with a smile, and he was the rhetorical questioner. How do I know what your real identity is? It seems that you are still an amazing person. With a slight glance at the corner of his mouth, the general and the strong looked at Brother Doflamingo with disdain. No matter what Doflamingo's identity is, for him at this time, he is just a companion on the road to Huanquan. Dragon Man. Doflamingo's mouth was full of hatred, and his mouth was full of bloodthirsty killing intent. The dragon people, who are called descendants of the creator of the world, the Tianlong people, didn't think that you are actually a Tianlong person, but as a Tianlong person, why are you imprisoned on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison? After hearing Dofren reveal his identity as a celestial dragon, the general and strong man's face was full of surprise. One must know that celestial dragons are world nobles who enjoy the protection of the entire world. Why was Doflamingo, a heavenly dragon, imprisoned in the deep sea prison? Small. Chapter 275. Doflamingo shot. Because I control the secret that all Tianlong people are extremely afraid of. Looking at the strong general with a hint of doubt on his face, Doflamingo's mouth brought a hint of evil smile, and he looked at the strong general with a smile on his face. But what he said was enough to arouse everyone's curiosity, including this general and strong man. Although only the strong general could hear Doflamingo's words, it was obvious that the strong general was completely attracted by Doflamingo's words. At this time, his face can be said to be full of curiosity. As the descendants of the creator of this world, the Tianlong people can be said to control a powerful force. The power of power is extremely fearful even for the world government. May 4th 7. This is also the reason why the Tianlong people can enjoy such enshrinement by the world government. In this world, in the final analysis, strength is the most important. Strength represents everything. As long as you have great strength, you can have everything. If you don't mind, can you share the secret with me? Besides, you and I are both dead at this time. Even if you tell me the secret, it's just to satisfy my curiosity. The heart of that general and strong man can be said to be full of curiosity. After all, who can not be curious? The power of the Tianlong people can be said to be deeply rooted in the whole world. No one dares to veto the authority of the Tianlong people in this world. I'll tell you the secret when you come here. After all, it's useless even if I share the secret with you at this moment. There seemed to be a trace of regret and depression on his face, and Doflamingo seemed to have remorse in his heart. He regretted his initial unwillingness. Haha, then tell me. I'm also curious about what else in the world today can threaten the world government. The general level powerhouse walked towards Doflamingo with a curious look on his face. Even as a general level powerhouse, he was just a weaker ant in the face of the world government and the Tianlong people. That's it. The strength of the Tianlong people is not an existence that anyone can challenge at will. Their strength can be said to be incomparably powerful, and their power makes everyone feel fear. The King of Kings, the King of Heaven, one of the three ancient gods. With Doflamingo's narration, an astonishing secret can be said to be completely revealed. It's just that the person who listened to the secret was an undead who had long since died. What if he knew the secret? And what if he knew the secret? Doflamingo just used him as a bait to let this general and strong man relax his vigilance. Is this the secret of the celestial dragons? Following Doflamingo's narration, the general and strong man's heart can be said to be full of surprises, and the secrets belonging to the celestial dragons quickly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. After knowing the power possessed by the Tianlong people, the general and strong man had a disdainful smile on his face. After all, this is also a world where the strong eat the weak. Strength is the foundation of everything. Actually, this is not the biggest secret of the Tianlong people. This is the biggest secret of the Tianlong people. Brother Doflaming slowly approached the general level powerhouse. At the same time, the secret of the Tianlong people was too shocking. The general and powerhouse did not think that even if he became a soul, he would be beheaded by others. For Doflamingo's approach, he just thought that Doflamingo was a little timid. He didn't think much about it. After all, he was already a soul at this time, so what else should a soul be afraid of? People are already dead. What is there to be afraid of? Therefore, this general level powerhouse did not care about anything, nor did he take too much precaution, but allowed Doflamingo to approach. In fact, I still have the biggest secret, and this secret is the reason why the Tianlong people are so persecuted. Brother Doflamingo slowly approached the general level powerhouse with a trace of evil killing intent in his eyes. At this time, Doflamingo slowly raised his right hand, which was covered with a powerful armament. Oh, the strong general's face could be said to be full of curiosity. At this time, he didn't even see the domineering armament covered by Doflamingo's right hand. The biggest secret is that you will die at my hands. Boom, boom. At this moment, Brother Doflaming can be said to have shot in an instant, and his domineering right hand covered with armament quickly hit the strong general. Like a sharp dagger, Doflamingo's right hand directly pierced the body of this general and strong man. The powerful arm domineering burst out and destroyed everything in an instant. Bump. The body of the general level powerhouse flew out as fast as a rag sack. Cough cough. Although he has entered the state of soul at this time, this general and strong man has lost his body at this time and can't cough out blood at all. However, he still had a physical instinct in his soul and coughed there. Damn Doflamingo, you damn bastard. What do you mean? What's the point of an attack like you and I are already souls? It can be said that the strong general was seriously injured at this time, but no matter how he said it, the strength of the former general level strong man was extremely terrifying. He struggled hard and yelled at Doflamingo. Chapter 276 Superman crushes fruit. Haha, for you, you may have really died, but for me it's just my new life. Do you think I'm really dead? My soul is only here because I'm a spell warrior. I have the power to go out of the body, and at the same time I also have the power to swallow your soul. I will swallow your soul to make me grow and make me a top-level powerhouse. In the face of the generals and powerhouses who can only survive at this time, Dofran, who has already won the ticket at this time, Brother Ming, he laughed out loud. For Doflamingo, this general and strong man in front of him is just the fat in his mouth, and it's still a piece of fat that can be swallowed at any time. 19. You actually have the ability to swallow souls. At this time, a general and strong man who was seriously injured and his soul would be broken at any time. His face at this time can be said to be full of shock. Does this world really have such an ability? The ability to devour others grows by itself. That's right. Let you be the cornerstone of my growth, and I will enjoy your soul well. Brother Doflaming raised his hands, and his ability to line the fruit instantly activated countless thin lines to instantly control the body of the general and the strong. His face was full of insolent smiles. Step by step towards the name, the strong general walked over. Damn Doflamingo, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. No, isn't I already a ghost at this time? The strong general shouted at Brother Doflamingo, but only at this moment did he realize that he was already a ghost. What is there after the ghost dies? When a person dies, it is a ghost, so the ghost is dead. This general and strong man was also full of speechlessness, and he didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. Everyone has become a ghost, so what is left after death? You will only be absorbed by me to become my strength. The powerful armament covered his fists was domineering, and after using the string fruit to control the lingering body of the general, Doflamingo came to the general and the strong with murderous intent. Whoosh! Just as Doflamingo was about to make his move, he instantly shot the strong general who was lingering and barely able to resist. It can be said that all the strings of the string fruit controlling his body burst. Give me death. Damn Doflamingo. The whole body is filled with a strange ability. This ability can be said to instantly smash all the power of Doflamingo's string fruit. Superman crushed fruit. Looking at the general and strong man whose fists were covered with great power, he felt the peculiar power above his fists that was enough to shatter everything. There was also a hint of shock on Doflamingo's face. Although they know that as generals and strong men, their strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying, this is why Doflamingo chose to attack him, and Doflamingo also guessed that he may also have the ability of devil fruit. After all, they can be said to be terrifying beings who are detained on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. Although there are a lot of pure physique powerhouses powerhouses. There are also a lot of devil fruit powerhouses. There are countless powerhouses with powerful devil fruit powers in the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. In Doflamingo's heart, he never let down any vigilance. He didn't want to experience the capsize in the gutter a second time. At the beginning, he didn't know Khorasan's strength, so he was defeated by Khorasan. Doflamingo, who capsized in the gutter, he didn't want to experience the same thing a second time. If that's the case, then let me die. Doflamingo's ability to use his devil fruit can be said to be the ultimate trigger. After all, he was facing a general powerhouse 550 with a powerful devil fruit ability, although the general powerhouse was seriously injured because of his sneak attack. But the rabbit is in a hurry and bites people, let alone this terrifying powerhouse at the level of a general. His strength can be said to be incomparably terrifying, and the horror makes everyone feel terrified. Superman type fruit crusher. Your devil fruit ability should be able to crush everything, right? With his arms covered with a domineering look, Doflamingo can be said to have tried his best. The powerful devil fruit ability was activated instantly, and the thin line covered with armed domineering was as sharp as a steel knife, and it was also the steel knife that cut gold and gravel. Smash it for me. The strong general at this time was only at the end of the shot. This can only be regarded as his last blow. The last blow of that last struggle. Bang! Brother Doflamingo's powerful, armed and domineering string fruit was directly shattered by the power of the crushing fruit. Chapter 277. Kill the General and the Strong. Puff puff. The soul body of the general and strong man quickly fell backwards. Countless thin lines covered with powerful weapons and domineering run through the soul of this general and strong man. I didn't expect that you would become the nourishment of my soul like this. The corners of his mouth were full of a smug smile, and Brother Doflamingo looked madly at the strong general in front of him. At this time, the power of the string fruit has completely limited the general, and countless thin lines of powerful armament and domineering covered it run through the soul of the general and the strong man. Doflamingo, his eyes were filled with remorse and hatred. The heart of this general and strong man can be said to be full of anger. No matter how angry you are, at this time you have completely dissipated between this world. Looking at the anger in the eyes of this general and strong man, Flamenco shook his head with disdain, and then he gently waved his right hand. The index finger of the right hand stirred quickly, covered with a domineering weapon. The thin thread of the thread fruit instantly tore the body of this general and strong man to shreds. Crack! The general tore the body of the strong man to shreds. To make for my strength, become one with me. Facing the soul of this general and strong man, Doflamingo opened his arms as if he was hugging something. Ka-ka-ka! The soul of the strong general made a shattering sound. The soul instantly shattered into countless rays of light and merged into Doflamingo's body. Doflamingo let out a cheerful voice as if he was soaking in a milk bath. Doflamingo's soul was filled with comfort. This is from the comfort in the soul, and the power of the soul is constantly growing. Is this the power of the superhuman smashing fruit? It's a terrifying ability that is completely comparable to the Whitebeard's shaking fruit. Doflamingo raised his right hand, and a milky white light erupted above his right hand. This is the superhuman type fruit crushing ability possessed by that general and strong man. The smashing power that is enough to smash anything in the world. What a powerful force. I didn't expect that the power of the devil fruit I inherited was actually the power of the devil fruit controlled by that person. If I absorb the soul of Whitebeard, then my control over the shock fruit is like Whitebeard's control over the shock fruit. Feeling the powerful power gushing out of his body at this time, Doflamingo's heart can be said to be filled with infinite shock. At this time, Doflamingo seems to have the powerful power to destroy the world, and he can shatter the whole world with a wave of his hand. But Doflamingo also knew that this was just a false illusion, an illusion caused by the rapid increase in strength. In fact, his strength has not really reached the point where he can destroy the world. There are only a handful of people in this world that can destroy the world, but at least it doesn't include the current Doflamingo. Doflamingo has not yet possessed this great power, but for Doflamingo, this is just one of his future pursuits, the powerful power he will surely possess. Then it's time to hunt other souls. After hunting down the strong soul of this general, Doflamingo could say that he felt the comfort of his whole body. This can be said to come from the comfort in the depths of the heart, but the growth of the soul is also limited, and this comfortable feeling will dissipate after the soul of this general is completely absorbed. Unconsciously, Doflamingo suddenly fell in love with this feeling of comfort in the soul. The disappearance of the comfortable feeling made Doflamingo still a little uncomfortable. Souls, accept my hunt. The corners of his mouth were full of bloodthirsty killing intent. At this time, Doflamingo looked extremely evil. He is enjoying the feeling of hunting, the feeling of growing his own soul. Boom boom boom. All become my soul nourishment. From the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, Doflamingo swept upwards again. A mighty force swept over everything. After swallowing the soul of that general and strong man, he has the power to crush fruit lilies, and Doflamingo's strength can be said to have increased a lot. At this time he can completely fight against the strong generals. This is his self-confidence, because he already possesses the terrifying strength that rivals the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Who are you? Why did you kill us? We've all become ghosts. Don't you just let us go, you bloody bastard. Who are you? Demon. Are you a demon from hell? Doflamingo, who hunted souls, can be said to have become the most feared existence among all souls in this deep-sea prison. They were afraid of this demon capable of hunting souls. Chapter 278 Momo Fruit Ability. Time flies by in a blink of an eye, and 5 days have passed. At this time, it has been 5 days since Doflamingo obtained the power of the sheep charm. During these 5 days, Doflamingo can be said to be constantly hunting the souls of those strong men. However, these powerhouses are nothing compared to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. However, although there are countless monsters with terrifying strength held in the east of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, their mortality rate can be said to be extremely low. The ones with the most deaths were the first 3 floors of the deep-sea prison. But the strength of these people is simply not enough for Doflamingo. Today I should need to reselect a prey. Relying on Doflamingo, who was in his cell on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, he looked at the terrifying monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison as if he were prey. These monsters are what Doflamingo really needs to hunt, those with extremely terrifying strength. Then my target this time is you. Momo Fruit Ability. Bundy Ward. Just as Doflamingo was picking out the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison like a prey, a frozen humanoid appeared in Dover in a cell of the prison. In the eyes of Brother Lumming, he is Bundy, the Momo Fruit capable person who traversed the sea decades ago, a monster with incomparably terrifying strength. Bundy Ward, captain of the Ward Pirates, commonly known as Ward, known as World Destroyer, is a man who once made the world government and the Navy fear with Roger and Whitebeard. He is proficient in domineering, and is the ability of the Momo Fruit, more, meaning multiplication, which can increase the size and speed of the objects he touches by hundreds of times, and has a huge ambition to subvert the world government. When he went to sea with his brother before, Bundy's goal was to swim in the sea and find freedom. Accidentally obtain the multiplier ability fruit, which can multiply the speed, strength, volume, weight, etc. of everything up to 100 times. After becoming powerful, his mantra is destroy everything that stands in my way. Navy warships, powerful pirates, and innocent residents are constantly being destroyed, hence the nickname World Destroyer. Later, he was captured because the world government installed a spy and turned his subordinates into rebellion. He was imprisoned in a large prison for 30 years in a frozen state. He escaped when Luffy made a riot in the city and wanted to take revenge on the world. The Navy urgently called Shichibukai to deal with Valder, so Valder was going to capture a Shichibukai as a hostage first. At this time, Luffy was practicing on Shamboard, and Wald suddenly appeared and defeated Luffy. Hancock's sister was captured by Wald and became a bait. Luffy and the Empress rushed to the rescue and fought with members of the Ward Pirates. After a lot of hard fighting, after Luffy finally realized the use of the armed JD color, he used the second block armed Fire Fist gun to defeat. Before he fell, he planned to use Momo's 100 times the cannon to die with the Navy, but Momo's 100 times the gun was cut in half by Hawkeye my Hawk. In the end, he fell down due to lack of physical strength, and his life and death are unknown. This is the life of Bundy, who is capable of Momo Fruit, but his Momo Fruit can be said to be extremely terrifying, which is why the Navy and the world government dare not easily behead criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Once Bundy dies, his Momo Fruit will be reborn from somewhere else, and no one will know if there will be the next more terrifying Bundy. This is also the reason why the world government will only imprison them here. They fear that the ability of these devil fruit abilities will be reborn from other places and acquired by a monster with a more terrifying talent. Then I will continue to waiting for the arrival of my little cow. Now that he has chosen his prey so much, Flamenco can be said to have completely settled down. He leaned on the cell of this prison as if closing his eyes and resting on a god. Although the night battle had improved his soul, his strength and momentum had increased, but no one can fight endlessly. At this time, Doflamingo closed his eyes and recovered his energy. He now needs to waiting for the little cows that come every morning. This little cow delivers meals for the criminals on the 6th floor of the entire deep-sea prison. Because Doflamingo needs to use this cow's body to complete his plan. You monsters with terrifying strength are just my prey at this time. When I really have the power of revenge to leave here, the whole world will fall into the terrifying terror that my Doflamingo caused. Doflamingo closed his eyes and rested. Doflamingo, who was waiting there, was full of infinite ambition at this time. Chapter 279 Controlling the Little Cows. Squeak, the little cow that arrives every morning, and at the same time he arrives at the appointed time. The sound sound of the cell door being opened on the 6th floor of this quiet deep-sea prison can be said to be extremely thorny. When the cell was opened, countless monsters raised their heads and looked at the little cow. Boom boom boom. The powerful momentum burst out instantly. It's time to molest the little cows every day. Those monsters full of bad taste are unscrupulously bursting with their own momentum, terrorizing the little cow there. The little cow who just came to the 6th floor. After feeling the momentum of these strong men, he can be said to be shivering with fear. But he didn't dare to escape here like this. He dared to believe that if he put down the food and escaped here, these monsters would be hungry. Then the momentum that erupted on his body will instantly increase countless times, and these momentums are enough to stun the little cow on the spot. Kakaka. Facing these nasty provocations, the little cow's face can be said to be full of cute looks. He walked towards the deep-sea prison step by step, walked in on the 6th floor and distributed the food in his hand one by one. Although the little cow was shivering, she still carried out her task tenaciously. These monsters on the 6th floor are not too much. After all, their food is all in the hands of this little cow. If this little cow was stunned, wouldn't they have to starve? They can tease the little cow recklessly, but they won't do anything to hurt them. After all, it is not good to feel hungry. Tap ta ta ta. The little face was full of cuteness, and this cute little cow quickly distributed the food in his hand. Little cow. Just when the little cow had distributed all the food for the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison and was about to leave here, just when the figure of the little cow is about to leave the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison will when the cell is closed. Doflamingo leaned against the corner. The corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of a smile. At the same time, the power of the sheep charm was instantly mobilized, and Doflamingo's soul once again occupied the body of the little cow when the door was closed. This time, the resistance is less powerful. The soul, like light, occupied the body of this little cow for a fleeting moment. Touch! The little cow's body suddenly burst, and his confused eyes instantly became extremely cunning. At the same time, Doflamingo also felt that the strength of the little cow's resistance this time was much weaker than the first time. Rather than saying that the resistance is weak, it is better to say that Doflamingo's soul power is once again strong. After devouring the souls of countless strong men, Doflamingo's soul power can be said to be incomparably powerful. I'll get the key to that room first. Seeing that the door to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison has been closed, the little cow turned her head and quickly headed towards the door not far from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. The monitoring room walked over. The keys to all the cells on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison are stored there. There are heavily guarded existences there. Doflamingo's only goal is to imprison the key to the cell of Bundy, who is capable of Momo's fruit. He needs to take the key from the hands of these soldiers and then open the cage key to kill the frozen Bundy on the spot. All he needed was a dead Bundy. All he wanted was Bundy's soul. At this time, Bundy was trapped in the Halashi cell of the deep-sea prison. As long as the little cow gets the key and opens the cage, then Bundy can be said to be free to slaughter. 0. Because he had completely lost the ability to resist and was frozen there. Although the little cow is not the opponent of Bundy in the peak state, but against Bundy who has completely lost his ability to resist at this time, the little cow still has this strength. Although for the terrifying monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, the little cow is the object they can tease at will, but for the criminals above the 5th floor of the deep-sea prison, the strength of these animal-type awakened jailer beasts can be said to be incomparably terrifying. This is a terrifying opponent they simply cannot defeat. Mainly, the strength of the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is too terrifying, and the weakest ones are at the level of Kaiwuhe. There are countless powerhouses at the level of generals, even the powerhouses of the 4 emperors who surpassed the generals. Those 4 emperors who surpassed the generals are the most terrifying beings in this deep-sea prison. Each of them is a small terrorist criminal that the world government and the navy have spent their best efforts to capture. Chapter 280. Get the key. Bang 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 bang. Holding the mace and moving the huge body, the little cow can be said to be swiftly walking towards the cell key management office on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. At this time, Doflamingo has completely controlled the huge body of this little cow. Minotaur, why are you here? Just when Doflamingo controlled the little cow's body and came here, the soldiers in charge of guarding the keys looked at the jailer beast in front of them with puzzled expressions. What exactly is going on? The guard soldiers looked at 550 with a puzzled look at the little cow that came over here. After all, little cows rarely come here. Although they are all guard soldiers of the deep-sea prison, their responsibilities are different. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the little cow raised the huge mace in his hand. As an animal awakener, the strength of the little cow can also be said to be incomparably terrifying, with a combat power that rivals an ordinary lieutenant general in the navy. At this time, Doflamingo's soul is attached to the body of the little cow, and the little cow is also a powerful general-level terrifying powerhouse with Doflamingo's strength attached. Kakaka. The power of crushing the fruit was attached to this huge mace. The huge mace can be said to be indestructible. It can be said that the dozens of guard soldiers guarding here were all defeated in an instant. Drip drip drip. At the moment when the little cow made a move, the video phone bug observing here had already conveyed the news. The harsh siren could be said to have rang through the entire deep-sea prison. The deep-sea prison shook again. After all, the exam here is on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, a place that everyone has to pay attention to. The door where Bundy's key is held, and the key to the stone shackles in Doflamingo's hand. Doflamingo, who was controlling the little cow, quickly looked for it. There are only two things he is looking for here. One is the key to Bundy's cell, and the other is the key to his own Halishy handcuffs. After all, as a devil fruit person, it can be said that he is extremely uncomfortable wearing Halustone handcuffs, and he was ready to escape. Here, after a careful search, Doflamingo finally found what he wanted: the key to his Halustone handcuffs and the key to Bundy's cell. This can be said to be the main reason why Doflamingo controlled the little manatee to attack here. Damn, catch him. What exactly does he want to do? Just when Doflamingo was looking for these keys, the guard soldiers who heard the siren and knew the situation here rushed from all over the deep-sea prison, looking at the little manatee standing there with the key in his hand. At this time, their faces can be said to be full of murderous intent. What if the little cow was their former partner? The behavior of the little manatee at this time is like betraying the deep-sea prison. Crush. Doflamingo didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense either. The power of the crushed fruit covered on the calf's mace. The soul is attached to the body of the little manatee. At this time, the little manatee has completely possessed the terrifying combat power that rivals everyone in the naval headquarters. The shockwave that was enough to shatter everything exploded towards the surroundings. The powerful shockwave can be said to destroy everything. This is Doflamingo's power at this time. Puff 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 puff. How terrifying is the power of a general and a strong man. Doflamingo, an ordinary soldier in these deep-sea prisons, can be said to be devastating without the slightest obstruction. He quickly dealt with all the soldiers who came from the shock and then walked towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Kakaka. The cell on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison that was just closed was opened again, and the little manatee appeared again in front of the monsters in these deep-sea prisons. Boom. Although I don't know why the little manatee appears here again, but the terrifying monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, which have long been accustomed to, burst out with their own aura unscrupulously. They plan to continue to molest the little manatee, but how did they know that the little manatee at this time was no longer the former little manatee? He was the little manatee controlled by Doflamingo. How could Doflamingo, who also has the talent of a king, succumb to the prisoners of these deep-sea prisons? Boom boom boom. The overlord, who also belongs to the talent of the king, burst out. The aura of a general and a strong man is also an unscrupulous burster. The little cow raised her chest and walked towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. At this moment, his extremely stupid-looking face was full of amazing domineering. The powerful overlord's domineering arrogance swept everything. Chapter 281. Magellan's Shock. How is it possible that this tyrannical arrogance has this momentum? When the little cow broke out with his domineering arrogance and his amazing momentum, the aura of the general and the strong can be said to be overwhelming most of the people on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Although it is said that there is no shortage of generals and powerhouses in the deep-sea prison, even those who surpass the generals and powerhouses exist. But for the criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, the generals and powerhouses are also extremely terrifying beings, and they belong to the kind of top masters. In the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison, there are only a few people who can defeat the strong generals. This is the terror that belongs to the general and the strong. In the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, full of countless strengths and terrors, the general and the strong are enough to deter one side. Not in your hands. At this moment, someone suddenly noticed the key in the little cow's hand. When they saw the key, everyone's hearts could be said to be full of fire. Their eyes were full of fire, and their hearts were full of excitement. Who doesn't want to be free in the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison? Who doesn't want the right to breathe the air freely in the sun? But here is the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison with iron walls, and the cells in which they are held are all made of halustone, which is extremely strong. Little guy, are you the key to my cell? I have infinite treasures outside. If you are willing to open the cage, I will give you my treasure. This is the key to my cell, right? Give it to me quickly. It's mine, you bastards. When the key appeared in front of everyone's eyes, everyone's heart could be said to be full of excitement. At this time, they can be said to be extremely excited. Although this is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of being free, it is the best thing for them to be free. After all, those imprisoned here are all those ambitious and powerful generation hegemons. Which of them does not want to be free to return to the sea? Che. Facing the monsters on the 6th floor floor of the deep-sea prison roaring at him. Doflamingo shook his head with disdain. He still walked firmly towards the cell where Bundy, the man with the power of Momo's fruit, was imprisoned. His target was always Bundy alone, the one who was frozen in a cage at this time. What on earth does that little cow want to do? Does he have anything to do with the frozen guy? When Doflamingo walked towards Bundy's cell, the faces of the criminals on the 6th floor of the roaring deep-sea prison could be said to be full of dignified and curious expressions. Why did the little cow enter Bundy's cage? What the hell is going on here? And why did the strength of the little cow increase to this level? Actually, there is such a powerful domineering and imposing manner. Crack. Under everyone's attention, the little cow unlocked the key to the cell that had Bundy's body frozen in ice. What exactly does he want to do? What exactly does he want to do? After seeing the actions of the little cow, everyone's hearts can be said to be full of puzzlement. Little cow, why did he do this? Why would he have to open the frozen Bundy's cell door? Damn bastard, what do you want to do? Just when Doflamingo just opened the door to Bundy's prison, hearing the siren, Magellan once again came to the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison. After seeing Doflamingo's actions, Magellan's heart was filled with 550 anger. He never thought that the little cow, one of the jailer beasts, would actually open the prisoner's cage. But the good thing is that the prisoner's cage that was opened is a frozen prisoner. But this also made Magellan feel extremely frightened. If this time the little cow opened the door of the top monster and released the top monster, then even Magellan couldn't guarantee that he could stop him. At the top of this deep-sea prison, there is a terrifying existence that even Magellan did not dare to provoke. If the little cow released this time is a monster with incomparably terrifying strength, then the entire deep-sea prison will become extremely tragic. But fortunately, this time the little cow only opened the cell belonging to Bundy, and it was Bundy who was frozen. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Magellan's body was full of boiling venom. He walked towards Doflamingo step by step. Chapter 282 Against Magellan. At this time, Magellan can be said to be extremely angry, and his eyes are full of infinite killing intent. What is going on in all this? Are there any traitors among his men? Who the hell ordered you to do these things? The venom roared all over his body, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Magellan can be said to be extremely angry at this time. Ha ha ha. At this time, the little cow controlled by Doflamingo let out a burst of laughter. I saw him raise the incomparably huge axe in his hand high up. The axe is covered with a layer of milky white crushed fruit power. The power of crushing the fruit envelopes this huge axe. What do you want to do? After seeing what the little cow was doing, Magellan roared and rushed over like a little cow. Give me death. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, the little cow swung her huge axe towards the frozen Bundy quickly. Ka-ka-ka. Under the unseen gaze of everyone, the axe, covered with the power of crushing fruit, heavily bombarded the frozen block of ice. The frozen ice cube made a crackling sound, and the entire ice cube burst instantly. Bundy's body, who was sealed in ice, also shattered into countless pieces. You damn bastard. After seeing the little cow kill Bundy, the venom behind Magellan, who sprinted, instantly turned into a poisonous dragon and charged towards the little cow in the cage. Smashing, facing the poisonous dragon that was charging towards him quickly. Brother Doflamingo, who was controlling the body of the little cow, waved his right fist unscrupulously. The right fist is covered with a powerful armed color domineering, and on top of this armed color domineering, there is a layer of milky white crushing power of crushing fruit. Ka-ka-ka. The entire space of the cage seemed to be broken. The poisonous dragon charging towards Doflamingo exploded instantly. The power of crushing the fruit shattered a little. The superhuman power to crush fruit. When did you have the superhuman power to crush fruit? Seeing his poisonous dragon shatter in an instant, Magellan's heart can be said to be full of horror. What exactly is going on? You must know that the previous fruit crusher had just died here. The little cow itself is an animal awakener, and he himself is a devil fruit person. As a devil fruit power user, why does he still have the superhuman ability to crush fruits? Look at me grabbing you, Magellan roared, and he directly pushed his devil fruit ability to its maximum ability. Countless poisonous liquids charged towards the little cows in the cell as a poisonous dragon. What does this attack do to me? There was a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and the giant axe in his hand carried a powerful ability to crush fruit. This is the power that is enough to shatter everything, and the power that is enough to shatter everything explodes in Doflamingo's hand. The entire 6th floor space seemed to be shattered. The space was shattered, and the poisonous dragons that attacked also exploded instantly. This is the ability to crush fruit, a powerful force that is enough to crush everything. Damn bastard. At this time, Magellan can be said to be extremely angry. Anger burst into the crown, and the poison behind him turned into angry poisonous dragons. These poisonous dragons roared in the sky and let out bursts of roars. Can you defeat me? Bundy has been beheaded. The killed Doflamingo. It is reasonable to say that at this time he has completed the task and the soul can return to his body. But after seeing Magellan who suddenly appeared, Doflamingo immediately wanted to test the strength of the strongest man in this deep-sea prison. Test out what kind of strength this man possesses. He wants to know how powerful his strength is. Although he is not controlling his body at this time, Doflamingo, whose soul controls the little cow, can fully exert his strongest combat power. Who are you? Magellan's face was full of dignified expression. The little cow in front of him was definitely not the little cow from his deep-sea prison. Lilies, what is all this about? When you defeat me, I will tell you my true identity. Doflamingo controls the body of the calf. The powerful overlord color domineering covers the whole body. The power of crushing the fruit gathers on the axe in his hand. At this time, Doflamingo can be said to have entered the most alert state because the object he needs to fight at this time is Magellan, the strongest man in the deep-sea prison. The little cow hacked him to death. Although I don't know who you bastard is, but it would be best if you could hack that bastard to death. Chapter 283 Powerful Crushed Fruit. After seeing the little cow and Magellan fighting, the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison suddenly became excited and they cheered wildly at the little cow. After all, for them, everything in front of them can be said to be an extremely excited farce. A farce that made them extremely excited. The little cow is a prisoner beast belonging to the deep-sea prison, and Magellan is the warden of the deep-sea prison. They are like infighting. How can you not make them excited about this kind of thing? They watched the battle in front of them and fell into a carnival. And it's still a crazy carnival. They hoped that the little cow could teach Magellan a good lesson. Just when the little cow stepped into the deep-sea prison, he had shown his mighty aura to prove to everyone his powerful strength. Boom 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 boom. Powerful strength erupted there. The power of crushing the fruit crushes everything, including Magellan's poisonous dragon. At this time, Magellan can be said to be a complete explosion. His entire body turned into that 550 boiling venom. The poison liquefied into a series of poisonous dragons that kept roaring towards Doflamingo. Whoosh! Just when everyone focused on the battle between the little cow and Magellan, without anyone noticing, the little cow unknowingly approached the cage where Doflamingo was. Taking advantage of everyone not paying attention, the little cow threw the key belonging to Doflamingo's handcuffs into the cell. Domineering cover. After throwing his key to his body, Doflamingo at this time can be said to have completely let go of his hands and feet. The powerful momentum erupted in an instant. At this time, Doflamingo can be said to have completely let go of his hands and feet. He controlled the body of the little cow and charged towards Magellan once again. Today he is going to have a good battle with Magellan. JD, let Magellan know his terrifying power. After all, Magellan often served him with a large punishment in the previous period. The pain of Doflamingo being eroded by venom can be said to be vivid in his mind and will not be easily forgotten. This is when he wants to take revenge like Magellan. Although he can't kill Magellan, he will also make Magellan feel sick. Damn bastard. Magellan could be said to be extremely angry. As the most powerful man in the deep-sea prison with the ability to poison poisonous fruits, when has he been so aggrieved? Especially the ability to crush the fruit covered by the giant axe in Doflamingo's hand. It can be said to be an extremely terrifying existence. That is the ability to crush all the crushed fruits. Magellan's poisonous dragon was helpless in the face of this crushing force and was instantly crushed. Damn, you damn bastard. Magellan roared incomparably, his eyes filled with anger. What exactly is going on? At this moment Shiliu, who heard the movement, also hurriedly rushed down. After seeing the little cow confronting Magellan, he was also full of doubts at this time. What the hell is going on in all of this? You and I will work together to solve it first. Seeing Shiliu coming, Magellan also showed a smile on his extremely angry face. Shiliu's strength was also recognized by Magellan, and he was a truly terrifying monster. In the entire deep-sea prison, only Magellan could suppress Shiliu, a strong man with equally terrifying strength. One of the world's top swordsmen, possesses a terrifying combat power that temporarily rivals the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I've wanted to hack these guys for a long time. The awakened animals have almost undead power. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on Shiryu's face. He slowly drew out the long sword in his hand. Whoosh! Shiryu's figure with the long sword can be said to disappear instantly. Touch! At this moment Doflamingo waved the giant axe in his hand to the side, waving away. Shiryu, who disappeared, appeared there at some point, and he was holding a long sword and resisting the giant axe in Doflamingo's hand. Is it a good power? Shiryu, who blocked Doflamingo's blow, had a bloodthirsty smile on his face at this time. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Really? Since that's the case, then I'll show you my strongest power. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and his eyes were full of disdain. Shiryu is only a quasi-general level powerhouse. After all, he has not really stepped into the general level. Dealing with him but not dealing with Magellan's headache. Activate me the power of crushing the fruit. Doflamingo directly used his power power to crush the fruit. The mighty power of crushing fruit can be said to crush everything. Even armed arrogance can be crushed. Chapter 284. Two powerhouses in the deep-sea prison. Kakeka. The whole space was shattered, and the longsword in Shirayu's hand could also be said to explode in an instant. The shattered longsword continued to bombard away. The shards of these broken longswords were bombarding Shirayu like hidden weapons. The armed color is domineering. In the face of the fragments that bombarded him, Shirayu covered his entire body with a domineering look of armament. Kakaka, kakaka. The sound of metal collision continued to sound, and Shirayu at this time could be said to be invulnerable. The shattered fragments were constantly blocked by this armed arrogance. Take a punch from me. At this moment, the left hand of the little cow controlled by Doflamingo quickly made a fist, and the left fist with the power of crushing fruit can be said to accurately hit Shirayu's abdomen. Puff puff, boom boom boom. Shirayu's body was instantly smashed and flew out vomiting blood. Poison Dragon. Magellan also activated the Poison Dragon behind him at this time, only to see that these Poison Dragons kept charging towards Doflamingo. Crush me. It's all in vain in the face of my crushing power. The power to crush the fruit is activated again. This is a powerful force that can destroy everything. The poisonous dragon that kept roaring was smashed again and again. Come on, little guy, give him a good beating. If you can defeat them and save us, we will make you king. We will make you king and push you to the top of this world. Some of the big pirates who were imprisoned in this deep-sea prison, some of them even started to make empty promises. Although these words do sound incomparably nice, but who can be sure how much of this sentence is true or false? They are just tempting Doflamingo. When they truly gain freedom, they will dedicate their treasures to Doflamingo. Will they surrender to Doflamingo? This is simply impossible. They might even swallow Doflamingo alive. How many good people are there? Although I really wanted to ask you to let them go, but this is not the time. You are all my prey. In the face of these prisoners who keep releasing bait and trying to get themselves to release them, Doflamingo's heart can be said to be full of disdain. These monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison are actually already his prey in Doflamingo's eyes. The prey he grew up on. He would kill these criminals one by one and absorb their souls. Doflamingo is the strongest existence. He will absorb all the criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison and absorb their souls to grow himself. Damn guy. Hearing the roars of these criminals, Magellan could be said to be extremely angry. At this moment, how could he know what Doflamingo was thinking? He is also worried about whether Doflamingo will release all these criminals. Once Doflamingo releases all these criminals, the guards of his deep-sea prison will not be able to suppress these criminals at all. After all, the strength in this place is extremely terrifying. There are not a few generals and strong men. There are also many powerful 4 emperors who surpass the generals. If all the powerhouses here are released, let alone the Navy headquarters, even the world government will be afraid of it. Here are the top pirates that the world government has captured for decades. The power they represent is simply too powerful. Give me death. The words were filled with endless anger, and Magellan could be said to be completely angry. The venom all over his body kept boiling. Ahem. Shirayu, who was knocked out by Doflamingo in a circle, struggled to stand up while holding the broken handle of the long knife. Although he was seriously injured, there was no timidity on his face, but he still looked at brother Doflamingo with a bloodthirsty smile. For him at this moment, his face was still full of astonishing fighting intent. At this time, Doflamingo was his rare opponent, and the revenge of the broken sword had to be avenged. The armed color is domineering. After the long sword in his hand was broken, Shirayu did not choose to retreat. Instead, the powerful armament covered his whole body was domineering towards him. Doflamingo charged away. For Shirayu, this kind of injury is nothing at all. All he wants to do is challenge the strong and taste the blood of the strong. At this time, Doflamingo was the strong man in Shirayu's eyes, a strong man who would go all out and kill him. A man's arm is too much for a car. Looking at Shirayu, who was domineering with a powerful weapon covered all over his body, after seeing him charging towards him recklessly, Doflamingo's face was full of disdain, and the power of crushing the fruit gathered on his fists. Chapter 285. The terrifying Doflamingo. Today, I'll show you my strength. The power of the deep fruit gathered on his fists, and Doflamingo's eyes were full of murderous intent. Shirayu, be careful. Countless venoms boiled in his body. After Magellan saw the killing intent in Doflamingo's eyes, he roared and charged towards Doflamingo. Well done. The little cows killed them. Kill these bastards. The criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison quickly roared. The battle in front of them can be said to be a good show that is rare for them to see once in a century. This can be said to belong to the civil strife in the deep-sea prison. Magellan can be said to be a guy they hate. Magellan, a terrifying powerhouse capable of suppressing the entire deep-sea prison. At this time, his eyes were full of anger, and his face was full of hideous expressions. Give me death, damn bastard. The fists were covered with a powerful aura of armament, and the dragon's venom gathered by the venom behind behind him quickly bombarded the little cow. "Between you and me, who will die and who will lose? I can't say for sure." Doflamingo let out an angry growl. He quickly bombarded Magellan. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. The power of smashing the fruit was activated instantly, and the powerful power enough to smash everything can be said to give Magellan an incomparable headache. At this time, Magellan was also extremely frightened, also full of doubts. What happened on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison recently? Why does this happen? His heart can be said to be full of puzzlement, but even so, Magellan did not relax the attack in his hands. The powerful bombardment continued to bombard the little cow. As expected of an animal awakener, his physical strength is strong. At this time, Doflamingo, who was controlling the body of the little cow, also felt the physical strength of the awakened animals. That can be said to be almost endless power continuously spewing out of his body. If it weren't for the fact that Doflamingo was a proud person, he wouldn't give up his body easily. Doflamingo, who felt that the animal-type awakener's physical skills were powerful, at this time he might also consider using the power of the sheep charm to capture the animal-type awakener's body. Shocked, the powerful armed domineering arrogance gathered on his fists, and Shiliu, who was attacking quickly, didn't let go at all. At this time, they could be said to be doing their best. Boom boom boom. The roar of a violent explosion sounded on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison. At this time, under the watchful eyes of all the criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, the little cow who was born as a jailer beast in the deep-sea prison, he actually fought evenly with the two strongest men in the deep-sea prison by himself. It can be said that he has subverted the opinions in everyone's mind. Does this little cow, who is molested by them every day, has such a powerful strength? When did he become so terrifying and possess such great power? With such a powerful little cow, why was his previous performance so unknown? It's getting more and more interesting. The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison can be said to be more and more interesting. Those monsters with truly terrifying strength. At this time, they did not feel the slightest timidity, but were still full of insolent smiles. For them, the battle in front of them is like a scene in their boring prison life, and it's a good show full of fun. I won't play with you here anymore. After getting a general idea of his strength, he looked at the two Magellans who were constantly attacking him. At this time, Doflamingo had lost any desire to fight for this meaningless battle. Doflamingo just wanted to get a rough idea of his strength through this battle. Now that you know your own strength, this battle has lost the meaning of continuing to fight. The power and soul of the sheep charm warrior returns to the aperture. Without the slightest hesitation, Doflamingo's soul returned directly to his body. When Doflamingo's soul returned, the little cow that regained control of his body, after looking at Magellan, who charged towards him with a murderous look on his face. At this time, he actually threw away the weapon in his hand without the slightest courage, lying there shivering, without the slightest desire to resist. What kind of tricks are you playing? Looking at the little cow who threw away the weapon and knelt with her butt pouted and shivering with her hands covering her head. At this time, Magellan's face can be said to be full of doubts. What are you doing with so much nonsense? Kill him directly. Shiliu's eyes could be said to be full of bloodthirsty murderous intent. His fists were full of armed domineering, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Charging towards the little cow, bang! Without the slightest resistance, the little cow was directly bombarded by Shiliu and flew out. Chapter 286, Suppression of the 6th floor of the deep sea. What exactly is going on? Magellan quickly stopped Shiliu. At this time, his face could be said to be full of puzzled expressions. What was going on? Because he could clearly feel the change in the momentum of the little cow. The little cow in front of me is no longer the domineering little cow before. Why did you stop me? Shiliu's face was full of anger. For him, everything just now was a kind of humiliation to him. As one of the top powerhouses in the deep-sea prison, when has he suffered such humiliation? My personal sword was actually broken here. He's not what he was before. Magellan's face was filled with a solemn expression, and he walked towards the little cow step by step. Venom boils all over the body. 19. It seems that as long as the calf makes any move, it is Magellan's angry blow that greets the calf. How powerful is the recovery ability of the animal-type awakener? The little cow knelt down in front of Magellan with a weeping face. At this time, he could be said to be full of worry and puzzlement. He has no idea what happened before. Why is this happening? Why did you get beaten up by the two top powerhouses in the deep-sea prison? Have you forgotten everything that happened just now? After seeing the confusion and puzzlement in the eyes of the little cow, Magellan, whose body was boiling with venom, quickly rebuked him. There was a look of worry on his face full of fear. The little cow looked at Magellan with worry and fear. Who among you did the hands and feet? After seeing the look of the little cow, Magellan turned his head and roared at the top monsters in the deep-sea prison. Obviously, the little cow is a good powerhouse after all, and only the top monsters in the deep-sea prison can coerce the little cow here. At this time, he was even a little worried whether there was a devil fruit person in this deep sea prison. This devil fruit power user was unknowingly mixed in here at this time. All the prisoners on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison are wearing sea stone handcuffs. Whether he is a devil fruit person or not, they are all wearing sea stone handcuffs. Although Halashi is indeed extremely precious for the prisoners of the deep sea prison, in case the strong men of the deep sea prison are bound by Halashi handcuffs and bracelets. Mainly just in case. After all, the 6th floor of the deep sea prison is too important. From now on, you and I will take turns guarding the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. Magellan turned his head to look at Shiryu. Among the entire deep sea prison, only the two of them had the ability to suppress the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. My pleasure. Shiryu's face was full of bloodthirsty killing intent. Although there are countless strong people in the deep sea prison, even those whose strength surpasses him, but for Shiryu, who killed him, would he feel afraid because of this? This is simply impossible. This is the spirit that belongs to the top powerhouse. It's getting more and more interesting now. When Magellan is your right-hand man and the villain is with you, I want to see what your expression looks like. With a proud smile on his face, Doflamingo's soul returned to his body. He looked at Magellan outside the cage with a wicked smile. When he was in control of Shiryu's body, he wanted to see how Magellan would react. Well, as if there was a feeling, Magellan suddenly turned his head and looked at the cages behind him. He felt a very evil aura here. As expected, he is a powerhouse at the level of a 553 general. When Magellan turned his head quickly, Doflamingo also gathered his breath. This was not the time for him to confront Magellan. Although with Doflamingo's strength at this time, he can completely escape the deep sea prison, but for Doflamingo, these top powerhouses in the deep sea prison are all his prey. He will not give up easily. After he completely hunted the prey in front of him, it was him, the King Doflamingo, who ruled the world. Because Doflamingo has an incomparably strong opponent, that is his younger brother Corazon, who is also a spell warrior. Although he has become a spell warrior at this time, Doflamingo is not arrogant enough to have the strength to defeat Corazon at this time. After all, Doflamingo had personally experienced his brother's incomparably terrifying power, which was completely irresistible. Chapter 287 Superman is Momo Fruit. When I break the seal, I will be Doflamingo's King's Landing downtime. Doflamingo's words are full of amazing domineering, and his ambitions can be said to be completely inflated at this time. For him at this moment there is nothing in the world that he cannot solve. His current target is only one, and that is his younger brother Corazon, the top powerhouse who is also a spell warrior. After I devoured Bundy's soul and gained his abilities, then I can target those real monsters. Looking towards the deepest part of the 6th floor of the deep sea great sword region, Doflamingo's eyes can be said to be full of ambition. It is the real top powerhouse who is imprisoned there, who possesses the terrifying power that rivals the 4 emperors. Just let me wait slowly. After carefully handing over the little cow, if it is collected, Doflamingo closed his eyes and regained his senses. The battle just now consumed a lot of his energy. What he has to face next is Bundy, who possesses top-notch power, a Superman with the ability of Momo Fruit. Momo Fruit can also be said to be a top-level Devil Fruit. When I combine Bundy's ability to obtain his Devil Fruit ability, then I will have enough strength to rival those top monsters. Doflamingo, who was leaning against the corner, closed his eyes, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. At this time, he can be said to be full of infinite ambition. After some tricks, he finally made Bundy die in the deep sea prison. Now is the time for him to hunt for Bundy's soul. The 6th floor of the deep sea prison at night can be said to be extremely quiet, or in other words, these terrifying powerhouses have already adapted to this quietness. The purr became the only melody here. Just when everyone fell asleep, Doflamingo, who was leaning against the corner, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with astonishing murderous intent. It's time to hunt souls again. His eyes were full of killing intent, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Doflamingo's words could be said to be extremely frightening. The power of the sheep talisman brings the soul out of the body. Without the slightest hesitation, Doflamingo was out of his body. 100 times Momo Iron Fist. Just when Doflamingo just entered the state of the soul, a pair of iron fists instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo. This is Bundy enough to be called a lunatic. The armed color is domineering. The powerful armament color domineering covers the double fists. Doflamingo hits the same punch. Boom boom boom. Bundy with 100 times the strength. His iron fist can be said to be invincible. Doflamingo's figure instantly flew out. As expected, he is a lunatic who makes the whole world a headache. Ha ha ha. Only this powerful devil fruit is worthy of my brother Doflamingo. Although he was bombarded by Bundy and flew out, Doflamingo was not discouraged in the slightest. He quickly stood in front of Bundy, and his words were full of arrogance. You bastard, who are you, kid? Bundy looked at Doflamingo with a puzzled expression. If it wasn't for Doflamingo's ability to withstand Bundy's punch and not die, Bundy won't talk nonsense like this with Doflamingo. I am the one who beheaded you. Doflamingo said directly about his beheading of Bundy without the slightest hesitation. 12 spells of the Holy Master. Having the power to devour souls. Bundy can be said to be confused. What happened during the years when he was frozen? When did another Holy Master appear on this sea? This world has become a world that he cannot adapt to at all. Having been locked up in the deep sea prison for so long, Bundy has long since been separated from the whole world. He simply couldn't recognize that the world was different from decades ago. He is no longer able to move freely in this world. He has lost this qualification. Momo attacked at 100 times faster. Bundy quickly used the power of the Momo fruit and came to Doflamingo in an instant. The speed increased by 100 times. Bundy's Li-Li-How speed can be said to exceed everyone's imagination. Crush. In the face of Bundy's attack, Doflamingo had only one blow. His fists were covered with a powerful armed domineering, and on top of this armed domineering there was the power to crush fruit. This is the power of crushing fruit enough to crush everything. This is where the metamorphosis of superhuman fruits comes in. The top superhuman fruits are even above the natural ones. Kakaka. The entire space seemed to be instantly shattered under the bombardment. Puff Puff. Bundy, who came from the impact, can be said to have endured this powerful blow head-on. This is a terrifying force capable of shattering everything. Chapter 288. The most terrifying existence in the deep sea prison. Puff 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 Puff. The figure of Bundy who vomited blood instantly flew out. At this moment you have been eliminated by the whole world, and only I, Doflamingo, reigns over the world. The astonishing momentum erupted from his body, and Doflamingo, who knocked Bundy away with one punch. The powerful overlord's domineering arrogance swept the entire soul world. Damn it! Bundy was punched by Doflamingo. His face was full of anger as if he had been humiliated endlessly. 100 times Iron Fist. Armament-colored domineering over his fists. Momo's fruit's power was instantly activated. Line fruit facing Bundy's 100-fold Iron Fist. Doflamingo also dared not choose face-to-face bombardment. The power of the thread fruit is activated instantly. Covered with the domineering thread fruit of the armed color, it smashes everything like a sharp blade. Break it to me. Facing these thin lines like sharp blades, Bundy had only one choice, and that was to hit him with a punch. Crush. Countless thin lines turned into a sharp cone covered with domineering 553 armed colors. But what Bundy didn't expect was that a thin thread in this sharp cone had the power to crush the fruit. This and the thin line, as always, took the lead in bombarding Bundy's fist. Crack. The thin line accurately hit Bundy's iron fist. The power of crushing the fruit was activated instantly, and the domineering aura of Bundy's iron fist was instantly shattered. Crack. A broken voice sounded, and the armed arrogance burst like a broken mirror in an instant. Give me death. Immediately after the thin line here, the huge cone of armament-colored domineering covered by countless thin lines. He hit Bundy hard under Doflamingo's control, his iron fist going straight through Bundy's massive body. Kakaka. As the body was penetrated, Bundy's body made the sound of the mirror shattering. Bundy, who is all over the world, you are just my stepping stone at this time. Ha ha ha. Doflamingo raised his head and roared to the sky. Bundy's soul shattered in an instant, and countless forces poured into Doflamingo's soul. That's the feeling that keeps me obsessed. The strength is constantly improving. My dear brother, wait for me. The day I leave the deep sea prison is my revenge. Yang Tian roared and let out bursts of roars. Countless forces poured into Bundy's body continuously. At this time, he is the invincible emperor. The invincible emperor who reigns over the world. Ha 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 ha. It's this power that's this feeling. When Bundy's soul power completely poured into Doflamingo's soul, Doflamingo also instantly controlled all the power Bundy had. Also includes Bundy's devil fruit power. The top superhuman devil fruit Momo fruit. Now I have completely JD the ability to hunt those top monsters. Feeling the powerful power in his soul, Doflamingo, who was in the state of the soul body, couldn't help but look at the top monsters on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison. Those are top level powerhouses that completely surpass the generals, and there are few monsters that can rival the 4 emperors. They are the most terrifying beings in the 6th floor of this deep sea prison. But before that, I'll increase my strength. As if a foodie saw a delicious meal, Doflamingo's mouth seemed to reveal a trace of crystal saliva. How much can a foodie be able to endure when he sees delicious food? Especially the bottommost cell on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, where even the navy is terrified. A man who can rival the 4 emperors with just one person. The man who once defeated the previous Admiral Sara. Powerful 3-color domineering, powerful physique. A person who is not a devil fruit but has the power to destroy the land. This is Doflamingo's ultimate goal. A man who makes him drool, because the power he possesses is too terrifying. Even if he is detained in the deep sea prison for decades, no one dares to provoke him easily. Even Magellan will not easily offend him, because that man is too terrifying. Now he is not someone I can provoke, but one day he will become become my prey. Doflamingo just glanced fiercely at the deepest cell on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. At this time, he still does not have the ability to deal with such a strong powerhouse. But for Doflamingo, all the strong men in the deep-sea prison are his prey. But the prey also comes first. Chapter 289 Marco. Did I have any hallucinations? At this time, in the deepest cell on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, the Red Earl was imprisoned here. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the 6th floor of this quiet deep-sea prison. The Red Earl is a terrifying man who can rival the Roger pirates of the Whitebeard pirates by himself. A man with incomparably terrifying strength. At this moment, he seemed to sense something with a puzzled look on his face. That Doflamingo. The Red Count turned to look at Doflamingo's cell not far away. In his May 5-3 heart, he seemed to have a feeling that this man would bring him a great crisis. I've been imprisoned here for so long, and I want to know what you can bring me. What? It can be said that Earl Red, who has been imprisoned here for more than 10 years, has already endured this quiet environment, this dark day. The appearance of Doflamingo was like bringing a little turbulence to his quiet and dark days. The Red Earl also hoped that Doflamingo could bring him a little surprise. Although the feeling you give me is extremely mysterious, I am the Red Earl. The Red Earl's old face burst out with astonishing domineering. He is the man that Earl Red can rival One Piece by himself. A man who defeated Sara, the former admiral of the Navy headquarters. In this quiet night, the killings continued. After obtaining Bundy's Momo fruit ability, Doflamingo's strength can be said to have been strengthened once again. Facing the criminals above the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Doflamingo is an invincible god of war, a terrifying powerhouse that is simply unmatched. Time flies by. Just like that, it was a relatively quiet few days. Although the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison looks extremely quiet, it is full of terrifying crises. Since the last Little Cow incident, Magellan sent Chilio to guard the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. After all, the criminals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison are really too terrifying. This is a group of terrifying powerhouses that make everyone feel flustered. Hey, Doflamingo, what are you thinking about this guy? Just 3 days ago, a roommate suddenly appeared in the cell next to Doflamingo, and he was Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Doflamingo was also surprised that Marco was detained in this place. But when he learned from Marco the reason why he was imprisoned here, Doflamingo was also full of yearning for the outside world. Sabo, the grandson of the hero of the Navy headquarters, Monkey D. Carp, even has the 4th spell warrior under his command. The Monkey Charm warrior can replicate all abilities. At this moment, he can be said to have copied all the forces of all navies and the 4 emperors. Haha, as the captain of the 1st Division under the Whitebeard of the 4 emperors, you didn't expect you to be my neighbor today. What if you were to face the captain of the squad under the 4 emperors? Facing Marco's roaring Doflamingo, he shook his head with disdain. Your Whitebeard pirates are nothing but the defeated generals of the spell warriors. He, Doflamingo, has become a spell warrior at this moment. Since the spell warrior Sabo can defeat your Whitebeard pirates, I, Doflamingo, can also defeat your Whitebeard pirates. This is his Doflamingo's confidence. Brother Doflaming, you damn bastard, where are you better than me at this moment? As far as I know, you seem to have been sent here by your own brother Corazon. Corazon, one of the 12 spell warriors of the Holy Master. In the face of Doflamingo's ridicule, Marco also refuted. The enemy of his Whitebeard pirates is a spell warrior, but your Doflamingo's enemy is also a spell warrior. Facing Marco's taunting Doflamingo, he snorted with disdain. Although he was indeed detained here by his own younger brother, even though his younger brother was indeed a spell warrior, but at this moment Doflamingo is no longer an ordinary person. He is also a spell warrior and a powerful spell warrior. By the way, brother Doflaming, let me ask you something. As if thinking of something surprising, Marco looked at Doflamingo with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, if you have something to say, tell me quickly. Facing Marco's question, Doflamingo made a humming sound. Doflamingo also wanted to know what Marco had to ask him. What is it that makes Marco so cautious? I heard that the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is haunted, isn't it? As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco had a cautious look on his face at this time. Chapter 290th Angry Shiryu. Ha ha ha, it turns out that the captain of the 1st Division of your Whitebeard Pirates is actually a person who is afraid of ghosts. After hearing Marco's words, Doflamingo suddenly laughed with disdain. You damn bastard, don't wait for me to go out. Wait until I go out to see how I teach you a lesson. Looking at Doflamingo who was laughing there, Marco suddenly roared with anger. But Marco, who was shackled by Halustone and leaned against the cell, was also helpless towards Doflamingo, who was in the cell next to him, because he had absolutely nothing to do with Doflamingo in the next cell. Be quiet if you don't want to die. Shiryu, who had changed to another famous sword, came over with a murderous look on his face after hearing the roars of Marco. Marco and Doflamingo. At this moment his face can be said to be full of amazing killing intent. As Shirley, who was specially sent by Magellan to suppress the 6th floor, his strength can be said to be beyond doubt. Cut face Shirley's anger. Doflamingo looked at him with disdain. Could he fear such anger and intimidation? Damn bastard has the ability to let me out and I will fight with you. As the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, who dared to fight Sabo with one person's strength, how could he feel fear? He is a man who does not easily fear death at all. Or how many people on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison are afraid of death? Which one here is not a powerful overlord? Haha, who can you threaten here? On the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison where life is worse than death, we also hope that you can give us a good time. If you have the ability, you will kill us all. Those powerhouses who were watching the lively, they were equally booing. There they were laughing and roaring angrily. The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is a place of silence that makes everyone feel mad. You bastards, do you really think that I have nothing to do with you? Shirley was originally an extremely bloodthirsty person. His right hand was placed on the long sword around his waist, and he seemed to be ready to kill at any time. If you were a kind man, you would have washed the entire 6th floor of the deep-sea prison with blood. Come, we are waiting for you to kill. I don't know how high you are. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Boom boom boom. The momentum that was enough to make the entire deep-sea prison turbulent broke out in an instant. Countless terrifying powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison erupted with their aura. All powerhouses, regardless of their strengths, all burst out with their amazing domineering arrogance, and even the Red Earl, who was in the deepest part of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, burst out with the aura of his own powerhouse. Because this is Shirley's provocation to all the strong men in the entire deep-sea prison. If he is allowed to step on their heads recklessly like this, will they still have good fruit to eat on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison? What the hell is going on? Is it the end of the world? What's the matter with this suffocating momentum? At this time, the prisoners from the 5th floor to the 1st floor of the deep-sea prison felt the astonishing murderous aura that erupted from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. At this moment their hearts were also full of fear. What exactly is going on? Why does this happen? What is this suffocating and frightening momentum? Their hearts were full of confusion and doubts. Damn, those damn monsters. What are they trying to do? Magellan, who was in his office on the 4th floor of the deep-sea prison, felt the astonishing aura of all the monsters on his face. It can be said that his face was full of iron. Isn't Shirley guarding the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison? Why does this happen? Could it be that something unexpected happened here? Hopefully I won't let me start a killing spree. With murderous intent on his face, Magellan quickly charged towards the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Although the monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison cannot be easily killed, Magellan has the right to kill these monsters at a critical moment. This is also a power that only the director can control. According to my own judgment, will the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison pose a threat to the entire deep-sea prison and the entire world? If so, what if it destroys the entire deep-sea prison? What do you want to do? At this time, Shirley can be said to be completely angry. Are you provoking the deep-sea prison? Chapter 291. Control Shirley. Just at this time, just when Shirley's heart was full of killing intent, but he was enduring the astonishing will of all the top-level monsters on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, just when he was enduring all the domineering and imposing shocks. When Doflamingo was staying there, he saw a trace of confusion in Shirley's eyes. At this moment Doflamingo made his move. The power of the sheep talisman brings the soul out of the body. Doflamingo directly used the power of the sheep charm to get out of the body. Doflamingo's soul instantly entered Shirley's body. Wong buzzing. Shirley, who was standing there bearing the aura of all the top monsters in the deep-sea prison, really exploded with an astonishing power at this moment. This power seems to erupt from the soul. Boom boom boom. The momentum instantly erupted and swept the entire deep-sea prison. With one's own strength, all the momentum was instantly restored. How is this possible? How can this guy like you have such a powerful force? Who are you? You're not that guy at all. After Doflamingo successfully controlled Shirley's body, when he burst out his astonishing aura to repel all these coercive auras, everyone looked at Doflamingo, Shirley, standing there in shock. Who are you? The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. What happened recently is all because of you, right? Who the hell is this guy? What do you want to do? Everyone's faces were full of killing intent, and the calm 6th floor of the deep-sea prison became extremely irritable because of this inexplicable power. Who in the end changed the silence on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison? Brother Doflamingo, let me just say there is a ghost on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison. Marco's face not only didn't show the slightest panic but was still full of smiles. He looked at Doflamingo with a smug look as if he was showing off something. Yet, when Marco looked at Doflamingo, he found that Doflamingo was leaning against the corner and didn't move or say anything. It's getting more and more interesting. Marco doesn't think Doflamingo is like this because of fear. He seems to have discovered an amazingly big secret. A big secret that is enough to cause the world to plunge the entire deep-sea prison into turmoil. Then let me witness your growth. Fifth spell warrior. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Although he was a prisoner at this time, Marco Ta was the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates whenever and wherever. He is a top-level monster with a great reputation in the New World whenever and wherever he is. Strong enough to rival the strong generals. When he discovered Doflamingo's secret, he didn't reveal it on the spot. Only after fighting against the spell warriors will they know the horror of the spell warriors. Although they don't know what Doflamingo's specific abilities are, there is no doubt that the spell warriors represent the strongest existence. Let me witness your growth. I hope you can help my Whitebeard pirates get through this difficult time. Although he is in the deep-sea prison, as the captain of the first division of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco can also guess the plans of the world government and the navy. Use him as bait to lure the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates and destroy them in one fell swoop. In the future, there will be a war that will shock the whole world. Who are you? What exactly do you want to do? The entire 6th floor of the deep-sea prison fell into a panic. If it was said that the previous fruit crusher only made them curious, the little cow thing excites them. Well, what happened to Shiryu at this time really made them feel terrified. To know that Shiryu's strength is here, in the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison full of countless strong men, it is enough to be called a strong man, since even Shiryu can be controlled by this power. What about them? If this force controls them, then their life and death are not controlled by this force. Now is the time for me to start the killing. Li Zhao pretending. After successfully controlling Shiryu's body, Doflamingo immediately turned his attention to the criminals in the cage on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. At this time, he will set off a gluttonous feast. A gluttonous feast belonging to his Doflamingo. You all die for me. Without the slightest hesitation, without the slightest fear, Momo's fruit's power was activated instantly, and Doflamingo quickly pulled out the treasured sword from Shiryu's waist. While Doflamingo controls the body, he also controls all the power of the body. This is one of the horrors of the sheep charm. The power of the soul is combined with the power of the body. Chapter 292 Shiryu vs Magellan. What do you want to do, you bastard? Death to me, you bastard. When they saw Doflamingo's shot, all the criminals in the deep-sea prison suddenly roared. But what effect did this roar have? The power of Momo's fruit and the power of crushing the fruit can be said to be invincible under the urging of the top swordsman. Imprisoned in a cage, 4 or 5 big pirates with a reward of more than hundreds of millions died in this way. You are just the beginning. After killing all the 4 or 5 great pirates whose bounties exceeded hundreds of millions, Brother Doflamingo continued to kill without stopping. The minimum strength held in the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is the existence of hundreds of millions. These hundreds of millions of existences are all terrifying powerhouses who control the domineering 2 colors, and they all have the power to rival the ordinary lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters. But this kind of existence that can be called a strong person from outside is only the weakest and bottom of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. 557. This time they were the target of Doflamingo's hunt. This time Doflamingo wants to kill all the strong men below the generals on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, and then hunt them all at once. Because Doflamingo already has the power to completely kill them and devour their souls. Damn bastard, how dare you do this? Bastard, stop me quickly. You are really too presumptuous. With Doflamingo's shot, and as the killing went on, the entire deep-sea prison could be said to be in complete turmoil. This kind of killing can be said to be the first time since the establishment of the deep-sea prison. The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison has never been damaged so much. Who is it? Who is behind all this? JD. In the deepest part of this deep-sea prison, Earl Red, who was imprisoned here at this time, also had a solemn look on his face, because at this moment he also felt a huge threat. Outside this cage, Doflamingo, who wanted to slaughter these prisoners, brought a powerful and inexplicable pressure to the Red Count. It seems that even his peak state may not be able to defeat Doflamingo, who is wanton massacre of prisoners outside the cage. Who the hell is in control of all this, and what happened? Earl Red's face was also full of solemnity, all of which had exceeded his imagination. Damn Shiryu, what are you doing? When Magellan rushed into the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, what he saw made him extremely angry. He specially arranged to come here to suppress Shiryu on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. At this moment he was here to slaughter those prisoners recklessly. What a humiliation this is. You must know that the execution right of the prisoners on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is only possessed by the director of the deep-sea prison, and even Magellan didn't dare to arbitrarily kill the powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. The head guard of the deep-sea prison is known as the strongest man in the deep-sea prison. Let me see your strength today. Doflamingo raised the long sword in his hand, and the power power of the armed color domineering covering the long face to crush the fruit can be said to be activated instantly. It's this power again. After Doflamingo activated the power to crush the fruit, Magellan immediately recognized what this power represented. The previous little cow also used the ability to crush fruit. Who are you? When Magellan felt this familiar power, his face at this moment can be said to be full of anger. Who is disrupting the order of the entire deep sea prison? Why is he wanton slaughtering these prisoners here? No, you have the power of these dead prisoners. You can control other people's bodies. Who are you? Magellan, who felt this power, suddenly had a conjecture in his heart that made him feel extremely frightening. This unknown mysterious person possesses the power of these dead powerhouses. What is the reason for all of this? Why does this happen? No matter what secrets you have, I will ask you to behead here today. The ability of the poisonous fruit is activated instantly. Countless poisonous dragons instantly wrapped around Magellan's side. At this moment he instantly entered the strongest state of alert. Boom! A powerful momentum swept everything. Damn! Magellan quickly beheaded this bastard. How did you become the summer chief of the deep sea prison? Why is the 6th floor of this deep sea prison getting more and more unstable? With Magellan's shot, the prisoners who escaped death suddenly began to quarrel again. You are talking too much nonsense. Poison dragon. Magellan shot without the slightest hesitation, but at this moment the target of his shot was not Doflamingo, but the roaring 4 or 5 prisoners in a cage. Chapter 293. The terrifying Doflamingo. Painful howls erupted from the cages that held hundreds of millions of pirates. At this time, the big pirates who were poisoned were screaming in pain. It can be said that they are experiencing this endless pain there, and the venom is constantly eroding their bodies and rotten their wills. They could be said to have finally tasted the horror of Magellan's venom. Who are you? What exactly are you wanting to kill here for? Magellan's face was full of anger, and he roared when he saw Doflamingo, who was standing not far away. It is because of Doflamingo's appearance that the entire deep sea prison can be said to have become agitated. No one knows what will happen in the future, but at this time, the 6th floor of the deep sea prison has already become a piece of panic. Here the silence becomes murder. Blood stained the entire deep sea prison, the 6th floor of the prison. It can be said that almost all the strong men below the generals on the 6th floor of the entire deep sea prison were beheaded. As a result, the number of prisoners on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison has been reduced by 70 to 80% in an instant. Do you want to know my identity? Then arrest me, but it depends on whether you have the strength. Brother Doflamingo, who controls Shiliu's body, can be said to be extremely domineering. He knew that with Magellan's current strength he could no longer be his opponent. If he doesn't mind Magellan's poisonous fruit, he also wants to accept him. Give me death, you damn bastard. Although you control the body of my subordinates, I will not hold back the slightest. There are a few people who can achieve the position of the summer chief of the deep sea prison. They are soft-hearted people. They can be said to be decisive, and their hands are full of countless blood. Crush the fruit, Momo fruit 10 times. The swordsmanship of the top swordsman, who quickly swung the long sword in his hand, was activated instantaneously, and at the same time, the power of crushing the fruit and the power of Momo's fruit on the long sword covered with domineering armed colors were also activated at the same time. Momo's fruit actually crushes the fruit's power at a 10-fold booster. In other words, the current Doflamingo's ability to crush fruits has increased 10-fold. What a terrifying thing. Kakaka. Without the slightest doubt, the entire 6th floor space could be said to be bursting instantly under the power of the crushing fruit. Your strength has increased again. Magellan's venom can be said to be shattered in an instant and cannot get close to Doflamingo's body at all. But none of this shocked Magellan. What shocked him most was Doflamingo's current strength. He could clearly feel the extent to which Doflamingo's strength had improved. A very powerful and terrifying monster. Today I will show you the horror of my Magellan. Magellan is not a vegetarian either. He is a dignified general-level powerhouse. I saw countless venoms burst out from Magellan's body, and his size instantly increased countless times, and the venom turned into that kind of crimson. It is the awakening state of Magellan's superhuman poisonous fruit. There is no doubt that it is extremely terrifying. Even the hard stone was corroded and made a crackling sound. There is nothing in the world today that I cannot destroy with one move. Even in the face of Magellando Flamenco, who burst out with all his strength, his face was full of confident victory. He is full of confidence in his future, and at the same time he is also full of confidence in his own strength. Boom. Crush the fruit. Momo is 100 times more fruitful. This time, the power of the Momo fruit was directly strengthened to the top of the crushed fruit. This is a terrifying force that is enough to shatter everything. This is a terrifying force that is enough to make everyone feel terrified. Kakaka. Kakaka. At this time, Doflamingo hadn't shot yet, but this smashing force was enough to affect the entire 6th floor of the deep sea prison. This will even the Halo stone cell be shattered. Near the seafloor stone cells where Doflamingo was. Some cells made the sound of cracking seafloor stones. This is the power of the shattering fruit that caused the Halishi cell to shatter. Deep Sea Prison Director Magellan, don't die on this trick. His face was full of pride, and at this time in Doflamingo he could be said to be full of confidence in victory. What he wants to know now is whether Magellan, who has entered a state of awakening, can handle his own move. Don't die here, then it's no fun. After all, I haven't forgotten the torment you tortured me before. The corners of Doflamingo's mouth rose slightly with a sinister smile. Magellan once took care of him, Doflamingo, but he did not forget the little. Chapter 294 King Kakaka Kakaka. The power of crushing the fruit was activated instantly, and this power instantly enveloped Magellan, who had entered an awakened state. Kakaka. The whole world seems to hear only one sound, that is the sound of space breaking. In the awakened state of Magellan, his extremely poisonous body was instantly covered with space cracks. Boom! A roar suddenly sounded. Magellan instantly withdrew from his awakening state, and his sturdy body smashed into the cage of halustone not far away. Is this Magellan, who is known as the strongest man in the deep sea prison? He's just vulnerable. 557. Doflamingo is holding a sharp sword, and his words at this moment can be said to be full of arrogant smiles. Don't be so nonsense, and quickly kill Magellan. Let us go out. We will make you king, and you will become the overlord of the entire sea. I didn't expect you to have the strength to defeat Magellan. At this time, the only people who survived on the 6th floor of this deep sea prison were the few generals who were strong, and even those who surpassed the generals. When they saw Doflamingo defeat Magellan, at this moment their faces could be said to be full of surprises and cheers. Now that escape from prison can be said to be very close at hand. As long as Doflamingo is willing to let them out, wouldn't it be easy to escape from the deep sea prison with their power? But how do these powerhouses know that in Doflamingo's eyes this is not a cell where he is imprisoned, but a holy place where his prey is imprisoned? How could Doflamingo let them go so easily? Cough cough. Magellan, who was punched in the front by Doflamingo, was covered in scars at this moment. Who the hell are you? Magellan stood up with difficulty. His mouth was full of blood, and his body was full of scars, but even so, his eyes were still full of unyielding. Because he is the chief summer guard of the deep sea prison, it is his duty and obligation to guard here. If there is a criminal who escapes from this deep sea prison, then this person must step on his corpse. This is his determination. Are you afraid that I will kill you and release all the criminals in the entire deep sea prison? There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, but Doflamingo's words were full of evil smiles. Let us go out. We will make you king and let you rule the whole world. Our strength should be yours too. You know, those you kill are only weak. We are the real terrifying strong. Those generals and strong men on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison, they seem to have seen a bright future for them. There is only one thing they have to do now, and that is to let Doflamingo open the cage and release them. Shut up, a bunch of bastards. Don't let me kill you all right now. Facing these roaring generals and strong generals, Doflamingo shook his head with disdain. They're all just their own prey. What's so maddening? You have the ability to let us out. What kind of hero is it to kill us here? If you have the ability to untangle us, we will go head to head. Which of the criminals here is not the most arrogant one? How many others are greedy for life and fear of death? Even if Doflamingo had already defeated Magellan at this time, it was almost impossible for them to truly be convinced. You are my next target. How could I let you go so easily? Doflamingo said something that made all criminals feel terrified, especially when he looked at these criminals. He didn't look at ordinary people at all. As if looking at the food on his table, he seems to be choosing the next target to eat. Bump. When Doflamingo finished saying these words, he instantly invoked the power of the sheep talisman to escape from Shiliu's body. What happened? When Doflamingo's soul left, Shiliu's soul took over his body again, but when he saw everything in front of him, he looked at Magellan, who was covered in blood and wounds. His heart can be said to be full of doubts and incomprehensions. Shiliu, Magellan called out to him somewhat uncertainly, looking at Shiliu, who was muttering to himself with shock in his eyes. What exactly is going on? After hearing Magellan's call, Shiliu raised his head and looked at him. Look at Magellan's body with scars cut by swords. Looking at the criminals on the 6th floor of the deep sea prison who were beheaded by the long sword in their hands. Looking at the long sword full of blood in his hand, Shiliu suddenly seemed to feel something unusual. Chapter 295 Alliance with the Whitebeard Pirates. You leave here with me first. Magellan didn't say much, but looked at Shiliu with a solemn expression. The 6th floor of the deep sea prison was too weird. He needs to report to the world government and also needs reinforcements from the world government and even the Navy headquarters. Doflamingo. Just when Magellan and others left the entire deep sea prison and fell into a silence, in the cell next door to Doflamingo, Marco suddenly called out Doflamingo's name. Looks like you should know some secrets that you shouldn't know. After hearing Marco's call, Doflamingo quickly turned his head to look look at him, and at the same time an astonishing killing intent erupted in his eyes. "Don't worry, I won't tell you about this. After all, for me, I would rather you be my teammate than my enemy. I have personally experienced the horror of spell warriors, the unparalleled power of the spell warrior." Recalling his battle with Sabo, Marco was also full of despair at this time. The unparalleled power of the spell warrior was deeply reflected in Marco's heart. If it wasn't for the recovery of the Phoenix Devil Fruit ability, he would have died in Sabo's hands many times. "Can you form an alliance with me on behalf of your Whitebeard pirates?" With a smile on the corner of Doflamingo's mouth, he seemed to be asking something. Khorasan, one of the 7 Marshalseas under the king, as a talisman warrior, his alliance target is the 4 Emperor Ants. "I, Marco, can tell you very seriously, my Whitebeard pirates are the head of the 4 emperors, and I can form an alliance with you on behalf of my Whitebeard pirates. If you need it in the future, we can help you resist the 4 emperors, the Queen Mother pirates. After all, your opponent is Khorasan, one of the talisman warriors." Marco's face was also full of dignified expression. He knew that this was an important choice for his Whitebeard pirates. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates seem to be incomparably prestige and proud, and they are the strongest pirates of the 4 emperors. But the sea at this time is no longer the sea it used to be. The Whitebeard pirates are known as the strongest pirates, and at this moment he is also full of crisis. No matter if it is the 4 emperors who are coveting a powerful spell warrior, those newcomers who go out to sea try to challenge the little devils of the old order. All of this is a shock to the Whitebeard pirates. If that's the case, then my holy master's 12 spell warriors, sheep spell warriors, Doflamingo, can unite with you Whitebeard pirates here. This alliance will continue until I get rid of my own brother Khorasan. Although the corners of Doflamingo's mouth were said to be slightly raised with a wicked smile, there was no doubt that his words were full of firmness. For his younger brother Khorasan, who personally sent him to this deep-sea prison, Doflamingo can be said to never forget. He will destroy Khorasan, who will bury his future with his own hands. The Whitebeard pirates officially formed an alliance with me, Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face was full of seriousness. He will never forget the day when he was defeated by Khorasan and sent here. It can be said that his future was completely destroyed by Khorasan. In these days in the deep-sea prison, Doflamingo can be said to be tortured because those high-level Tianlong people want to know the secrets that the Doflamingo family once controlled. That's a secret that scares everyone. The days in the deep-sea prison can be said to be extremely painful. He will never forget the days when he was tortured. I, the Whitebeard pirates, are also honored to be able to form an alliance with your spell warrior, but at this time I'm just a prisoner. 557. Looking at his state at this time, Marco is also full of helplessness. At this time, he is just a prisoner in the deep-sea prison and cannot tell the news to the Whitebeard pirates. "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you." Doflamingo's words can be said to be full of amazing domineering and self-confidence, and he can clearly tell Marco that he will protect his life. This is the domineering power of a spell warrior. At this time, the deep-sea prison can no longer imprison Doflamingo here. If it wasn't for the souls of the criminals on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison, Doflamingo would have left here long ago. For Doflamingo, the prisoners on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison are the cornerstone of his growth path. He will kill all the prisoners here and devour their souls. Chapter 296. Fear of the World Government. What did you say? There is an inexplicable force on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. He can control the body of the strong and act nonsense on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. When Magellan rushed to the 4th floor of the deep-sea prison, his own office, with a panicked face, without taking into account the scars on his body at this time, Magellan's first reaction was to report the current situation to the 3 Army Commander-in-Chief Kong, the previous admiral. After all, the deep-sea prison is very important. If there is any problem in it, it will be a huge blow to the whole world and the Navy. The world cannot afford the crisis of all criminals from the deep-sea prison escaping. This is a terrifying force that is enough to throw the whole world into turmoil. This power is simply too huge and too unbelievable. We simply don't know what this force intends to do, but there is no doubt that his influence on the deep-sea prison is too great. The 6th floor of the deep-sea prison can be said to be the pirates who have damaged 80%. Recalling the number of prisoners who died in the deep-sea prison today, Magellan's heart was full of horror at this moment. That can be said to be a real river of blood, and it can be said that all the powerhouses below the level of generals have all died under that unknown force. This is a force that makes everyone feel intimidated. How is Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, in his current state? As if thinking of something worrisome, Sara, who is the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government, immediately asked the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco, about his condition. After all, the Navy and the world government have to use Marco as bait to attract the Whitebeard and the red-haired Shanks among the 4 emperors. The importance of Marco can be said to be incomparably crucial. Marco doesn't have any problems for the time being. Magellan was also aware of the importance of Marco to the Navy and world government. After all, Marco's life is crucial to the next actions of the world government and the Navy. Since the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison is so terrifying, then immediately transfer Marco from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison to me. It won't be long before the Navy and the 4 emperors declare war. As the biggest bargaining chip, Marco Ta cannot be lost. Sara, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government, had a solemn expression on his face. As a bait for the 4 emperors Whitebeard and 4 emperors red-haired Shanks, he could not afford to make any mistakes. I immediately dispatched him from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. After hearing Sara's roar, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies of the world government, Magellan's face could also be said to be full of a solemn expression. Shiliu, I will give you a chance to commit crimes. You will rush me to the deep-sea prison, and the 6th floor will bring Marco to me here. After hanging up the phone bug from General Marshal Sara, Magellan looked at Shiliu with a solemn expression. This time, the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison suffered heavy losses. Although in the end, it's not to blame for Shiliu. After all, he was also controlled by others. But after all, these people died at Shiliu's hands. After all, he also had little responsibility. This time, he escorted Mark to bring him from the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. He and Shiliu were the only ones who possessed this strength here. Except for the 2 of them on the 6th floor of the entire deep-sea prison, the other people couldn't bear the deep-sea prison at all. The pressure of those monsters on the 6th floor. Now Magellan is seriously injured, and he is also worried in his heart that if this force controls him, Magellan, then who can check and balance him in the entire deep-sea prison? At that time, the entire deep-sea prison will have only one choice, and that is to be destroyed. Moreover, he was destroyed by the dignified director of the deep-sea prison. This time I will definitely not be controlled by him again. Shiliu's face can be said to be full of firmness. After being controlled by Doflamingo before, his heart at this moment can be said to be full of endless humiliation. I'm the dignified Li Lijao, head of the deep-sea prison. Shiliu's eyes were full of endless killing intent. As a top swordsman, he had never accepted such a great humiliation. What a humiliation it is that a dignified top swordsman has his body controlled like this. It can only be said that his will is weak and controlled by others. Be careful if your body is controlled by someone this time, then even I can't do anything. Magellan's face can be said to be extremely solemn. If Shiliu was once again controlled by that force this time, then who else could stop him? The entire deep-sea prison will be destroyed. Chapter 297 Marco, who was taken away. Crack. The cell on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, which was tightly closed, was opened again. At this time, Shiliu could be said to have come here again with a murderous look on his face. It's you, damn bastard, again. What are you trying to do? Do you want us all to be executed? Damn bastard, who allowed you to step in here? An angry and roaring voice resounded on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison. The general level powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison can be said to be completely angry. The bloody killing just now is still in sight, and the entire deep-sea prison can be said to be full of corpses beheaded by Doflamingo. What the hell are you doing here now, you bloody bastard? It looks like he's here for me. Looking at Shiliu, who had withstood all the powerhouses in the deep-sea prison and walked towards him step by step, Marco, who was tied with sea tower stone chains all over his body, could see said with a bitter smile. He also knew his current state, and he became the fuse of the battle between the Navy and the 4 emperors. The 560 world government and the Navy will not let him die here for no reason. It seems that we can only say that we will see you later. Mark looked at Doflamingo in the cell next to him with a smile on his face. Don't worry, you and I are allies now. I won't do anything, and I won't let that damn bastard off easily. Thinking back to his own brother Doflamingo, his heart was full of anger. Is it not because he himself can do this now? He was tortured endlessly here. I'm relieved with your words. Looking at Shiliu, who was about to reach his cage, and Marco, who heard Doflamingo's promise, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Being able to cooperate with the spell warrior is a powerful boost even for the 4 emperors, because the spell warrior has a terrifying power that surpasses the 4 emperors. This is the real horror of the spell warrior. Crack. Marco's cell was opened and Shiliu appeared there with murderous intent. Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, leave here with me now. His whole body was filled with astonishing aura, and Shiliu directly pressed his own aura on Marco. Leave as soon as you leave. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? In the face of Shiliu's amazing momentum, Marco can be said to be full of disdain. After all, the 2 of them are experts of the same level. If you let them win a fair match, I'm not sure. Don't forget your promise. When Marco followed Shiliu and was about to leave the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, Marco turned his head and glanced at Doflamingo Marco in the cell not far away. Because at this time, Marco also felt the great predicament the Whitebeard pirates are facing now. It was a state of being in a precarious state. The powerful Whitebeard pirates are also facing a huge dilemma at this time. The impact of JD warriors on this world is too great. How am I, Doflamingo, the kind of person who is forgotten? His face was filled with a powerful and fierce aura. Doflamingo has the courage and ambition to swallow the world. Now is my time to hunt. After I completely devour the souls of those strong men, then I can look at you. As the door of the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison was tightly closed again, the entire 6th floor of the deep-sea shock can be said to have once again fallen into silence. But when the door was closed and the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison fell into darkness, all the prisoners felt an inexplicable ache, as if a tiger waiting for an opportunity had already stared at them. Now is my gluttonous feast. Without the slightest hesitation, Doflamingo quickly entered the soul state. Brother Doflamingo, I didn't expect that you died here. Damn Magellan, he actually dared to kill me. When Doflamingo entered the state of soul, he was greeted by dozens of masters below the level of generals. At this time, they can be said to be full of anger, and they are constantly roaring there. They are not afraid of death, but feel that their death is unclear. What is all this for? Because you are my prey. Your death can be said to be completely controlled by me. Puff 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 puff. At this time, Doflamingo was like a tiger smashing into the flock, and a powerful killing sounded in the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison. The dead soul once again felt the pain of death. If a person dies and becomes a soul, what happens when the soul dies? It will only become food for his Doflamingo. Chapter 298 Red Earl's Perception. Why do I suddenly feel creepy? I also have this feeling as if there is a great crisis. What will happen? Does Magellan dare to kill us all? No, no. What happened? What happened? On the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison, as Doflamingo continued to slaughter those souls there, as Doflamingo's strength increased step by step, these powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, they immediately felt the terrifying sense of crisis. It was as if a tiger had locked them in and would swallow them at any time. What exactly is going on? No. At this moment, the Red Earl suddenly turned his gaze to Doflamingo in the cell not far away. Combining with the changes in Doflamingo's body in the past few days, the Red Earl suddenly had an astonishing conjecture. It can be said that all the powerhouses below the level of generals in the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison died, but there was one exception, and that was Doflamingo. When Doflamingo first came to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, everyone used his aura to test his strength, but he was only a master of the Kaiwahe level below the general. But these days, Doflamingo's strength has improved rapidly and quickly reached the level of a general. Thinking of the prisoners who have been dying these days, Doflamingo's speed of strength improvement surpassed everyone's imagination. The Red Earl suddenly became suspicious. There must be something wrong with this guy. Looking at Doflamingo leaning against the corner as if he was in a deep sleep, the Red Earl could say that his conjecture was confirmed in his heart. There must be something wrong with Doflamingo, and there must be a big problem. What secret does this guy have? Why does this happen? As a terrifying powerhouse who once rivaled Roger, as a man who once defeated the Generalissimo Sara of the three armies, Earl Red's strength can be said to be beyond doubt. His terrifying aura still hasn't changed in the slightest. The old monster is angry. Sure enough, even he felt angry. Sure enough, he is a powerful person with incomparably terrifying strength. When Earl Red burst out with his terrifying aura, the powerhouses on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison were also full of horror at this moment. As expected, he is the most terrifying guy in the deep-sea prison. His terrifying strength makes people tremble. Don't lock Doflamingo on that guy's aura. How did that guy Doflamingo provoke that monster? When they felt that the Red Count locked Doflamingo's aura, their faces showed strange expressions. How did Doflamingo provoke this extremely terrifying monster? In the innermost room on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, some people who knew his identity were extremely terrified. A man who can compete with Roger the Pirate King by himself. No, there's something wrong with that guy Doflamingo. Can he still sleep like this in the face of that old monster's aura? Some attentive people also discovered that Doflamingo's state at this time was obviously wrong. Faced with the aura of Earl Red, he can still fall asleep peacefully. How is this possible? You must know that even the 4 Emperors Whitebeard does not have this ability. Facing the aura of the Red Earl, Doflamingo is like a nobody. How is this possible? What the hell is this guy doing now? Could it be that this guy's strength has surpassed that of the Red Earl? You can ignore his aura. 0. There must be a problem here. At this time, the general level powerhouses in the deep-sea prison, they can be said to be all looking at Brother Doflamingo. He looked at the man who turned the entire 6th floor of the deep-sea prison upside down since he came to the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Well, have you been found? After a night of slaughter, after beheading all the ghosts of the deep-sea prison again, when Doflamingo returned to his body and opened his eyes, he found all the prisoners on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison at this time, all looking at him. The eyes of these prisoners were full of puzzlement and fear of killing. It can be said that they look different. Little guy, what kind of person are you? Did you make everything here? At this moment, a voice full of infinite majesty sounded on the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison. At the innermost part of the 6th floor of this deep-sea prison, the terrifying Red Earl spoke a little. Chapter 299 Soul Control. Little guy, it seems that you are still hiding abilities that we don't even know about. Although Earl Red's words were full of questions, it could also be said to be a kind of affirmation, because at this time they also sensed that Doflamingo's power had increased again. Every time someone dies in the deep-sea prison, Doflamingo's strength will increase. If it doesn't matter, they will definitely not believe it. There must be a problem here, and a big one. Haha, sure enough, they are indeed a group of scheming monsters, and they were discovered by you. But what if 560s were discovered by you? Hearing the Red Earl's question, Doflamingo didn't refute but laughed out loud. I am Doflamingo, the 5th spell warrior under the Holy Lord's command, the sole messenger of the sheep spell warrior. Doflamingo stood up, and at this moment he burst out with amazing momentum, which is beyond the power of a general level powerhouse. Have you reached the strength of my peak? After feeling the amazing power of Doflamingo in the deepest cage, the Red Earl was also full of shock in his heart. After Doflamingo's aura erupted, they also noticed Doflamingo's amazing power at this time. You are actually a spell warrior. I didn't expect that a spell warrior would appear in our deep-sea prison. Those prisoners who were detained here after the appearance of the spell warriors, they have seen the glory of the spell warriors, a terrifying power that surpasses the 4 emperors' pirates. I am willing to be loyal to you and make you king, as long as you are willing to take us away from here. Even if your strength is against the sky, you are just a lonely person at this time. If you can get our allegiance, the day when you will be king and hegemon will be just around the corner. After knowing that Doflamingo was a talisman warrior, some of the general level powerhouses chose allegiance. After all, they know the horror of spell warriors. What if you surrender to the spell warrior? After all, this is a world where the weak eat the strong, and surrendering to the talisman warrior is a matter of course. The horror of the spell warrior can be said to be known to the whole world. You intend to be loyal to me? After seeing that 1/3 of the remaining generals in this deep-sea prison are willing to swear allegiance to him, Doflamingo's mouth also showed a slight smile. Although there are only 3 or 4 people, the strength of these people can be said to be undeniably terrifying. Their power can be said to be terrifying, making people tremble. Then what about you people? Only 1/3 of the people were willing to be loyal, and there were 8 or 9 others who stood there with a ferocious aura in their eyes. They are a group of unruly people, or people who have never heard of the fame of spell warriors, or they simply don't know the terrifying power of the spell warrior. Brother Doflamingo, don't be mad. You so-called spell warrior is nothing. I am a devil fruit person. I have never heard of a spell warrior. What is a spell warrior? I have never heard of it. Do you think you can scare me with this? The powerful momentum erupted in an instant. The 7 or 8 general level powerhouses were not willing to surrender to Doflamingo at all. On the other hand, they burst out with their own aura, intending to use their own aura to coerce Doflamingo. Firefly can compete with Hauya for glory. Do you stupid guys think you can beat me? After devouring the souls of countless strong men, Doflamingo's power had already surpassed that of the 4 emperors. Even the Red Earl, who was at his peak, was no longer his opponent. Boom boom boom. The astonishing momentum resounded through the sky. The entire 6th floor of the deep-sea prison can be said to be completely enveloped by this momentum. Submit to me or be executed by me. An aura like an abyss demon shrouded the bodies of these generals and strong men. At this time, Doflamingo's domineering arrogance swept the entire world. Among the souls swallowed by Doflamingo on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison, there is also a strong man with a domineering look. When Doflamingo devoured their souls, he also gained their domineering arrogance. Under the reinforcement of countless domineering, Doflamingo's domineering has even surpassed the red-haired Shanks, who is known as the world's strongest domineering man. You guys are the same prisoners as us, although we don't know what abilities you have but want us to. It's impossible to surrender. Do you think you can take us out? Some generals and strong men still said these words without giving up. Can you lead us out of here? Chapter 300 The Red Earl. Crack. Under the unbelievable gazes of all the prisoners, Doflamingo took out a key from his pocket and saw that he gently turned his key and the shackles in his hand were opened like this. Crack. Hailstone shackles smashed heavily on the floor of this cold cell. At this time, everyone's heart is full of despair. Long live the boss! Long live the boss! The 4 general level powerhouses who had chosen to surrender to Doflamingo quickly cheered. At this moment, their hearts can be said to be full of endless coursing. In their opinion, their choice to surrender to Doflamingo can be said to be a very clever thing and a very clear thing. Brother Ming, as a spell warrior, is strong enough to bring them out from here. Space transfer. 19. Just when everyone looked at Doflamingo and wanted to see his next move, Doflamingo's figure instantly disappeared from the cell and appeared in the corridor on the 6th floor of the deep-sea prison. Inside, drip drip drip, the harsh siren rang through the 6th floor of the entire deep-sea prison. Noisy. In the face of these noisy phone bugs, Doflamingo has only one option, and that is to destroy all these phone bugs monitoring the 6th floor with an instant burst of powerful domineering. Boss Doflamingo, hurry up and take us out. We will definitely be loyal to you and help you to dominate. The 4 generals and strong men who had previously surrendered to Doflamingo quickly called to Doflamingo, hoping that Doflamingo could take them away from here. Boss Doflamingo, long live the boss. The 4 generals and strong men cheered and cheered like dog legs. Crush. The power of crushing the fruit was activated instantly, and the entire room in the cage of the 4 generals and strong men could be said to be blown up in an instant. Long live the boss. The boss is invincible. Seeing that even the cells made by halustone were easily smashed by Doflamingo, these 4 generals and strong men quickly walked out of the cage and came to Doflamingo. Although they all have halustone handcuffs on their hands, their aura is equally terrifying. Whoosh whoosh. Just when the 4 generals and powerhouses came to Doflamingo, Doflamingo raised his right hand and the 4 thin lines quickly drilled into the eyebrows of these 4 generals and powerhouses. Boss Doflamingo. Boss, what do you mean? Don't you believe us yet? The 4 strong generals still have halustone handcuffs on their hands, so there is no way to escape the blow of Doflamingo. They could only watch the thin line penetrate into their eyebrows. This is my ability, the string fruit plus my control over the soul. At this time your soul has been marked with me. You have become my puppets. Doflamingo looked at the 4 people in front of him with a wild smile. After combining the power of the sheep charm, Doflamingo's string fruit can be said to be extremely terrifying. If the thread fruit controls a person's body, then after adding the power of the sheep charm, Doflamingo's thread fruit controls a person's soul. This is from the control of the body into the control of the soul. You can't escape my control. Looking at the 4 generals with different expressions in front of him, Doflamingo burst into laughter. No matter whether you really surrendered to me before, you can't escape now. Because I have controlled your soul, you can no longer escape from my palm. Follow my master. At this time, the soul was controlled by 4 generals and strong men, and their wills were completely controlled by Doro 560 Flamenco. What about you? Tell me whether your choice is to surrender to me or be beheaded by me. A powerful aura erupted from Doflamingo's body. He directly used his own momentum to oppress these generals and strong men. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender to Lord Doflamingo. Under Doflamingo's powerful momentum and his yearning for freedom and sunshine, 4 other generals and strong men chose to surrender. At this time, in this deep-sea prison, the Red Earl and the other 4 remaining generals and strong men did not choose to surrender. Their faces were full of unyielding will, especially the Red Earl. He even felt a sense of relief. At this time, he has reached the age of death and his body is exhausted, especially after being detained in this deep-sea prison for decades. His body has long been branded with countless root causes. Death is also a relief for him.